brought these efforts to a close. In June, Qatar withdrew its forces after both Eritrea and Djibouti sided with Saudi Arabia and the Arab Emirates against the Doha government. At the same time, Djibouti's strategic location at the narrow southern entrance to the Red Sea through which nearly all trade between Europe and Asia passes, more than $700 billion each year, drew a growing number of regional and global powers to establish a presence there, the more so as maritime piracy and the threat of religious extremism threatened to destabilize the already volatile region further. The French Foreign Legion had maintained a garrison there since Djibouti's independence in 1977, with up to 3,000 troops. France began to scale back its operations in the early 2000s, shifting some in 2011 to the United Arab Emirates and others back to mainland France, but not pulling out altogether. However, after the September 11, 2001 Al-Qaeda attacks in New York and Washington, D.C., the United States took over a former French base at Camp Lemonnier and turned it into a hub for both drone and surveillance missions and anti-terrorism operations throughout the region, making it the headquarters for a newly established Combined Joint Task Force, Horn of Africa. The facility, the only permanent U.S. military base in Africa, was steadily expanded over the next decade, adding substantial acreage and building its own runway for advanced F-15E jet fighters as well as a drone apron supporting the RQ/MQ-1 Predator. In 2013, the unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, were moved to a remote desert airstrip after one of them crashed in a Djibouti city suburb. The following year, the United States signed a 20-year lease agreement with Djibouti to maintain control of the strategic asset, which by then was home to nearly 4,000 personnel, as other foreign military bases began to proliferate. Among those establishing a military presence in Djibouti by 2018 were China, Japan, and Italy, with Saudi Arabia exploring the possibility to add its own forces to the mix. Djibouti also saw a steady influx of Eritrean refugees after the 1998-2000 border war with Ethiopia, though conflict along the Eritrea-Djibouti border at times disrupted this and blocked access for would-be asylum seekers. Most who managed to get across in the early 2000s were national service conscripts and escapees from prison camps outside the port of Assab, though whole families began to appear in larger numbers after the outbreak of civil war in Yemen in 2015 when flight across the Red Sea became too precarious. This direct outflow to Djibouti accelerated after the Qataris withdrew their peacekeeping force. Meanwhile, the Yemen civil war also triggered a new outflow of Eritreans, some of whom had lived in that country since the 1960s and 1970s. Of the early arrivals seeking safe haven in Djibouti, those from Eritrean highland ethnic groups either ended up in one of its 3 active refugee camps at that time, most in Ali Ade, set in the parched desert hills of western Djibouti near the town of Ali Sabiya, or, if they managed to avoid detention, they continued on to Ethiopia and Sudan for the long and dangerous journey to Libya and a chance at a boat to Europe. Many newly arriving Eritrean Afars blended into Djibouti's large Afar community and remained there or made their way to Ethiopia's Afar regional state to join relatives there, in both cases avoiding assignment to refugee camps and often not being counted by the UN or local authorities as refugees, making a precise count of new arrivals extremely difficult. In 2015, fewer than 1,000 Eritrean refugees were housed in the camps administered by Djibouti's Office National d'Assistance Auxiliary Refugees et Sinisters, the official refugee authority. 3 years later, this number had increased by 20%, but hundreds more were showing up at Ethiopia's Aseta camp or in Addis Ababa to register there. During this period, Djibouti's overall registered refugee population rose from 18,000 to more than 26,000, and the country opened a 4th camp to accommodate the spike in arrivals from Yemen. The standoff with Eritrea finally ended in September 2018 when the foreign ministers of Somalia and Ethiopia traveled to Djibouti with the Eritrean foreign minister, Osman Saleh, to witness a formal declaration of the end of hostilities by Djibouti and Eritrea. The initiative followed a dramatic peace declaration between Eritrea and Ethiopia in early July and the renewal of long-severed relations between Eritrea and the Republic of Somalia later that month, which had been mediated by Ethiopia. The foreign ministers of Ethiopia and Somalia then teamed up to bring Eritrea and Djibouti together. This set the stage for the lifting of the UN arms embargo and targeted sanctions on Eritrea in November. See also Foreign Policy. Dogali, 15 degrees 36 minutes 6 seconds north, 39 degrees 18 minutes 20 seconds east. Crossing point of the Misawa, Asmara Road over the seasonal Hamaset River in the former province of Semhar, Dogali, properly Tidali, is the site of Misawa's principal water supply and several important battles. On the night of January 26, 1887, a battalion of Italian infantry marching to reinforce the fort at Saati was ambushed and annihilated by RAS Alula. The deaths of more than 500 European soldiers provoked widespread indignation in Italy and popularized the Italian invasion of Highland Eritrea 2 years later. During the colonial period, a water pumping station and bridge were built at Dogali, which made the site strategically important as the armed struggle intensified in the 1970s. An Ethiopian garrison fortified the site, and by 1977, Dogali was the rear base for the Ethiopian positions defending the Misawa front. On December 9, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front overran Dogali, after which it became a place of refuge for civilians fleeing Ethiopian airstrikes on Misawa. The Ethiopians returned in 1978, and guerrilla attacks on the area continued until it was again liberated in February 1990. Irrigated farming was first developed in the area by the Ad Sheikh family of Emberimi and was revived after liberation. Dongolo, Semhar. Dongolo is the name for two villages that developed during the Italian colonial period along the Misawa, Asmara Road around Upper, Lala, and Lower, Tihetai, Dongolo. Lower Dongolo was developed as the main factory and depot for the Sabargama mineral water concession in the late 1930s, and a naval supply base was built at Upper Dongolo during World War II, along with small Italian farming concessions. In 1977 to 1978, the area was the scene of heavy fighting as the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, pushed up the mountains toward Asmara. In February 1990, during the Second Misawa Battle, the EPLF overran Ethiopian positions in Lower Dongolo but was unable to push past Upper Dongolo, where extremely heavy fighting occurred during spring and summer 1990 on what was known as the Ginda Front. After liberation, the area was in ruins. However, by the mid-1990s much of both villages was rebuilt, and they became the headquarters for the newly reorganized Eritrean Defense Forces. Drama. See literature. Drought. While droughts have been a regular feature of Eritrea's climate throughout recorded history, the late 20th century saw a sharp increase in their periodicity and their intensity arising from expanded human settlement, deforestation, and global climate change that, by the onset of the 21st century, made drought a chronic condition in some areas. The combined impact of drought and war precipitated a severe famine in the mid-1980s, and the persistence of drought conditions in the decade following inhibited full recovery, with food production in 1991 when the armed struggle ended under 50% and slow to recover in the years afterward. Throughout the renewed confrontation with Ethiopia in the 1998 to 2000 border war, people living in the Zabas, administrative regions, of Ansaba, northern Red Sea, southern Red Sea, parts of northern Gashbarka and some subregions of Dabub faced extreme difficulties from drought that lingered for many years in a row. Below average rainfall in 2002 severely reduced yields and caused further livestock losses in the central highlands and western lowlands, with the United Nations, UN, estimating that more than 3 million people were affected. The following year rainfall increased and crop production improved, but this was still inadequate for Eritrea's needs. Recurrent drought over the next 5 years, coupled with the effects of the continuing military mobilization, led the UN to warn of the danger of renewed famine in 2008 as 2/3 of the population lived below the poverty line, with the numbers climbing to 80% in rural areas. Drought resulting from a persistent El Niño effect continued to plague the region over the next decade, with southeastern Eritrea joining eastern Ethiopia and Somalia as among the hardest hit areas of the region. See also environment. Dum palm. An indigenous palm that is so widespread in the western lowlands that it symbolized the Barca region. Dum palm leaves traditionally formed an important source of fiber for clothing and construction materials, while the nut is prized by children for its sweet middle layer, and its oil is used to make soap. Italian colonists, led by Giuseppe de Rossi, exploited the vegetable ivory of the nuts for button manufacture, which was one of Eritrea's few exports during the early colonial period. From the 1940s through the 1960s, T. Camerino's Dumco produced fiber for sacking from dum palms in a factory at Agordat. The tree trunk is also used for construction, and many were cut to fortify trenches during the armed struggle. Economy. Eritrea's economy is based primarily on agriculture, light industry, fisheries, and services, with a long-term potential for tourism in the event of regional and internal stability, and for mining. Agriculture has long provided the livelihood for the majority of the population, though it accounts for less than one-fifth of its gross domestic product, GDP, and less than half its merchandise exports. But other sectors have evinced growth potential, particularly marine-related activities and services and mining, and agriculture itself is changing as a modern sector emerges. In the years between independence and the outbreak of the border war with Ethiopia in 1998, Eritrea enjoyed an average annual growth rate of 7%, one of the highest in Africa. The new government initially sought to promote the growth and development of a viable private sector, though most non-state enterprises at the outset were owned in whole or in part by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front and its successor, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ. This gap began to shrink in the mid-1990s with a series of privatizations and with a modest influx of outside capital, especially from diaspora Eritreans, but once war broke out in 1998, such investment dried up, taking with it much of the nascent private sector. Prior to the border war, the government of Eritrea articulated an economic policy centered on private sector-led, export-oriented development as set forth in a 1994 macro policy paper and a 1998 national economic policy framework and program. Its stated objectives were to improve agricultural production and productivity through the development of irrigated agriculture and assist peasants, pastoralists, and agro-pastoralists to enhance their productivity, develop capital and knowledge-intensive, export-oriented industries and services, upgrade and improve the informal sector, develop tourism, create an international financial center, develop an effective national public health care system, provide a broad-based education system and improve access to it, provide an effective social welfare and safety net system, safeguard and upgrade the environment, and decentralize and further democratize the political system. Some progress was made in pursuit of these objectives. Transportation and communication services were restored and expanded, markets for labor, capital, and products started functioning more efficiently, and fiscal, monetary, and trade policy regimes aimed at maintaining macroeconomic stability, mobilizing government revenue, and facilitating more efficient allocation and utilization of resources were established. Private entrepreneurs responded on a limited basis by investing in services, construction, and other industries, which led to early growth. However, progress to democratization stalled in the mid-1990s, especially after the president, Isaias Afwerki, declined to implement the constitution upon its 1997 ratification, and the country's only legal political party, the PFDJ, increased its already dominant role in the non-state sector by taking controlling shares in new enterprises. The outbreak of war in 1998 brought economic recovery to a halt, causing significant damage to roads and bridges, power and telecommunications installations, schools and clinics, water supply and sanitation facilities, houses, factories, businesses, and farms, leading to a further increase in the PFDJ's domination of the economy and to a monopoly over certain sectors. The party controlled currency markets through such companies as HCBE, Himbal, and Eri Commercial, the insurance industry through the National Insurance Corporation of Eritrea, the transportation industry via Amberber, Royal, Fenkel, and Lilo, the publishing industry through Saber, Oit, and Hydri, the information technology sector through UN and a network of internet cafes, maritime commerce through Eritrean shipping lines, and hospitality and tourism through control of the country's flagship hotel, the Intercontinental. In 2006, the government ruled that private sector companies were to be banned altogether from the construction sector, which was to be reserved for PFDJ companies on grounds of national security. The war created significant losses in agricultural output and port revenues as well as declines in private sector activity and exports, particularly in the southeast where the port of Assab, which had long depended on trade and traffic with Ethiopia, was virtually shut down. The mobilization of more than 250,000 men and women and steep increases in military spending also helped depress the economy and drive up inflation. The disengagement of forces in 2001 to 2002 set the stage for a possible recovery, but continuing hostilities with Ethiopia undermined this prospect, as the state exerted greater control over the economy through such measures as the licensing of small and medium-sized businesses, the imposition of price controls on agricultural produce, and the maintenance of a monopoly on imports. More than 250,000 able-bodied workers also remained in the national service, many of whom were put to work reconstructing damaged infrastructure at subsistence wages or filling positions in party and state-controlled enterprises, thus exacerbating labor shortages for the ailing private sector. By 2009, inflation ran between 35% and 50%, and remittances processed by the central bank were beginning to fall off due to the widening gap between the official exchange rate, N15 equals $1, and that of the black market, N45 equals $1. Dwindling foreign currency reserves created shortages of such goods as diesel fuel, batteries, and flour, and entire production operations such as the domestic beer industry unable to import malt were forced to close for months at a time. With the government declining to publish its budget and with former government officials charging that official statistics were routinely falsified, it became increasingly difficult to accurately assess the actual condition of the economy. Meanwhile, Eritrea placed its main hope for economic revival on the export of newly discovered minerals, notably gold, as contracts were signed with international mining concerns for exploration and development. The most important of these was the Bisha mine in Gashbarkazaba, administrative region, west of Agordat, believed to contain as many as 1 million ounces of gold, as well as substantial deposits of copper and zinc. The Eritrean government held a 40% stake in the project, which was managed by Nevsoon Resources, a Canadian company, and underwritten largely by European and South African investors. Bisha began exporting ore in 2010 and exhausted the accessible gold by 2017, when it shifted its operations to the extraction of copper and zinc. Up to this point, the country had depended heavily on diaspora remittances, which despite their decline were estimated at 25 to 30% of Eritrea's GDP in 2009, the second highest in the world after Somalia. They fell further after the currency change at the end of 2015, which had the positive effect of curbing the black market and reining in inflation, estimated in 2017 at only 9%, by which time revenue from the mining sector made up the difference in losses from diaspora contributions. The African Development Bank estimated Eritrea's growth in 2017 at 3.4%, attributing it mainly to the sector, specifically the Bisha mine. The government also gained a new source of revenue at that time from fees paid by the United Arab Emirates for use of the Assab port and a nearby air base to back up their operations in the Yemen civil war, and after numerous false starts, the government began negotiations with international energy companies to resume oil and gas exploration off the coast. However, the broader economy remained largely stagnant, due mainly to the country's continued isolation and its poor business climate, with the United Nations Development Programme pegging the national poverty rate at 69% in 2016 and the World Bank ranking Eritrea 189th of 190 countries surveyed in its 2018 Doing Business report. In a commentary published on the ministry's website, shabait.com, Minister of Information Yemenigabri Meskel blamed the United Nations, UN, sanctions for the anemic state of the economy and predicted a major bounce once they were lifted. The economic ramifications of the sanctions have been severe, entailing deleterious impact on investment, harassment of mining companies, higher cost of capital for commercial loans, higher shipping/insurance costs, barriers to imports, etc. The declaration of peace with Ethiopia in July 2018, followed by peace agreements between Eritrea and Djibouti and Eritrea and Somalia and the lifting of the UN sanctions in November, brought a degree of stability to the region not seen since the 1990s and opened the way for Eritrea's economic recovery by stimulating trade, creating jobs, and opening the path to increased foreign investment, once the government eased restrictions on doing business within the country and scaled back its national service. Ed. Denkel, Alt. Id. 13 degrees 55 minutes 48 seconds north, 41 degrees 41 minutes 35 seconds east. Ed is an Afar village on the central Denkel coast, between Tio and Bailal. Ed was purchased in 1845 by French agents from the local Afar chief for 1,800 mtts, but it was never developed. In 1866, Egypt claimed it, followed in 1885 by Italy, but no development took place beyond the appointment of traditional chiefs as salaried colonial officials. Its population was 300 by the late 1800s and today is around 2,000. During the 1970s, it was a stronghold of the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces and later the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, but in 1980, the Ethiopians captured it with a task force from Assab and held it until the Denkel Campaign of 1991. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Education. During the long years of foreign occupation, Eritreans had limited access to formal education, though the people traditionally placed a high value on learning. Throughout the armed struggle, both the Eritrean Liberation Front and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, stressed the importance of education for Eritrea's future, teaching new recruits basic literacy and conducting primary school classes for fighters in the trenches, Sitsabomisker, Zero School. Within a few months of liberation, new primary schools were opened across Eritrea in 5 of the national languages, later expanded to include the other 4. The government set out to guarantee full 5-year primary education for all citizens and 3 years of education for those in the 15 to 55 age range who missed out on educational opportunities during the colonial era. National education was secular and free for all citizens. Private schools were permitted so long as they adhered to national guidelines and met national standards. To improve access to education after liberation, the government committed 7% of annual expenditures to education. Expanding primary schools and improving their quality were the top initial priorities. New schools were built where none existed before, thousands of new teachers were trained, and new curricula were developed. As a result, enrollment climbed steadily. At independence in 1993, only 2 technical schools provided formal technical training, one in Asmara, established with assistance from the United States in the 1950s, and the other, set up by the EPLF in 1985 during the armed struggle and tucked away in a dry riverbed within the front space area north of Nakfa. To meet post-war reconstruction and development needs and to facilitate the reintegration of people disadvantaged by the decades-long conflict, the government set up skill development programs within existing secondary schools and in new centers. By the end of the 1990s, there were 8 intermediate-level technical schools providing instruction in industrial, agricultural, and service sector trades and 2 newly established technical community colleges. Among the trades covered were auto mechanics, metal, machine, and wood technology, building construction, electricity and electronics, drafting, surveying, and computer programming. In the agricultural schools, courses were offered in plant and animal science, soil and water conservation, and horticulture. 2 privately operated business institutes also offered programs in accounting, secretarial skills, banking and finance, management, and machine shop technology. In 2001, the primary school enrollment rate stood at 53% for boys and 49% for girls, and average class size was 63. Grade repetition and dropout rates were high, especially for girls, who were less likely than boys to complete secondary school, where class size rose on average to 97, or to attend institutions of higher learning. To counter this, the Ministry of Education sought to raise community awareness on the importance of education for girls, to provide female students with tutoring assistance, and to build single-sex hostels for girls who traveled away from home to attend school at advanced levels. Most schools started in September and closed in June to accommodate the annual rainy season, though the calendar varied where climate conditions differed. The medium of instruction was the child's mother tongue through primary school and English from 6th grade onward. The Ministry of Education and the national unions of Eritrean women and of youth and students also ran literacy campaigns targeted at adults and young people who were unable to attend school, see women's organizations, youth organizations. At independence, it was estimated that only 58% of men and 28% of women could read and write. By 1999, these figures had risen to 67% and 39%, respectively. In 2017, the government estimated the adult literacy rate at 80%. Between 2001 and 2005, the government set out to increase the share of expenditures devoted to education by 15% annually, consistent with the trend that prevailed before the border war with Ethiopia. Emphasis was placed on improving enrollment rates and quality in middle schools, grades 6 to 7, and secondary schools, grades 8 to 12, by encouraging qualified personnel to teach at these levels and by enhancing the quality of textbooks and other teaching materials. However, skill shortages at all levels presented obstacles to the implementation of this policy, as did the continuing demands of the national service. Though average class size was down to 40 by 2016, according to the United Nations Development Programme, the rapid turnover of teachers due to the flight from the country of many of the teachers, most of whom were national service conscripts, caused frequent disruptions to the education process, especially in rural primary schools. Up to the outbreak of the border war, students who successfully completed secondary school and wished to go on to the University of Asmara or an equivalent technical or vocational program had been able to take qualifying exams. Those who did well were eligible for financial assistance with education-related expenses, while all tuition costs were covered by the state. This changed in 2002, however, when, faced with an increasingly restive student population and growing problems with graduates failing to do their required national service, the government shut down the undergraduate program at the university and stopped admitting new applicants. 2 years later, it dispersed the students among newly established specialty colleges and institutes scattered around the country. Meanwhile, it began requiring all grade 11 students to complete their final year of secondary school at the Sawa military training camp, where they combined military training with academic work. At the end of the year, they took matriculation examinations. Those who scored well were channeled into post-secondary institutions for further education, and the others went directly into national service posts, some in the armed forces and some in non-military jobs. Egypt. As the economic center of the Red Sea region since earliest recorded history, Egypt has exercised a long-standing influence on Eritrea. The earliest written sources pertaining to Eritrea are Egyptian descriptions of their commercial expeditions to the coast in search of incense, ivory, and gold during the period 2500 to 1500 BC. The Egyptians referred to the coast as part of the land of Punt, which was the home of the gods in some of their religious beliefs. In the 15th century BC, Queen Hatshepsut commissioned an expedition to Punt that is depicted in a series of low reliefs on a temple at Deir al-Bahri, giving clear evidence of trade with the Eritrean coast. Egyptian trade continued through the Ptolemaic period, when Greco-Egyptian merchants founded trading posts around the Barka River mouth and at the site of Atulis. Throughout the Aksumite period, Greco-Egyptian merchants based in Alexandria dominated the foreign trade of the Eritrean coast and were among those responsible for the introduction of Orthodox Christianity, which resulted in close links between the Coptic Patriarch in Alexandria and the Orthodox Church in Eritrea. This connection continued after the Arab conquest of Egypt, although trade declined. Egyptian commercial interest in Eritrea revived during the 11th century under the Fatimid dynasty, which was involved in trade and at times intervened politically in the Dahlak Sultanate and the Misiwa area. From the 14th century onward, the Mamluk rulers of Egypt made it increasingly difficult for the Orthodox Church to maintain its relations with the Egyptian Patriarchate, as the Mamluks attempted to gain political control over the Sudanese coast and the lucrative pilgrimage routes through Suwakin. The development of Islam in Eritrea, on the other hand, led a growing number of Eritrean Muslims to visit Cairo, the commercial and educational center of medieval Islam. The conquest of Egypt by Ottoman Turkey in 1517 coincided with a renewed interest in the Eritrean coast as a battlefield in the naval contest between Islam and Portuguese Christians for control of the Indian Ocean, on which the commercial ascendancy of Egypt depended. Egyptian troops and sailors participated in the Turkish conquest of Eritrea during the mid-1500s, and the Suwakin-based Turkish Governorate of Habesha became in essence a dependency of the Mamluk Beys of Egypt by the 18th century. Egyptian merchants played an important role in the trade of Misiwa, and in the early 1800s, the newly autonomous Egyptian ruler, Muhammad Ali, expanded Egyptian political influence in Sudan and on the Red Sea coast, governing Misiwa as part of his conquest of the Hejaz from 1813 to 1822 and, again, in a lease agreement with the Ottoman government from 1846 to 1849. Egyptian political control at Misiwa underlined the dominant position of Egyptian merchants on the Eritrean coast, particularly in the lucrative slave trade. Egyptian governors in Sudan also sought to control and exploit the western lowlands, first through slave and cattle raiding, 1823, 1832 to 1836, and then through taxation from their new garrison at Kassala, after 1840, from where they taxed the Beni Amr and raided the Kunama, Nara, and Bailan. After 1863, the new Egyptian ruler, Ismail Pasha, pressed Egyptian claims to the former Turkish province of Habesha, which he interpreted as including most of modern Eritrea. This was part of Ismail's ambitious plan to create an Egyptian empire covering the entire Nile watershed and the African shores of the Red Sea, including present-day Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia. Ismail's development of the Suez Canal, completed in 1869, changed the geopolitics of the Red Sea, making it the shortest steamship route from Europe to Eastern Asia, and consequently opened an imperialist scramble in the region that pitted the interests of Great Britain against those of France, with Egypt playing the role of a regional imperial power. In 1865, Ismail acquired political control over the Eritrean coast and garrisoned Misiwa in return for payment of a share of tax revenue to the Ottoman Sultan. The Naib came under Egyptian control, and fortifications were constructed at Hirgigo and on the Misiwa mainland. In 1866 to 1867, the Egyptian governor extended his rule down the coast of Denkel, and in 1868, the garrison was reinforced to uphold Egyptian claims as Britain invaded Ethiopia. By this time, Egypt also claimed tributary authority over the Beni Amr, Habab, and Marya, and in 1871, Werner Munsinger was appointed governor of Misiwa and set about linking Egypt's western and eastern Eritrean territories by occupying Sinhit and Keren. In 1875 to 1876, Khedive Ismail attempted to occupy the Kabesa using European and American mercenary officers and Egyptian troops. The first Egyptian expedition was defeated at Ghouta Goudi by the Tigrayan army of Johannes IV on November 16, 1875, the second in a three-day battle at Gura on 7–9 March 1876. The Egyptians withdrew to the coast, and a stalemate followed, with Egypt controlling the coast, Sinhit, and the west, and the Tigrayans controlling the central highlands. Egypt employed Charles Gordon to negotiate with Johannes IV for control of its territories while at the same time arming Ras Wolde Mikael Salamun. but Gordon was unsuccessful in getting Yohannes to renounce his claims to Sinhit, and the Egyptian position weakened in 1879 when Ismail fell from power. In 1882, the Sudanese Mahdiya erupted against Egyptian rule and soon threatened their position in Eritrea, just as the British occupied Egypt. In 1884, the Hewitt Treaty facilitated a final Egyptian withdrawal from Sinhit, where their fortifications and supplies were turned over to Ras Alula. In 1885, Egyptian rule ended with Italy's occupation of Massawa, and in November, the remnants of the Egyptian garrison were withdrawn. Despite their ultimate failure, the Egyptians laid the foundations of the modern colony of Eritrea, and in particular, they brought a new sense of unity to much of the lowlands and northern highlands through their patronage of Islam, their tax and tribute policies, and their support for the Mirghaniya Sufi order. Egyptian commercial and cultural connections, supported by Britain, continued through the Italian colonial periods when Cairo developed as an important pole of intellectual attraction for Eritrean Muslims. Egyptian political ambitions were revived after 1952 by the nationalist government, which increasingly supported the claims of Eritrean Muslims to independence as part of Gamal Abdul Nasser's policy of Pan-Arabism. When Ethiopia sided with the West during Egypt's 1956 nationalization of the Suez Canal, Nasser allowed Wold Mariam to make radio broadcasts into Eritrea, but when Haile Selassie I switched his support to Nasser, the broadcasts were stopped. After this, Egyptian support for the Eritrean cause was lukewarm, as Egypt's geopolitical concern with the Nile waters dictated a conciliatory policy toward Ethiopia. Despite the presence of the Eritrean Liberation Front in Cairo from 1961 to 1970, Egypt provided little material support for the Eritrean armed struggle and accepted few Eritrean refugees. Between 1991 and 1993, Egypt was unsupportive of Eritrean independence, but after the referendum, Egypt moved quickly to recognize Eritrea. In April 1992, a dispute over Egyptian fishing in Eritrean waters was settled, and in December, diplomatic negotiations on future relations took place. Both have maintained embassies in each other's capitals ever since. On May 25, 1993, Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak visited Eritrea and signed agreements providing military assistance, training, and scholarships to Egyptian technical schools. Over the next decade, the two states developed modest trade relations and cooperated on regional political issues, despite differences over Eritrea's role in the Hainish Islands dispute and the conflicts in both Sudan and Somalia. Egypt forcibly repatriated hundreds of Eritrean refugees, most of them evading national service, in 2008 to 2009, many of whom were detained in military camps and deserted prisons upon their arrival in Eritrea. However, Egypt did not oppose a May 2009 African Union resolution calling for sanctions against Eritrea for its support of Islamists in Somalia, nor did it join Libya, the sole dissenter, in opposing such sanctions when the issue came before the United Nations at the end of that year. This changed in mid-2013 after General Abdel Fattah el-Sisi seized power in Cairo and moved to strengthen the country's regional alliances amid the growing tensions with Ethiopia over the construction of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, slated to be the largest hydroelectric project in Africa across the Blue Nile River. Opposition to the project had been building in Egypt since the start of construction in 2011. In 2013, the cabinet of the recently elected president of Egypt, Mohamed Morsi, was recorded discussing a plan to support an armed attack on the project by anti-government rebels. A month later, he was ousted. Egypt's leaders saw the dam as a potential threat to its unfettered access to water, the backbone of the country's agrarian economy. Once it was completed, it was forecast to take up to 15 years to fill the reservoir behind it. Over the next 4 years, after General Sisi was elected president in 2014, leaders of Eritrea and Egypt visited each other's capitals frequently, and the two countries stepped up economic and military cooperation, raising concerns in both Ethiopia and Sudan, which was expected to benefit from the dam, both in terms of a regulated year-round supply of water and access to electric power. In 2016, Eritrea and Egypt established a joint committee to promote bilateral cooperation in various sectors, including agriculture, animal husbandry, and fisheries, while the Egyptian Agency for Partnership for Development provided Eritrea with technical assistance. Egypt also increased its scholarships for Eritrean students to study there. Meanwhile, their common participation in the Yemen civil war occasioned enhanced military cooperation. In early 2017, Sudan closed its border with Eritrea and charged that Egypt was amassing troops there, a report that turned out to be false, widely reported to have come from Qatar, then embroiled in a regional contest with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, with which Egypt was also allied. However, in January 2018, Eritrean President Isaias Afwerki traveled to Cairo to meet with President Sisi to discuss regional security concerns, after which Egypt was again reported to have sent troops to Eritrea, this time to strengthen the allied forces involved in the Yemen fighting. But the ascension to power in Ethiopia of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed in April led to a breakthrough in Egypt-Ethiopia relations that coincided with the formal end of Ethiopia's 20-year conflict with Eritrea when Abiy extended an olive branch to Cairo. This temporarily defused the tensions between the two countries, though the rapidly shifting rivalries and alliances underway throughout the region continued to fuel an undercurrent of uncertainty. Eritrea is a secret, high-security prison in the mountainous desert of the northern Red Sea Administrative Region, formerly Semhar, north of the Asmara, Massawa Road and the village of Godale, where the surviving journalists and group of 15, G15, reformists imprisoned in 2001 were reportedly held. Eritrea is identified as Hill 346 on the Military High Command's map and is located in a region with extreme temperature fluctuations that in summer months often rise to 105 degrees Fahrenheit 40 degrees Celsius. According to former guards, detainees are led to the prison blindfolded and barefoot and, once there, placed in thick-walled concrete cells and forbidden to speak with other prisoners or guards, apart from lengthy interrogation sessions. The prison consists of 3 buildings, each of which has 64 windowless cells, and is used primarily for political prisoners. Prisoners have been frequently tortured, resulting in high death rates. Visitors have not been permitted. There have been numerous reports of deaths among the detainees since 2001, with former security guards who fled to Ethiopia claiming that all or most of those identified with the G15 had perished by 2018, but there has been no confirmation of this by any third party. See also helicopter, human rights. Elabored, 15 degrees 41 minutes 37 seconds north, 38 degrees 38 minutes 23 seconds east. An agricultural village and extensive irrigated plantation with more than 5,000 inhabitants, Elabored is situated 20 kilometers south of Keren in the Ansaba Valley on the main road to Asmara in the former province of Semhar. The area was originally known as Chindik by its Betjik inhabitants, but the modern village developed around a cold well, Tigray, Elabiridi, on the Ansaba, where Italian agricultural concessions were developed by the family of Giuseppe Acquisto, who first settled in the area in 1898, and Pietro Casciani, who received his 1,000-hectare concession in 1908. By the 1930s, Casciani's sisal and grain plantation was one of the most successful in the colony, and the Acquisto brothers, Pascal and Vincenzo, had developed irrigated fruit production. World War II and repeated Shifta attacks during 1947 to 1951 damaged the Italian concessions, but in 1958, the Fratelli Donati bought out Casciani and developed citrus orchards for export production, adding a tomato canning plant, dairy factory, winery, and other improvements, and by the late 1960s, the 1,200-hectare plantations were the most productive in Eritrea. The Eritrean workers were divided between permanent salaried employees who received housing and other benefits, and temporary field workers, who lived in the adjoining village. As the armed struggle intensified, it began to affect the plantation, and on January 27, 1971, 60 elders from nearby villages accused of supporting the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, were massacred by Ethiopian soldiers. In 1975, the concession was nationalized by the Derg. Production declined as workers fled, and in 1977, Elabird came under joint control of the ELF and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, with each managing its share separately. The EPLF tried to revive fruit and vegetable production through a village cooperative, but on 25 to 26 November, much of the plantation was destroyed in the most important battle of the EPLF's strategic withdrawal. After the Derg broke through Eritrean lines at Adi Yakob, they pushed an armored column along the road toward Karen through the Elabird Valley, where the EPLF set an ambush. Fighters hid in the trees along the road until a long tank column filled the valley, and they struck at close range. The Ethiopians counterattacked and called in air strikes that set the entire valley on fire, but the EPLF held firm and was threatening the entire column when they were forced to retreat by the Derg's movement of another powerful force up the Red Sea coast in a flanking attack. In the 1980s, the Derg imported Tigrayan workers to harvest the remaining fruit orchards, but the irrigation system and factory were in ruins. After liberation, the EPLF assigned a battalion of fighters to rehabilitate the estate as a government-managed cooperative. By 1994, 300 hectares were under cultivation, the reservoir had been cleaned and repaired, the dairy and cannery were operating, and local workers had taken over most daily operations. Labor disputes concerning the status of temporary workers disrupted the plantation in 1994, and the estate's administrators were increased slightly before the operation was put under the management of a private Norwegian company. By 2009, still under state ownership but with European management, it was producing a wide range of fresh vegetables and citrus fruits, as well as milk products for both domestic consumption and export. Elections. Eritrea's only national elections came during the federation period under the terms of the United Nations sponsored agreement that established Eritrea as an autonomous territory within the Ethiopian state. Once the federation was forcibly dismantled in 1962 and Eritrea was annexed by Ethiopia as its 14th province, the practice of holding elections was halted. During the armed struggle, both the Eritrean Liberation Front and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, held elections at the local level to select village committees and people's assemblies, though those in EPLF-controlled territories were tightly controlled by the Liberation Front. In the early 1990s, after formal independence, the new EPLF-controlled government of Eritrea suspended local elections and began appointing village administrators. Regional elections were held between January and March 1997 for 6 Zaba, regional, assemblies, though the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice vetted all candidates, and alternative political parties were not permitted. The winners of these party-run elections then served as delegates to the May 1997 Constituent Assembly that ratified the country's new constitution, though President Isaias Afwerki has refused to put it into effect, insisting that national elections are a prerequisite for this action. Such elections were initially discussed in 1997 but postponed due to the outbreak of the border war with Ethiopia the following year. Once the fighting ended in June 2000, elections were scheduled for the end of 2001, and a National Assembly Committee on Drafting Political Parties and Organizations headed by the Minister of Local Government, Mahmoud Ahmed Sharifo, prepared guidelines for recognizing political parties that would participate in them. However, President Isaias objected to the proposal and ousted Sharifo from his post in February 2001 after the Commission had released the proposal to members of the Assembly and the local media. In the wake of a sweeping political crackdown on dissent later that year, during which Sharifo and other members of the reformist group of 15 were arrested and the independent press shut down, national elections were again postponed. They have yet to be held, though another round of regional elections was carried out in 2002 and 2004. No elections have been held since then. See also Human rights. Mbarimi, 15°4200 N, 39°2500 E. A fishing village on the coast north of Masawa in the former province of Semhar, Embarimi is noted for the tombs of several of the leading saints of the Ad Sheikh family and is an important pilgrimage site for Tigray-speaking Muslims. The Ad Sheikh were established in Embarimi in the mid-1800s by Sheikh Mohammed Sheikh Ali, whose grandson, the influential Sheikh Al-Amin Abdul Qadir, developed irrigated plantations along the Dasit River and elsewhere on the coastal plain during the colonial period. The plantations were expanded by his son Mohammed during the Federation. However, in 1975 they were nationalized by the Derg, and most of Embarimi's population fled to Saudi Arabia and Port Sudan. Today, the village has around 3,000 residents, and the village has evolved into a virtual suburb of Massawa, with the new Massawa International Airport only 4 kilometers away. Enda, descent group. This term describes a group of people in a Tigrinya-speaking village who claim descent from a common ancestor and, through this descent, also claim usufruct rights, risti, to the village's land. This Enda-based, Tigrinya, Enda-BA, system of land tenure rests on the rights of the descendants of putative first settlers, who in principle claimed sole usufruct rights to the exclusion of more recent immigrants and their descendants. Out of this system developed a system of secondary leasing and even sale of usufruct rights to newcomers, often referred to despairingly as Makalialit, the sort who cut grass, who had the right to farm but not to participate in village councils, Shemagul. Some argue that the Enda system of land tenure predated the more egalitarian Disa system. However, there is no proof of this, and the Enda system may actually have developed later, sometime in the 15th to 16th centuries, during the period of immigration from Tigray and the settlement of Shua military colonies. Enda Beguna Screening and Reception Center. An Ethiopian registration center for recently arrived Eritrean refugees run by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNCRR, in the Tigray town of Enda Beguna. The Enda Beguna Screening and Reception Center was fed by a dozen smaller registration points close to the border with Eritrea managed by the Administration for Refugee and Returnee Affairs, ARA. Once interviewed and registered by UNCRR, most refugees were assigned to one of the 4 camps serving the Tigray region Myani, Adi Harush, Hitsats, or Shim Elba. The exceptions were those approved by ARA for release under Ethiopia's out-of-camps policy open to people able to demonstrate an independent means of support, and unaccompanied or separated children, who were kept in a secure facility in Enda Beguna until either reunited with relatives, placed with foster families, or assigned to supervised compounds within the other camps. Afar refugees were relocated to one of the 2 camps in the Afar regional state. The opening of the Eritrea-Ethiopia border in September 2018 after the peace declaration between the 2 countries in July led to a massive outpouring of refugees and asylum seekers as border controls were dropped and people were free to travel in both directions with little more than a cursory check of identity cards. More than 16,000 took advantage of the opening during the first month, many of them women with children who sought family reunification with husbands already in Europe. The outflow caught ARA officials and non-governmental organizations operating in the camps by surprise and quickly overwhelmed their capacity, particularly in the areas of shelter, food, and water. The main entry points were Rama and Zalambesa where refugees were initially registered by Ethiopian authorities. The United Nations International Office of Migration then took responsibility for transport to Enda Beguna where new arrivals were processed by UNCRR before being taken to the camps to be housed in emergency shelters hastily constructed to cope with the influx, with up to 40 people in a single shed. A streamlined application and vetting process was set up for those seeking permits to migrate to Ethiopian towns and cities under the out-of-camps policy, a 5-day waiting period for families and 15 days for single adults instead of the previous 45-day requirement in an effort to deal with the overcrowding. However, the situation severely taxed the under-resourced agencies working in the camps, which were hit with major capacity problems with education, healthcare, counseling, and other social services as well as resource shortages to meet basic needs. Energy, generation/electric power. At the start of the 21st century, Eritrea's annual per capita energy consumption ranked among the lowest in the world. The main source was biomass, which is non-renewable and in rapidly declining supply. Imported petroleum used mainly as fuel for transportation, electricity generation, and industrial production accounted for most of the rest. Households consumed more than 80% of energy production. Given the dwindling biomass resources and the scarcity of foreign exchange for importing petroleum products, Eritrea's current pattern of energy consumption is unsustainable. Furthermore, burning biomass in open hearths and stoves uses energy resources inefficiently and pollutes indoor air, causing respiratory disease. See environment. For these reasons, the government made top priorities of increasing energy efficiency, promoting energy conservation, and encouraging development of new energy sources. Firewood, charcoal, animal dung, and crop residues have long been Eritrea's most important energy sources, accounting for 3/4 of energy consumption in the country as a whole and as much as 96% of that used by individual households. Firewood alone represents 70% of the total. The World Bank estimated household access to grid electricity at 18% in 1991 when the country gained its independence. By 2006, that figure had doubled. In 2017, it reached 46%, though many of the more than 2,600 villages in the vicinity of urban centers still lacked access to grid power, and many rural agriculture-based businesses were working below capacity due to an insufficient and costly supply of power from small diesel generators and frequent blackouts from power carried through the grid. Hospitals and schools experienced similar problems due mainly to the small capacity of the generators, the high cost of transporting diesel to remote areas, and the high maintenance costs. During this period, a new generating plant at Hirgigo, on the Red Sea coast, bombed during the border war but repaired afterward, doubled Eritrea's total electricity production from 52 megawatts to 136 megawatts. Electricity transmission and distribution systems were also expanded and upgraded, while power grids in major consumption centers, Asmara, Misawa, Karen, Diekmhair, Menfera, were interconnected. A $98 million upgrade carried out in 2017 by the Chinese energy company SFACO increased the Hirgigo plant's capacity by another 46 megawatts. Eritrea's other power plant, at Bilza, was then generating only 17 megawatts. Solar and wind power capacity were also being expanded throughout Eritrea, particularly for use by schools and clinics in remote areas, and the potential use of hydro and biogas energy was being explored. By the end of 2017, the government estimated that 10% of the country's electricity was generated by wind and solar power with more installations planned. Environment. Independent Eritrea started with a badly damaged environment in much of the interior, where large areas had been stripped of forest cover, wildlife, and water resources. However, the country is endowed with more than 1,000 kilometers of pollution-free coastline and more than 350 islands not yet seriously affected by conflict or commerce. Even before independence, Eritreans acted to protect what remains and to promote a recovery where damage was done. First the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and then the EPLF-led government of Eritrea banned the hunting and trapping of wild animals and the cutting of live trees. After independence, hundreds of kilometers of hillside terraces were built to halt erosion, and tens of millions of tree seedlings were planted. Large areas of the Red Sea coast were also declared marine reserves, and spear fishing and the collection of live coral were prohibited, while 2 land areas were designated as protected, one in Semenawi Bari known as the Green Belt and the other on the Bure Peninsula. Land was also identified for national parks. The government acceded to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1995 and the United Nations Convention on Biodiversity in 1996 and launched a Greening Eritrea campaign in May 2006 aimed at restoring forestry and protecting flora and fauna. See also DISA, drought, famines. ERI Platform. A Belgium-based non-governmental organization, ERI Platform was founded in 2013 by Ndebran Welda Georges, an exiled former Central Committee member of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front who had served in the government of Eritrea in various capacities. Its mandate was to promote dialogue among Eritreans on civil and political rights and to raise international awareness of the repressive political situation within the country. Its website also promoted Anne Debrand's 2016 memoir, Eritrea at a Crossroads, a narrative of triumph, betrayal, and hope. See also Eritrean Forum for National Dialogue, FND. Eritrea for Eritreans. See Liberal Progressive Party, LPP, Woldemariam, 1905–1995. Eritrea, Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC. The EEBC was established with the concurrence of the governments of Eritrea and Ethiopia under the Algiers Agreement of December 12, 2000 that formally ended the 1998–2000 border war. Operating under the auspices of the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which had earlier arbitrated a dispute between Eritrea and Yemen over the contested Hanish Islands, its seat was The Hague, Netherlands, though it convened meetings elsewhere. Its mandate was to resolve conflicting claims over territory and delimit the disputed border based upon pertinent colonial treaties, 1900, 1902, 1908, and applicable international law. Headed by Cambridge University law professor and international law specialist Sir Elihu Lauderpacht, chosen by both parties, it was also composed of 2 members appointed by Eritrea, author, experienced arbitrator, and Yale law professor W. Michael Reisman and former International Court of Justice president and Johns Hopkins University professor Stephen M. Schwebel, and 2 by Ethiopia, Nigeria's former Attorney General and Minister of Justice Prince Bola Adesumbo Ajibola and British international lawyer, diplomat, and arbitrator Sir Arthur Watts, who died on November 16, 2007 shortly before the EEBC went out of existence. By common consent, the Commission's decision was to be final and binding. However, when the EEBC announced its findings on April 13, 2002, giving both sides part of what they had claimed but awarding Eritrea the village of Badme, the original flashpoint for the war, Ethiopia rejected the outcome, accusing the EEBC of technical errors and insisting that normalization of relations had to precede physical demarcation of the border. For its part, Eritrea accepted the results, insisted there was nothing to discuss, and refused to reopen negotiations. After repeatedly failing to enforce its decision and after providing a paper demarcation by coordinates, the EEBC dissolved itself on November 30, 2007 and declared its mandate fulfilled. Eritrea then argued that virtual demarcation had resolved the conflict, and in 2008, it forced the United Nations mission for Eritrea and Ethiopia to close down its peacekeeping operation and depart the country. The deadlock was finally broken in 2018 when Ethiopia's new Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed, announced that the ruling Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front had unconditionally accepted the EEBC's 2002 decision and was prepared to withdraw from all territories assigned to Eritrea, and Eritrea reciprocated by sending a high-level delegation to Addis Ababa to begin peace talks that soon resulted in a declaration of peace agreed to by both parties. Eritrea, Ethiopia Claims Commission, EECC. The EECC was established with the concurrence of the governments of Eritrea and Ethiopia under the Algiers Agreement of December 12, 2000 to resolve damage claims arising directly from the 1998–2000 border war and from violations of international law. Operating under the auspices of the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which had earlier arbitrated a dispute between Eritrea and Yemen over the contested Hanish Islands, its seat was The Hague, Netherlands, though it convened meetings elsewhere. By common consent, the 5-member commission was headed by Professor Hans van Hout. Eritrea appointed Mr. John Crook and Ms. Lucy Reed. Ethiopia appointed Judge George Aldrich and Dean James Paul. Between 2003 and 2008, the EECC found against both countries on claims of looting and burning property in areas each captured during the fighting and of abuse of civilians and prisoners of war, but dismissed a number of claims, including Ethiopia's charge that Eritrea had illegally seized property in the port of Assab that belonged to Ethiopia. However, The Commission's most important finding was against Eritrea for the unjustifiable use of force in seizing control of Badme on May 12, 1998 that sparked the conflict, dismissing Eritrea's claims that it had acted in self-defense. On August 16, 2009, the EECC issued its final determination of liability, awarding Ethiopia $174 million and Eritrea $161.4 million. Eritrea immediately accepted the outcome, despite the finding of culpability for the conflict and the $10 million balance in Ethiopia's favor. Ethiopia criticized the figures, arguing that it deserved more, but eventually accepted the ruling. However, this had no discernible impact on the unresolved border issue, and a decade later, the funds had yet to be paid by either party. Eritrea, Ethiopia War, 1998–2000. See Border War, 1998–2000. Eritrean Defense Forces, EDF. See Armed Forces. Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. The Eritrean Democratic Alliance was the third version of a coalition opposed to Eritrea's ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, that began with 10 organizations in the Alliance of Eritrean National Forces in March 1999, it grew to 13 by 2002 when it was renamed the Eritrean National Alliance, ENA. At a January 2005 conference in Addis Ababa, this grouping was expanded again and transformed into the EDA. Among the holdovers from the ENA were Haruitidla's Eritrean Cooperative Party, Abdullah Idris's Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, the ELF, National Congress, ELF-NC, led by former ELF chair Ahmed Nasser, the Eritrean People's Democratic Front, EPDF, a SIGAM faction led by Tewolde Gebreselassie, the Eritrean Revolutionary Democratic Front, ERDF, a descendant of the Falul group that split off from the ELF in the late 1970s to form the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrea, which enjoyed Ethiopian patronage and whose leader, Birhane Yemene, had once fought in the Tigray People's Liberation Front, the Eritrean Democratic Resistance Movement, a Gash Seti group, fighting for local rights that later merged with the Eritrean People's Party, EP, the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrean Kunama, MLEC, and the Red Sea Afar Democratic Organization, ARSADU, both of which were also minority rights formations, the Eritrean Islamic Party for Justice and Development, known as Alkalas, and three tiny ELF spin-offs: the ELF, National Unity Organization, the Eritrean National Democratic Front, and the Eritrean People's Congress. New EDA members in 2005 included the Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, ELF-RC, then led by Sium Agba Michael, the Eritrean Federal Democratic Movement, EFDM, composed mainly of Bilan Muslims and advocating minority rights, the Eritrean People's Movement, EPM, headed by former Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, military commander Adhanom Gebremeryam, and the Eritrean Democratic Party, EDP, led by former EPLF commander Mesfin Hagos. The inclusion of the last two marked the first such political relationship between branches of the EPLF and ELF since the Liberation War. A year later, they were joined by another new formation, the Eritrean Nada Party, a Jeopardy rights movement led by Nur Mohammad Idris. Soon after it was launched, the EDA adopted a charter that, among other things, assigned weighted votes to its members based upon size and set up a permanent leadership structure with the ERDF's Birhane Hanjma Yemeni as its first chair. 2 years later, however, the alliance was paralyzed by an ELF demand that its vice chair, Hussein Khalifa, take over as EDA chair. In the ensuing dispute, two blocs formed. The first was composed of the secular nationalist forces of ELF-RC, EDP, and the newly consolidated Eritrean National Salvation Front, ENSF, which brought together the ELF-NC, the ERDF, and the EPM, without Adhanom Gebremeryam, who broke off with a minority faction during the merger. Bloc 2 included those identified with ethnic or religious constituencies, such as the ELF, the EFDM, MLEC, the ARSADU, the EPDF, Alkalas, and the newly admitted Eritrean Islamic Salvation Movement, formerly the Eritrean Islamic Jihad Movement, known as ISLA. The NADA party declined to align with either faction and voluntarily suspended its EDA membership until the others reached an accommodation. In 2008, the two blocs reached agreement on Hussein Khalifa as EDA chair and expanded the alliance to include Adhanim's breakaway EPM faction as well as the small Eritrean Islamic Congress, led by Hassan Salman, but by then many of the alliance's members were engaged in realignments and merger talks as 2009 became a year for organizational consolidation among them. By the end of that year, this resulted in the merger of three secular nationalist forces, the EP, the EDP, and the EPM, into the Eritrean People's Democratic Party, EPDP, a coalition of the ELF, the EFDM, and the two Islamist groups, Alkalas and Islah, as the Eritrean Solidarity Front, dedicated to what it termed the restoration of Muslim rights, and an alliance among the ethnic minority organizations, MLEC and ARSADU, called the Democratic Front of Eritrean Nationalities. This left a miscellaneous assortment of others yet to commit to one or another of the emerging political hubs, including the ENSF, which brought together several factions drawn from the Saho nationality in a single entity. For all the intensity of its internal struggles, however, the EDA did very little as an organization beyond providing a political umbrella for those groups determined to oust the PFDJ government from power, failing even to agree on a strategy for doing so or a program to follow in the event they were successful. In 2008, the opposition website awate.com called it a dysfunctional parliament in exile. Early in 2010, the EDA, by then numbering 13 members, announced it would work with civil society organizations to organize a national conference later that year to plot Eritrea's future and the post-PFDJ transition. A planning conference in Addis Ababa in July 2010 drew more than 350 delegates from EDA member organizations, non-EDA parties, and diaspora civil society groups to begin the process of crafting a transition program under the direction of a National Commission for Democratic Change, NCDC. The NCDC held a conference in Hawassa, Ethiopia, in 2011 at which the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, Inc., was launched. 4 years later, EDA leader Jemal Saleh, who also chaired the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Eritrea, was invited to the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front's party conference in Mekele in 2015 as an observer, but the EDA itself was by then largely subsumed by Inc., which was already so racked by infighting and dissension that it was unable to convene its own organizational conference. The EPDP withdrew from EDA and the NCDC in 2011 over what it termed irreconcilable differences, after which the EDA recognized and accepted for membership an EPDP splinter group led by Tesfaye Sihatu. A year later, the Eritrean Islamic Party for Justice and Development withdrew from the leadership, though not from the alliance itself, over the lack of clarity in relations between the alliance and the National Council for Democratic Change, NCDC. When the EDA Legislative Council met in 2013, it ratified the suspension of the Kunama organization, MLEC, which had been cut the previous year over its leader's inflammatory statements about the opposition website, awate.com. In 2014, it dropped the two feuding factions of the ENSF. By this time, the EDA's activities had declined to the extent that they involved little more than poorly attended meetings. When Ethiopia and Eritrea declared an end to their conflict in 2018, all EDA member organizations were ordered to disarm, and the EDA was told to end overt oppositional activities. See also political parties. Eritrean Democratic Front. See Independence Bloc, 1949 to 1950. Eritrean Democratic Movement, EDM. See Falul, Anarchist, Haryuitid Liberu, ca 1940. Eritrean Democratic Party, EDP. Initially called the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, Democratic Party, EPLFDP, when it was founded in March 2002 by such former EPLF leaders as Adhanom Ghebremeryam, Asfa Teskist, Barakit Habtselassie, Hibret Birhi, Mesfin Hagos, and Tesfaye Germasayan, the EDP attracted many disenchanted former EPLF members who broke with the government of Eritrea after the political crackdown of 2001, in which the group of 15 reformists were jailed and the independent press forcefully shut down. The name change occurred at a 2004 conference in Tübingen, Germany, when a faction led by Adhanom Ghebremeryam left to form a rival organization, the Eritrean People's Movement, EPM, over issues that included relations with Ethiopia and whether to consider negotiations with the Isaias Afwerki government. In May 2004, EDP signed cooperation agreements with two former Eritrean Liberation Front factions and announced a merger with the Movement for Democratic Change, led by former University of Asmara student activist Semira Kezet. However, continuing internal disputes led to a string of defections in 2006, 2007, and 2008, as well as the formation of several splinter groups claiming the EPLF legacy. In spring 2009, EDP chair Mesfin Hagos resigned his leadership position, though he remained in the EDP, which completed its merger with both the Eritrean People's Party, the successor to the Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, and the EPM at the end of the year. In 2011, a faction of EPDP led at first by Adhanom Ghebremeryam broke away and took back the name EDP. After Adhanom resigned his post for health reasons, he was replaced by Tesfaye Birinji Sebatu, then based in Stockholm. See also political parties. Eritrean Democratic Resistance Movement, EDRM. See Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. Eritrean Federal Democratic Movement, EFDM. A small opposition movement led by Bashir Ishak, the Eritrean Federal Democratic Movement is based primarily among Bilans in the Karen area. The EFDM favors a decentralized government composed of distinct cantons representing Eritrea's highland plateau, its western lowlands, and the coastal lowlands. This would strengthen cultural minorities and curb the power of Tigrinya-speaking Christian Kibis who have dominated Eritrea's political arena and its economy for decades. The EFDM tended to ally with other regionally based minorities within the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, and representatives of the organization participated in the conferences and seminars that led to the creation of the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change in 2010 and 2011. However, the leadership split in 2014 over issues related to its decision to take up arms to oppose the government in Asmara, and the organization went into decline. Eritrean Forum for National Dialogue, FND. The Forum for National Dialogue, commonly called Midrek, was founded in 2014 by Andebran Welda Georges, Dr. Asafat Akest, Mohsen Genjeb, and other former leaders of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front and its successor, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, who had gone into exile during or after the post-border war crackdown on dissent in Eritrea. The group's stated objective was to bring unity among the numerous feuding Eritrean opposition organizations based outside the country through the adoption of a common program of action aimed at replacing the government in Asmara with a more democratic and accountable one through peaceful, nonviolent means. The organizers convened a seminar in Nairobi, Kenya, in October 2015 to draft an agreement on common principles and positions, but they were unable to pull together a follow-up conference due to the deep and continuing differences among potential participants. Eritrean Global Solidarity, EGS. A worldwide alliance of civil society organizations, EGS was founded in December 2007 out of a campaign called the Eritrean Global Anti-Tyranny Network to mobilize diaspora-based groups to promote human rights and democracy in Eritrea. Chaired by Sium Tesfaye, the coalition convened forums and conferences and conducted public demonstrations and campaigns. Its members included the websites awate.com and asmarino.com as well as a dozen non-governmental organizations in North America, Europe, and Africa. In March 2018, it merged with another civil society grouping, Eritreans for Facilitating National Dialogue, to form the Eritrean Global Solidarity for National Dialogue. The organization's self-defined purpose was to create awareness and promote justice, democracy, and human rights in Eritrea by strengthening civil society and acting as a human rights lobby. Eritrean Islamic Congress, EIC. A member of the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, since 2007, the EIC arose from a split in the Eritrean Islamic Islam movement, formerly the Eritrean Islamic Jihad movement EIJM, registered with the EDA under the name of its political wing, the Eritrean People's Congress, led by former EIJM Deputy Chair Hassan Salman, who called for a pluralistic state that accommodates the rights and aspirations of both Muslims and Christians and dialogue with the Isaias Afwerki regime. The EIC participated in the 2010 National Conference for Democratic Change in Addis Ababa and the National Commission for Democratic Change that emerged from it, and the 2011 National Congress held in Hawassa. That year Hassan Salman, who had recently been replaced as EIC leader, was detained in Saudi Arabia while on a pilgrimage. See also Islamist movements, political parties. Eritrean Islamic Islam movement. See Eritrean Islamic Reform Movement, ISLA. Eritrean Islamic Jihad Movement, EIJM. The EIJM, known as Jihad, was formed in the early 1980s in Gedaref, Sudan, with Saudi support. It functioned under that name for nearly 20 years, enduring bitter factional splits, until it was reorganized as the Eritrean Islamic Reform Movement, ISLA. It initially knit together a number of newly established Islamist groups developing among the refugee population there, including some whose origins trace to an Islamist tendency within the former Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, which broke up into numerous factions after its 1981 defeat in a civil war with the rival Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. Both Saudi Arabia and Sudan's National Islamic Front, NIF, sought to promote this emerging trend. Among Jihad's top leaders were Mohammad Arafat and Hamid Turki, who had been jailed by the ELF in the late 1970s for participating in the Islamist grouping within the front known as Yamin. Members included Islamist-oriented fighters from various former ELF factions, students from Karen's Betjik Islamic Institute who had attended Medina University in Saudi Arabia, and a small number who had fought as Mujahideen, holy warriors, in Afghanistan in the 1980s. During the armed struggle, Jihad viewed the EPLF and Ethiopia as common enemies, condemning the former for its alliance with the Tigray People's Liberation Front and for conscripting Muslim girls and women into the Liberation Front. In 1989, Jihad launched a guerrilla campaign against the EPLF along the border with western Eritrea, planting landmines and ambushing isolated units. Large-scale fighting occurred in August inside Sudanese territory and again in December 1991 around Sawa and Barka. EPLF attempts to negotiate with Jihad led to a split in the leadership in August 1993, with Hamid Turki forming the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrea, DMLE. The Eritrean government accused the DMLE of using non-Eritrean Mujahideen to carry out an attack on Adharko in Barka in December 1993, an incident that triggered the rupture of diplomatic relations between Eritrea and Sudan. With the Eritrean government accusing the Sudanese NIF of being the main instigator of Jihad's activities, the two states experienced heightened tensions for much of that decade. However, though the EIJM appeared to have little overt backing among Eritrean Muslims inside the country, its members' ability to move freely indicated a significant degree of passive support or acceptance, and attacks on isolated vehicles continued in western Eritrean and Sinhit through the 1990s and into the 2000s. In 2003, 5 years after another split that produced the Eritrean Islamic Salvation Movement, Jihad changed its name to ISLA. It has been represented in the opposition Eritrean Democratic Alliance through its political wing, the Eritrean People's Congress. See also Eritrean Islamic Salvation Movement, EISM. Eritrean Islamic Party for Justice and Development, EPJAD, or Alkalas, Eritrean Islamic Party for Justice and Development. Alkalas, as the party is generally known, grew out of the Eritrean Islamic Salvation Movement, itself a product of a split within the Eritrean Islamic Jihad movement, or Jihad, in 1998. It took on the new name at a 2004 conference at which it established a 50-member leadership council, Shura, with a mandate for women to make up at least 10% of its membership. It was a founding member of the Alliance of Eritrean National Forces in 1999 and its successor, the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, where it was represented by its former leader, Khalil Mohammed Amer. In 2009, as the EDA underwent a period of consolidation among many of its members, Alkalas joined with three other movements whose social base was primarily in the Western Lowlands to form the Eritrean Solidarity Front, ESF. The ESF advocated increased recognition of Muslim rights within the EDA and the wider Eritrean political arena and was intended to facilitate a merger among the disparate Islamic opposition organizations but did not succeed in doing so. The EPJAD participated as a single party in the 2010 National Conference for Democratic Change in Addis Ababa and the 2011 National Congress in Hawassa. See also Islamist movements, political parties. Eritrean Islamic Reform Movement, ISLA. Formerly known as the Eritrean Islamic Jihad Movement, EIJM or Jihad, and led by Mohammed Ahmed Saleh, also known as Abu Suhail. ISLA draws its main support from Muslim refugees in Sudan and once advocated the creation of an Islamic Eritrean state founded on Muslim religious law. Like its predecessor, Jihad, it is dedicated to the armed overthrow of the People's Front for Democracy and Justice government, though it, like other Islamist groups, has moderated its political objectives in favor of a reformist agenda built around Muslim rights, including acceptance of Arabic as an official Eritrean language and an end to the government's land seizures in the mostly Muslim Western Lowlands. The EIJM changed its name to the Eritrean Islamic Reform Movement, or ISLA, in 2003 and later joined the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. In 2006, the organization opened an office in Addis Ababa, and in 2009, it joined with three other movements based in the Western Lowlands to form the Eritrean Solidarity Front, ESF. The ESF advocated increased recognition of Muslim rights within the EDA and the wider Eritrean political arena and an eventual merger among the various Islamic opposition organizations, which was not successful. It was represented at the 2010 National Conference for Democratic Change by its political arm, the Eritrean People's Congress, and participated directly in the 2011 National Congress in Hawassa. Though 8 members of its military wing were arrested in Sudan in 2013, it held its 5th organizational congress 2 years later, re-electing Abu Suhail as chair and Abu Harith as general secretary. See also Islamist movements. Eritrean Islamic Salvation Movement, EISM. The product of a 1998 split within the Eritrean Islamic Jihad movement, the EISM dropped its support for the armed overthrow of the Eritrean government at a congress in 2004. It changed its name at the 2004 conference to the Eritrean Islamic Party for Justice and Development, known as Alkalas. See also Islamist movements. Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF, Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces. As its name implies, the ELF-PLF was an amalgam of smaller factions, whose complicated mutations and divisions are one of the more bewildering aspects of recent Eritrean history, although the personality of Osman Salih Sab, the ELF-PLF's founder, gives the organization a certain degree of continuity. The ELF-PLF developed out of the personal and ideological rivalries that were tearing apart the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in 1970. Sab sought to create a new power base for himself in this fluid situation by forming his own external organization, the General Secretariat, Arabic, Amana al-Ama, in January 1970. He first agreed to unite his organization with the former Eritrean Liberation Movement, co-opting veteran nationalists such as Woldeb Woldemariam and Mohammed Sednad. Inside Eritrea he supported several clients, mainly the fighters in the Red Sea coastal districts of ELF Region 3 who depended on him for logistical support and whom he hoped would form his new organization's armed wing. The Red Sea region also was the area in which the reform-minded tripartite unity forces had developed, and so SAB was tied to the cause of reform, more by chance than by design. As the ELF disintegrated at the end of the 1960s, SAB aided other dissident groups that were opposed to the old leadership of Regions 1 and 2, including elements of the conservative Muslim ABL faction, the Marya group led by Abu Tayyara, and Christian dissidents, including Mesfin Hagos, who were fleeing persecution by Muslim military leaders. In early 1970, SAB brought 300 of these fighters from Sudan to Aden, and then to the Denkal coast, where they were joined by several hundred more fighters from the Masua area led by Mohammed Ali Omro and Romedan Mohammed Nur. In June 1970, they all met with SAB at Sudoha Isla in southern Denkal and formed the People's Liberation Forces, PLF, whose external representation would be SAB's General Secretariat. But disagreements between the more conservative Abai Aoun and Marya, on the one hand, and the Red Sea Muslims, on the other, led the former to withdraw northward to Sahel in 1971. In December, after the ELF's first National Congress, the Abai Aoun decided to form their own organization, the Eritrean Liberation Forces. The small Kebessa contingent in the PLF, led by Mesfin Hagos, also withdrew northward and joined the Kebessa fighters who had gathered at Ala in March 1970. Osman Sab had contacted the Ala group, sometimes termed PLF2, and supplied them with some arms, but they had refused to fold themselves into the PLF. At the end of June 1971, the PLF, which had moved into North Denkal, met with the Ala group at Mbahara, and the two agreed to cooperate but rejected formal links with SAB, whom the reformists, led by Isaias Afwerki and Romedan, did not trust. The PLF elected a new leadership, replacing Ali Omro with Romedan, and in August, the Ala group, calling itself Selfie Natsinet, Party of Independence, elected its own leaders, including Isaias, Mesfin, and Twildiab. They then published a statement of principles drafted mainly by Isaias titled Nenan Ilamanan, We and Our Objectives, in which they attacked the sectarianism of both the ELF leadership and the ABL group. These moves laid the foundation for the merger of the two main breakaway groups PLF1 and PLF2, ALA, in 1972 to 1973, see Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, Tigrinya, Hezbollah Gunbar Harnat Ertra. Neither the PLF nor the ALA group attended the ELF's National Congress. Instead, in January 1972 they sent representatives to meet with SAB and the ABL leaders in Beirut, where an alliance of the three was formed out of the Eritrean Liberation Forces, ABL, the People's Liberation Forces represented by Romedan and Ali Said Abdallah, and the ALA group represented by Isaias and Mesfin, which SAB termed the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, or ELF-PLF, though those in the field never adopted this name. The new formation was to be a united front in which each organization maintained its separate structure, while SAB agreed to represent them diplomatically and supply them with arms, and while those involved in the secret Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party moved to consolidate their vanguard position within the emerging coalition. SAB's announcement of the new organization prompted the ELF's decision to liquidate them in February, sparking the first of two civil wars, in which those identified with the ELF-PLF held out in the mountains of Sahel, forming a joint military command in October 1972. This broke down after the PLF groups consolidated their alliance in September 1973, prompting the conservative ABL and Abu Tayyara groups to separate, after which the latter were defeated and some of their remnants were forced to rejoin the reformists' PLF. By 1974, the radicals of the Proto-EPLF, starting to call themselves the Eritrean People's Liberation Forces, were in full control of the ELF-PLF field forces, and a break with SAB's external wing developed as the field leadership attempted to take charge over external relations and supplies. Sab struggled to maintain his position by supporting a small field force of conservative-minded ex-Sabaiyun led by Adam Saleh, Osman Ajib, and Abu Tayyara's group, and when the ELF offered to open negotiations toward a merger with the ELF-PLF, Sab welcomed the chance to assure his position. In September 1975, Sab and the ELF negotiated a merger in Sudan, but without the participation of the EPLF field leadership, which rejected the agreement on November 12 and, in March 1976, repudiated Sab and his foreign office completely. This ended the first ELF-PLF, but Sab held onto the name, altering it to Eritrean Liberation Front, People's Liberation Forces, but retaining the original acronym, and appended it to his small force of ex-Sabaiyun and other fighters, numbering 250, whom he attempted to develop as a third force to regain his own political legitimacy. He then opened fresh negotiations with the ELF, which allowed his token force to operate from its Sahel base area. In March 1977, a unity agreement was concluded between these two fronts, only to be repudiated in 1978 when the ELF turned its attention to unity with the EPLF and drove the ELF-PLF into Sudan, not allowing its members to return due to EPLF objections. At this point, the ELF-PLF became entirely marginalized in Eritrea's complex political arena, although it retained the financial backing of conservative Arab governments into the 1980s, even as it split further. In 1979, Ba'athist agents from Iraq won over Osman Ajib and most of the executive committee, including Abu Tayyara and Adam Saleh, who left Sab and formed the ELF-PLF, Revolutionary Council, RC, in March of that year. In September, Abu Tayyara returned to Sab, and on November 15, 1980, Ajib was assassinated in Khartoum. The rest of the ELF-PLF, RC, representing almost all the former field forces, held a congress in September 1983 and elected Abdelkader Jilani, another Abaiyun, as chair. Sab continued to control the external offices of the ELF-PLF and attempted to arbitrate the reunification of all ELF factions in 1981 to 1983, leading to the participation of both ELF-PLF groups in the creation of a united organization, UO, in January 1984. Sab's struggles with Abdullah Idris and others doomed the UO, however. The two ELF-PLF factions survived as separate organizations through 1991, although Sab's organization shrank dramatically after his death in 1987, and Abdelkader Jilani's faction lost most of its support after Iraq's defeat in the Gulf War. Neither organization exists today. Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. Popularly known as Jabha, Arabic, the Front, the ELF initiated the armed struggle for Eritrean independence in 1961 and was the sole armed challenger to Ethiopian rule until 1970, when it divided into competing movements, the main element of which retained the ELF name and organization and continued to fight inside Eritrea until 1981. Paradoxically, its greatest strength, its regional, ethnic, and religious diversity, was also its greatest weakness, as it was plagued by a lack of internal discipline. This allowed sectarian, ethnic, and regional conflicts latent in Eritrean society to emerge within the organization, where they were manipulated for personal gain by leading figures, hindering the development of a coherent, unified military strategy and efforts at popular mobilization. Despite its political and military failures, however, the ELF was a catalytic force in creating the modern nation of Eritrea, and most of the leading figures of the nationalist movement, including much of the leadership of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, served in the ELF at one time. Furthermore, its demographic diversity and weak internal structure made possible a rough and ready democratic content, allowing it to be an early testing ground for various ideological and organizational approaches to building an effective nationalist movement. The ELF was founded in Cairo on July 10, 1960 by Idris Mohammed Adam, Idris Osman Galadouas, Taha Mohammed Nur, Said Hussein, Mohammed Saleh Hamd, and a few others. The founders, all Muslims, were committed to initiating an armed struggle for Eritrea's liberation and were opposed to the slower-paced program of the already extant Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, which included many Christian Highlanders for tactical, ideological, and personal reasons. The Cairo-based leadership initially relied on the Beni Amr religious leader, Sayyidina Muhammad ibn Mustafa, to create a network within Eritrea that was specifically opposed to the ELM. In late 1960, Sayyidina Muhammad laid the groundwork for the ELF and, in July 1961, urged Hamid Idris Awa to take up arms against Ethiopian rule. ELF organizers also recruited Eritrean members of the Sudan Defense Force, who joined Hamid Idris's unit beginning in late 1961. By 1962, a core group of about 25 armed men was in the field. The ELF's founders concentrated on developing external support, including arms and training. When Osman Salih Sab joined the front in late 1961, his contacts with Arab states and Somalia facilitated this task. External arms supplies began moving through Sudan in 1963, and the first 30 ELF trainees went to Syria. ELF armed actions began with attacks on police stations in Barka, Gash Seti, and Sinhit, expanded to the coastal areas in 1963, and spread into Sirte and Akele Goze in 1964 when the first Christian recruits began to join. The ELF's army grew from 4 platoons in 1963 to 7 in 1964, with successive reorganizations taking place at annual military conferences held at Kur, in Barka. By 1965, the front had around 1,000 fighters organized in small units and supported logistically from Kassala. The ELF's early organization was ill-defined. The original leaders elected a president, Idris Mohammed Adam, and secretary, Idris Galiduas, in 1962. These two, plus Osman Sab and a few others, formed a self-appointed Supreme Council, which directed affairs from Cairo. In May 1965, they met with field commanders in Khartoum and established a revolutionary command, Arabic, Qiyada as-Sariya, based in Kassala to coordinate external and internal relations, but in practice, the authority of this command was bypassed by the 3 key Supreme Council leaders. Of more lasting importance was the division of military operations into 4 zonal commands in 1965, which reinforced the ethnic and regional divisions developing in the organization. These divisions increased in 1966 to 1967 when large numbers of students and Highland Christians began to join, bringing with them socialist and secular ideas that were foreign to the early fighters, most of whom lacked formal education. The Christian influx led to the formation of a separate 5th zone in the Highlands in late 1966. However, a combination of internal conflicts and the first major Ethiopian military campaigns led to the defection of the Christian leadership under Wolde Kasai and the massacre of several groups of Christian recruits by Muslim fighters in summer 1967, after a small group of new recruits including future EPLF political chief Haile Wolde Tensai turned themselves into the Ethiopian consulate in Kassala and asked for amnesty. Haile Selassie's divide and rule tactics also pitted Christian peasants against the ELF in western Sirte and Gash Seti, where 50 farmers were massacred by Muslim fighters in September 1967, provoking further ethnic tensions. Following these incidents and the front's military failures, concerned fighters from both religions and all 5 zonal commands came together to form the Islah Reform movement, which criticized both the external leadership and the zonal system. In June 1968, the reformists forced the leadership to hold a meeting at Eritrea to discuss reorganizing the front, but the old leadership blocked reform. In September, Islah leaders met in the Ansaba Valley and formed the tripartite unity forces from the old zones 3 to 5, who maintained logistical links to Osman Sab. The leadership of Zone 1, tied to Idris Adam, was opposed to the new movement, and Zone 2 had been decimated by Omar Azaz's disastrous attack on Hal Hal in August. Thus, despite its growing numerical strength, the ELF was being torn to pieces by internal crisis, provoked largely by the absence of an overarching organizational structure and the gulf between the self-appointed external leadership and the military units in the field. An attempt was made to resolve the crisis at Adabaha in August 1969 by replacing the zonal system with a 3-region system that simply reinforced the division between the tripartite unity forces, Region 3, and the other two old zones, now Regions 1 and 2. The Revolutionary Command was replaced by a Provisional General Command, THIRD-WORLDISM, and preparations were made for a national congress. However, the competing ethnic and personal factions made reconciliation unreachable, as the ABEL group split from Region 1, and the Red Sea coastal leadership made common cause with the Christians in Region 3, spurred on by the support of Osman Sab. Within the remaining THIRD-WORLDISM, a radical Marxist underground movement, the Labour Party, emerged to challenge the authority of the old leadership. Massacres of Christian recruits in 1969 to 1970 and the execution of two prominent Christians in the ELF leadership, Woldegade and Kedain Kiflu, provoked the withdrawal in 1971 of a group of Christian fighters to Allah under the leadership of Abraham Twild and Isaias Afwerki. This faction was joined by Red Sea coastal forces and dissidents supported by Osman Sab, as well as part of the ABEL faction, who together formed the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF. Eventually, these factions, led by Romedan Mohammed Nur and Isaias, would form the EPLF. The majority of the ELF fighters remained loyal to the old organization, which in 1970 began forming urban guerrilla cells of Fedayeen and stepped up its military activities in central Eritrea. By 1971, the ELF had brought the war to the attention of the Ethiopian public and the international community, but the organization itself was in crisis. In February-March 1971, the ELF's new leadership convened 300 fighters for a military conference codenamed the Awat Conference after the man who fired the first shots of the armed struggle, Hamid Awat, that set the stage for the front's first formal congress. The Congress was held at ARR from October 14 to November 12, during which the leadership was confirmed by election and a new program adopted. This was also the meeting at which the ELF declared war on the breakaway factions that would eventually form the EPLF, though it initially exempted Isaias's PLF-1. However, the power struggle between the old leadership, led by Idris Mohammed Adam, and the younger Labour Party, led by Azien Yassin, Abdullah Idris, Ibrahim Idris Todil, and Haryuitidla Barrow, resulted in a power-sharing agreement in which two executive bodies were created, a Revolutionary Council, RC, and an Executive Committee. The RC was intended to be the senior body, determining overall policy, and in some ways took the place of the defunct Supreme Council. Idris Mohammed Adam was elected chair and Haryuitidla, vice chair. But these leaders remained outside Eritrea most of the time, and real authority devolved to the Executive Committee, dominated by the Labour Party. Abdullah Idris, head of the powerful Military Committee, soon emerged as the leading figure in the field, and his reorganization of the ELF military structure into 12 battalion strength sectors greatly increased the effectiveness of the ELF's army, which in 1972 numbered 2,000 fighters. In February 1972, the new leadership began the first of two civil wars by attacking the newly formed ELF-PLF. However, despite the ELF's great superiority in numbers, the breakaway groups consolidated themselves as the EPLF by 1974 and began to challenge the ELF in central Eritrea. The ELF's failure to destroy the early EPLF was due in part to the weakness of its military and political discipline, particularly in relation to Eritrean civilians, who were subjected to frequent taxes and requisitions by local commanders. Nonetheless, when the September 1974 Ethiopian Revolution opened the way for the liberation of most of Eritrea, the ELF was still the dominant nationalist organization with 5,000 fighters. In October 1974, following clashes with the EPLF around Zagar, popular pressure forced the two competing fronts to negotiate a ceasefire. Thereafter, both fronts rapidly integrated new Kabesa recruits, with the ELF drawing 10,000 from the highland areas it controlled in Sirte and western Hamasien. The new recruits changed the cultural and regional composition of the front, and a large power struggle ensued, pitting the younger, largely Christian recruits against the largely Muslim older fighters. A key issue in this power struggle was the reunification for the nationalist movement, with the new recruits largely favoring unity with the increasingly powerful EPLF and the older leaders generally favoring alliance with Osman Sab's mostly Muslim ELF PLF. In May 1975, the ELF's Second National Congress was held, during which Muslim veterans succeeded in restricting the participation of new Christian recruits, even as the Labour Party ousted the remnants of the traditionalist leadership, replacing Idris Mohammed Adam with Ahmed Nasser as chair and installing Ibrahim Todil as vice chair. The Labour Party leadership attempted to hold the middle ground of the diverse ELF membership, but it faced increasing challenges from militants on its left, mainly Highlanders, and Muslim traditionalists on its right. Immediately after his election, Ahmed Nasser opened negotiations with Osman Sab, who claimed to represent all the ELF PLF and Proto-EPLF forces. In August, September, a unity agreement was reached in Khartoum, but it was repudiated in November by the EPLF field leadership, and in 1976, over EPLF objections, the ELF allowed Sab's group to join it in the field. Ahmed Nasser, pressured by the younger Christian elements, held further negotiations with the EPLF, in which the ELF argued for a national democratic front to be formed in which all nationalist organizations would be fully merged, while the EPLF called for a looser united front within which it could pursue its own agenda. Even as the negotiations proceeded, the two fronts stepped up their war effort, liberating Eritrea's main towns during 1976 to 1977. The ELF captured a string of towns in the western lowlands and Syria while the EPLF took key towns in the northern slopes and the highlands. For the first time, the ELF began to be eclipsed by the EPLF, which by 1978 had more fighters than the ELF, as a growing number bolted from the latter to form splinter groups or become refugees. The shift in fortunes coincided with internal challenges to the new ELF leadership from both left and right. The leftist challenge came from the Christian dissidents of Falul, culminating in a purge of their leaders and the defection of many of their members to the EPLF in summer 1977. The challenge from the right came from the new force of Islamism represented by Idris Mohammed Adam's son, Ibrahim, who was imprisoned in 1978, as Ahmed Nasser attempted to balance the ELF coalition by punishing both dissident groups. On October 20, 1977, as the ELF's position weakened vis-a-vis the EPLF, a unity agreement was finally negotiated that called for merger in principle but retained the two fronts separate organizations. By then, an ELF government controlled most of western Eritrea from Agordat, with a transportation network that ran through Mekerke to the battle lines around Asmara. In April 1978, a joint leadership was formed with the EPLF, and in May, a coordinated attempt was made to take Barentu. However, it failed in the face of the Derg's counteroffensive, which struck the ELF first. In May, the ELF foiled Ethiopian attacks around Himberti and Adi Tekle, but in June, July, the Ethiopians mounted a huge offensive from Tigray into the border region, where the ELF had operated successfully since 1975. By August, the ELF had been driven out of the urban centers in the western lowlands and Syria. Some fighters took refuge in Sudan, while others regrouped in the Barka countryside or joined the EPLF in its defense of Nakfa. By 1980, the ELF's field presence was sharply reduced, though its external leadership continued to receive the majority of Arab assistance and projected an image of itself as the senior Eritrean nationalist organization. The EPLF accused the ELF's leadership of opening negotiations with the Derg through the Soviet Union and its Arab allies in 1980, in which terms for a separate peace were discussed, though ELF leaders claimed the story was an example of Ethiopian disinformation designed to provoke conflict between the two nationalist rivals. Meanwhile, friction grew between ELF units and EPLF forces as the ELF leadership feared its fighters would be swallowed by the larger front. On July 7, 1980, the ELF ordered its units to withdraw from the joint defenses of northeastern Sahel, leading directly to the Second Civil War in August. By November, most ELF forces had been driven over the border into Sudan, where they were disarmed and interned by the Sudanese authorities, although fighting continued through September 1981. The remnants of the ELF entering Sudan totaled 7,000 fighters, 3,000 dependents, 150 vehicles, and 15,000 weapons, including artillery. In Sudan, the ELF split into competing factions, and the organization as a unified, military front ceased to exist. Most of the ELF factions adopted similar names and later engaged in a bewildering maze of mergers and internecine power struggles. In Sudan, ELF members hoped to organize a Third National Congress to elect new leaders and resolve their internal divisions, followed by their return to Eritrea. But fundamental ideological conflicts, as well as personal rivalries, prevented this. The first conflict concerned the secular versus Islamist orientation within the organization, while the second was over the ELF's reunification with both Osman Salih Sab's small, politically eclectic ELF-PLF and the larger, more highly centralized leftist EPLF. Conflict erupted in November 1981 when the RC leadership expelled Abdullah Idris, who then organized a violent coup against Ahmed Nasser and his secular colleagues in March 1982 at a meeting in Rasai, after which Abdullah claimed leadership of the Liberation Front. His faction, which he called simply ELF, represented an increasingly sectarian Muslim element that received substantial support from Saudi Arabia and was courted by the two factions of the ELF-PLF. Meanwhile, the secular wing of the ELF coalesced into the THIRD-WORLDISM, General Trend, faction led by Ahmed Nasser and Hab Tesfa Mariam. In 1982 to 1983, repeated attempts to merge the two factions failed. At the same time, another group of ELF fighters who wanted to return to Eritrea to continue the armed struggle alongside the EPLF formed what they called the SIGIM faction. This group returned to the field in 1983, eventually merging with the EPLF in 1987, though a section of it split off and instead made an alliance with the Eritrean Democratic Movement, EDM, originally founded by Hairui Tidlaberu in 1977. In November 1983, Saudi Arabia and Sudan succeeded in bringing together SAB's ELF-PLF and THIRD-WORLDISM, which began calling itself ELF, Revolutionary Command, ELF-RC, to distinguish itself from Abdullah's group. Disputes over the conservative, sectarian ideology of SAB and others led the former Labour Party leaders Ahmed Nasser, Ibrahim Mohammed Ali, and Hab Tesfa Mariam to leave the negotiations, taking most of the THIRD faction with them into the ELF-RC, which sought an accommodation with the EPLF at the end of the Independence War in 1991 that would permit it to return to Eritrea as an unarmed but autonomous political organization, but the EPLF refused. After Sudan closed the offices of all the Eritrean organizations and expelled them in June 1991, some individuals returned to Eritrea to work with the EPLF-controlled Provisional Government of Eritrea, which allowed them to come back if they renounced their allegiance to the ELF. However, most remained outside, apart from some of the older ELF founders and former leaders, including Idris Galidouas and his followers in the ELF, United Organization. By 1995, the main ELF factions that maintained their political organizations, apart from those associated with the Islamist movement, were the ELF of Abdullah Idris, the secular EDM and SIGIM Katsel operating in Ethiopia, and the ELF-RC, all of which joined the opposition alliance of Eritrean National Forces and its successors, the Eritrean National Alliance and the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. When Abdullah Idris's health began to fail in 2003, he withdrew from an active role in the ELF, and his deputy, Hussein Khalifa, took over. Hussein also served intermittently as the chair of the EDA after 2005. The ELF-RC went on to transform itself into a civilian political organization in 2008, the Eritrean People's Party, which in 2010 merged with two offshoots of the EPLF, the Eritrean Democratic Party and the Eritrean People's Movement, to form the Eritrean People's Democratic Party. For its part, the ELF participated in the 2010 and 2011 conferences in Ethiopia that yielded the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change and was represented on its executive committee. Hussein Khalifa was confirmed as the ELF's chairperson at the Front's 8th and 9th Congresses in 2011 and 2014. Meanwhile, In 2012, he was elected chair of the EDA's executive committee, though by this time it was a largely ceremonial position as the organization was mired in factionalism. Eritrean Liberation Front, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF, Eritrean Liberation Front, People's Liberation Forces. See Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF. Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, ELF-RC. See Eritrean People's Party. Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM. The first national liberation organization and an early proponent of secular, egalitarian nationalism, the ELM, Arabic, Harakat Tahrir Eritrea, Tigrinya, Minkazikas Haranat Eritrea, succumbed to Ethiopian repression and attacks from the rival Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in the early 1960s. It was founded in November 1958 by Mohammed Said Nod, Saleh Ahmed II, and other Eritrean workers in Port Sudan. Mohammed Nod, its leading figure, had been a member of the Sudanese Communist Party, SCP, since 1951 and had considered developing an underground Eritrean organization on the communist cell model from 1956. When he approached Ibrahim Sultan Ali with the idea in 1957, however, the veteran nationalist was hostile. In 1958, the SCP also rejected his proposal for them to sponsor an armed Eritrean Liberation Front. Faced with these responses, Nod and 6 other Eritrean Muslims discussed forming their own organization beginning in April 1958. By the following November, they had adopted a constitution and an outline of principles and were actively recruiting underground members. The ELM focused on building national unity among Eritreans around the objective of establishing a secular, democratic government. But the basic building blocks were to be secret 7-member cells, and the strategy, decided in June 1959, was to first build a countrywide network, particularly within the Eritrean government and police, before launching an armed uprising against Ethiopian rule led by a police coup. In 1959, ELM activists traveled to Agordat, Asmara, Asab, and Karen to organize cells. Meanwhile, Nod contacted Eritrean Christians in Port Sudan and had the constitution translated into Tigrinya. In December 1959, he met with a visiting Asmara football club to recruit its Christian players, led by student activist Tukuii Hadigo and manager Kasai Wadlabi, who became ELM leaders in the highlands. And Tahir Fadab Ibrahim Suleiman went to Cairo to contact student and nationalist leaders there and to publish ELM literature. The students were suspicious of the ELM, however, and Idris Mohammed Adam was already organizing his own ELF. Even Woldemariam was equivocal, although he later agreed to join and represent the ELM in Cairo in 1962. Recruitment was more successful in Eritrea, where cells developed among much of the police and administration, up to the highest levels, and the ELM, sometimes called Mabershwat, Association of 7, due to its cell structure, organized a network of regional councils to coordinate local activities, which were mainly concentrated in urban areas of both the highlands and the lowlands. In September, 40 delegates met in Asmara for the ELM's first Congress. Efforts were also made to recruit Eritreans serving in the Sudan Defense Force, SDF, but in late 1960, the new ELF began its own recruitment campaign in the western lowlands and in the SDF, undermining the ELM by accusing its leaders of being anti-Muslim communists, of being afraid to take up arms, and perhaps of being Ethiopian agents. The ELM had difficulty responding to these accusations because of its secret structure, and by mid-1961, the ELF had succeeded in luring away much of the ELM's support in the West and in the SDF. Meanwhile, Ethiopian authorities initiated a major crackdown during which they came into possession of the ELM's membership list, identifying 65,000 Eritreans with the movement and unleashing a brutal wave of police raids and arrests that destroyed much of the ELM network. In 1962, the ELM suffered further defections to the ELF by nationalists who were frustrated with the ELM's gradualist strategy. Activists in Asmara organized a protest of Eritrea's annexation in January 1963 but were quickly arrested, leading to the breakup of the remaining Highland Cell organizations. By 1965, with the internal network in shambles, the Sudan-based ELM leadership decided to field its own guerrilla force of 50 fighters, who were surrounded and disarmed by the ELF at El Tsata in the eastern lowlands in May 1954. This defeat effectively destroyed the ELM, as many militants, including Saleh Ayi, left to join the ELF, and others, including Woldeb and Wadlabi, attempted to create a unity movement to reunite the nationalist groups. Mohammed Naud kept the core of the ELM alive but was driven out of Sudan by the ELF in 1967, and in 1970, the organization was formally dissolved to enable its members to join Osman Saleh Sab's new Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces. Eritrean Muslim League. See Muslim League. Eritrean Movement for Democracy and Human Rights, EMDR, Eritrean Movement for Democracy and Human Rights. The EMDR was founded in December 2003 by young professionals living in exile in South Africa, most of whom were former University of Asmara graduates sent there for further education under a World Bank funded program that the government of Eritrea cancelled after most of its participants declined to return home. The organization's initial focus was on the promotion of the rule of law and resistance to indefinite national service. It grew to include work on political asylum and refugee issues and support for nonviolent political change in Eritrea. A membership association as well as a non-governmental organization, the EMDR published written materials, produced a radio program broadcast into Eritrea over shortwave and the internet, and organized conferences, workshops, and protest demonstrations in South Africa. It was also one of more than a dozen civic organizations that came together in 2007 to launch Eritrean Global Solidarity. It facilitated a series of online discussion forums on Paul Talk, and it was a co-convener of a 2017 conference in Brussels on Eritrea and the ongoing refugee crisis, whose proceedings were published in 2018 under the title Eritrea, a country under the sway of a dictatorship, desertion, refuge, and asylum. See also Civil Society. Eritrean Movement for Democracy and Justice, EMDJ. An opposition political organization, the Eritrean Movement for Democracy and Justice was formed among refugees living in the camps of Western Tigray and announced with great fanfare at the November 2011 conference of the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change held in Hawassa, Ethiopia. The EMDJ, which claimed to have an armed wing inside Eritrea, had its first congress the following year. However, it suffered from internal problems, including the arrest of one of its leaders by Ethiopian authorities for human trafficking and the defection of another to Asmara, and it quickly faded. Eritrean Nada Party, Nada. Nada, led by Dr. Alnur Mohammed Idris and also known as the Eritrean Renaissance Party, was formed in 2005 in Khartoum, Sudan, to advance the rights of the Tigrinya-speaking Muslim minority known as the Jeberti, whom the Eritrean government did not recognize as a distinct ethnic group or nationality. Nada joined the opposition Eritrean Democratic Alliance in 2006, though it eschewed violence, and managed to remain aloof from the factionalism that pervaded the shaky coalition over the next 2 years, emerging from this period as a small but respected independent political force. In 2010, the Nada Party participated in the National Conference for Democratic Change, convened in Addis Ababa, and 3 of its leaders, including Nur Mohammed Idris, were elected to the Eritrean National Commission for Democratic Change, which was launched there, one of whom sat on its executive committee. A year later, the party participated in the Hawassa Conference, another unsuccessful Ethiopia-backed effort to unify the Eritrean opposition. In 2012, Nada convened its second Congress at which Abdelrahman Tahaner was elected party chair. Eritrean National Alliance, ENA. The ENA was the second iteration of a coalition of fronts and parties opposed to the sitting Eritrean government that was first established in 1999 as the Alliance of Eritrean National Forces, AENF, with 10 member organizations. In October 2002, at a conference in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the AENF was expanded to include 13 organizations, nearly all of which derived from the original Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, but for the first time, the coalition had a permanent leadership, chaired by the head of the ELF faction identified with Abdullah Idris. 3 years later, the ENA was expanded again and renamed the Eritrean Democratic Alliance. See also political parties. Eritrean National Commission for Democratic Change. See Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, Inc. Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, Inc. Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change. The Inc. grew out of an initiative by the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, in 2010 to broaden its coalition by drawing in unarmed opposition groups and diaspora civil society organizations. A planning conference was convened in Addis Ababa in July 2010 with considerable Ethiopian support that drew more than 350 delegates from EDA member organizations, non-EDA parties, and civil society groups to begin the process of crafting a transition program under the direction of what was at first called the National Commission for Democratic Change in Eritrea, NCDC, sometimes abbreviated as INC. A year later, the NCDC held a conference in Hawassa, Ethiopia, at which they launched the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, electing a chairperson, Youssef Birhanu of the Eritrean National Salvation Front ENSF, a speaker, 2 deputies, 2 secretaries, and a 21-member executive committee. 8 EDA organizations were represented on this committee, along with 5 non-EDA parties and 8 civil society groups. 4 years later, one of EDA's leaders, Jemal Saleh, who chaired the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Eritrea, was invited to the party conference of the ruling Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front in Mekele in 2015 as an observer, but the EDA itself was by then largely subsumed into INC, which was so racked by infighting and dissension, much of it arising from the EDA, that it was unable to convene its own organizational conference. The Eritrean People's Democratic Party, EPDP, had withdrawn from EDA in 2011 over what it termed irreconcilable differences and then dropped out of the INC, after which the EDA recognized and accepted an EPDP splinter group for membership. A year later, the Eritrean Islamic Party for Justice and Development withdrew from the EDA leadership, though not from the council, over the lack of clarity in relations between the alliance and the council. When the EDA Legislative Council met in 2013, it formalized the suspension of the Kunama organization, the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrean Kunama, which had been cut by the executive the previous year over inflammatory charges its leader leveled at the opposition website awate.com. In 2014, it dropped 2 feuding wings of the ENSF as the council slipped deeper into factional conflict. When Ethiopia and Eritrea formally declared an end to their conflict in 2018, all Eritrean opposition organizations were ordered to end overt political activities, signaling the end of Ethiopian support for the largely dysfunctional coalition. See also Border War, 1998 to 2000, political parties. Eritrean National Salvation Front, ENSF. The Eritrean National Salvation Front, an opposition grouping within the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, composed of 3 factions from the original liberation movement, 2 descended from the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and 1 from the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, agreed to a loosely structured merger in 2006. The ELF segment included the Eritrean Revolutionary Democratic Front, also known as SAGM, led by Birhane Yemene, and the Eritrean Liberation Front, National Council, a splinter from the Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, led by Dr. Bayani Kidane and including former ELF chair Ahmed Nasser. The EPLF-derived segment was a faction of the Eritrean People's Movement, EPM, whose core had initially broken off from the Eritrean Democratic Party in May 2004 over differences in strategy and relations with Ethiopia and later gathered in several smaller groups and individuals formerly associated with the ELF. When first assembled as a coalition in late 2004, the ENSF included two other EDA factions, the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrean Kunima and the Red CFR Democratic Organization, which dropped out a year later. Though the ENSF's orientation was secular nationalist, its membership was largely drawn from the Saho nationality. Its first leader, Abdella Adam, elected in 2007, was a 30-year veteran of the armed struggle and a former Eritrean ambassador to Sudan who came into the ENSF through the EPM. After 2009, the top post was taken by former ELF chair Ahmed Nasser, but by then, the organization had begun to experience factional conflict and splits. The ENSF participated in both the 2010 meeting in Addis Ababa and the 2011 conference of the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, INC, in Hawassa and was represented on the INC Executive Committee, but Ahmed Nasser had by then stepped down due to health reasons to assume an advisory role. The ENSF, which had claimed to have captured several small border villages, suffered a major split in 2014 with the group most closely identified with the armed faction calling itself ENSF Hydri, Promise, and briefly merging with another small group before slipping into internal strife from which it failed to recover, though it continued to exist up to the 2018 declaration of peace between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Eritrean Orthodox Church. See Orthodox Church, Religion. Eritrean People's Congress, EPC. The political wing of the Eritrean Islamic Reform Movement, EIRM, also known as Islah, and its predecessor, the Eritrean Islamic Jihad Movement, Jihad, EPC is the name under which the Islamist organization registered with the Opposition Alliance of Eritrean National Forces, the Eritrean National Alliance, ENA, and the Eritrean Democratic Alliance. The EPC represented the EIRM at the 2010 National Conference for Democratic Change in Addis Ababa and the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, INC, that emerged from it. One of its delegates was chosen to head the INC's political department. See also Political parties. Eritrean People's Democratic Front, EPDF. See Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. Eritrean People's Democratic Party, EPDP. The EPDP was established in January 2010 when three parties in the opposition Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, announced their merger, the Eritrean People's Party, EP, the Eritrean Democratic Party, and the Eritrean People's Movement, EPM. Wolde Jesus Amr, the former head of the EP and a veteran of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, who joined the armed struggle in the 1960s, was named its chair. The unification of these parties capped a 3-year negotiation process and marked a historic reconciliation between the two main non-sectarian trends within the ELF and its rival, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, that had eluded Eritrean nationalists for decades. A fourth EDA member, the smaller Democratic Resistance Movement of Gash Seti, had folded itself into the EP earlier that year. The new political party went on record as favoring a nonviolent struggle to displace the Isaias Afwerki regime but pointedly reserved the right to flexible self-defense. Among its programmatic goals were reversing the government's land and language policies and restructuring the National Service Program and the armed forces while seeking improved relations with Eritrea's neighbors, including Ethiopia. The EPDP agreed to accept the existing Eritrean flag but initially declined to take a position on the validity of the 1997 constitution, affirming it only at its second Congress while also calling for revisions. Nor did it participate in the July 2010 meeting of opposition parties in Addis Ababa at which the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, INC, was launched, accusing the organizers of being dominated by a single political trend and having a predetermined outcome when they convened the conference. In January 2011, it withdrew from the EDA, which had been the driving force in mobilizing the INC. Meanwhile, the EPM dropped out over political and leadership issues, signaling that the new organization was far from consolidated. That August, the party held its first Congress and adopted a new leadership structure with Hamid Drar heading both a 9-member executive committee and a 31-person central council. Wolde Jesus was elected deputy chair and foreign secretary. But differences soon surfaced over the party's relations with Ethiopia, among other things, and several members of the new leadership resigned at its second Congress in 2015. One of EPDP's most prominent members, popular former EPLF commander and group of 15 dissident Mesfin Hagos, stepped down from a leadership position but remained in the party. ELF, Revolutionary Council veteran Mengistu Basmaram was elected to chair the party. In 2018, the EPDP announced it was embarking on a party renewal campaign as it began preparing for a third Congress. Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, Tigrinya, Hezbollah Gunbar Harnat Ertra, Eritrean People's Liberation Front. Eritrea's strongest nationalist movement after 1978 and the organizational core of the present government, the EPLF won the armed struggle for Eritrean independence by first crushing its rivals and then defeating the Ethiopian army in Eritrea in 1991. Its leaders stressed the importance of secular and egalitarian nationalism, social reform, education, development, centralized decision-making and strict discipline both in winning the independence war and in beginning to rebuild the country. With the hidden guidance of the Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, the EPLF early on developed a unity of purpose and action and a spirit of sacrifice that made its small initial membership extremely effective in most of its activities but generated outside criticism of the organization as authoritarian and undemocratic. Although the EPLF was not officially formed until 1977, its roots lay in the Islah reform movement within the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, during the late 1960s and the factions growing out of it led by Romedan Mohamed Nur, People's Liberation Forces or Pseudo Haila, and Isaias Afwerki, known as Selfie Natsinet Party of Independence or the Allah Group, as well as a third group, known variously as the Eritrean Liberation Forces or ABL Group, that together formed the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF, coalition in 1972. During the first civil war with the ELF, the groups in this alliance cooperated ever more closely, uniting in September 1973 under the name Eritrean People's Liberation Forces, EPLF, Tigrinya, Hezbollah Halata Ertra, usually known as Shabia, or Shabiya, Arabic, Popular or Peoples. The unified EPLF elected a general command to oversee field operations, with Romedan as secretary and Isaias as military commander, both of whom had studied Maoist guerrilla strategy in China and were committed to a Marxist-oriented program of rural social reform and vanguard party leadership. The rise of the PLF as the dominant armed group in the ELF-PLF coalition dismayed Osman Salih Sab, but his arms supplies, brought by sea from Yemen, were crucial in enabling the nearly 500-strong PLF to hold its own against the ELF throughout the 1972-1974 conflict. However, in 1973, as the EPLF was coming together, a personal and ideological conflict broke out within its ranks over the structure of authority that pitted a radical group known as Menka, loosely translated to mean those who move about at night, against the leadership of Isaias, Romedan, Ali Said Abdallah, and Mesfin Hagos. After this challenge was violently suppressed, with some leading dissidents imprisoned and others executed, the EPLF created a central committee to oversee the growing organization via a democratic centralist authority structure that would be tightly controlled by the secret EPRP, which was revived from near dormancy to cope with this political crisis, together with a new internal security apparatus known as Hail Wasaura, Shield of the Revolution. The party directed the front from this point forward, with Isaias holding the top party post while officially remaining the second in command of the front. Despite this internal conflict, the emerging EPLF developed close ties and provided training for the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party, also known as EPRP, during this period. After 1976, such support was extended to the newly formed Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, marking a level of cooperation with Ethiopian opposition groups that would become a key aspect of the EPLF's strategy for defeating the Derg and later for setting independent Eritrea's foreign policy. By mid-1974, the EPLF was firmly based in eastern Sahel and along the Red Sea coast and began to move into the Christian highlands where its social revolutionary political program attracted the support of many young people and peasants. The recruitment of many Christians in 1974 to 1977 in both the EPLF and the ELF dramatically changed the Eritrean independence struggle, rendering ineffective Ethiopia's long-standing effort to win over Eritrean Christians and, in the case of EPLF, producing a numerical majority of Tigrinya speakers. The EPLF's growing success in the field also led to the return of remnants of the Abel group in mid-1974 and contributed to the achievement of a ceasefire with the ELF near the end of that year, which came about in response to pressure from a civilian population grown weary of an internecine conflict that was undermining the independence war at a time when Ethiopia had been thrown into chaos by the overthrow of the emperor. Early in 1975, as the EPLF extended its reach along the Bari escarpment in Hamasien and Akele Goze, joining the ELF with which it was now nominally allied to surround Asmara. Thousands of urban youths joined both fronts, which included hundreds of women, who had been accepted and trained as frontline fighters in both liberation fronts since 1973, but whose numbers up to that point were relatively modest. Almost overnight, this changed, necessitating a set of new guidelines and policies within the EPLF that included a ban on sexual activity among fighters and strong punishment for rape. At the same time, the front faced a steady influx of male and female volunteers deemed too young to fight. In response, the EPLF created a unit they called the Vanguards, Tigrinya, Fitwari, a program for 14 to 16-year-olds who attended school, did rudimentary drill and military training, and provided a carrier corps during the heaviest fighting. In the cities, EPLF urban guerrillas known as the Fadayin or Assassinos carried out daring attacks on Ethiopian officials and bank robberies, while in rural areas under front control, land reform was begun in 1975. During this period, EPLF peasant organizations were formed in villages under PLF control, along with student organizations, labor organizations, and women's organizations. The great increase in the EPLF's numbers and its leadership's radical social programs widened the rift with SAB and the ELF-PLF Foreign Office. In summer 1975, SAB negotiated a unity agreement with the ELF based on its National Democratic Front program that would have brought the EPLF under the ELF umbrella. In contrast, EPLF field leaders countered with a National United Front proposal to create a loose coalition with separate organizational structures that preserved their separate identities, while cadres from each organization sought to win over members of the other group, mirroring the strategy the EPRP had earlier followed within the ELF-PLF. This disagreement led to a complete break between the EPLF field leadership in March 1976. As a result, the EPLF lost access to SAB's external supply network and, taking a strong lesson from the experience, asserted a policy of self-reliance, Tigrinya, Rescom based upon capturing, refurbishing, and reproducing weapons and supplies in its own workshops. By early 1977, when the liberation of Eritrean towns began, the EPLF had expanded to around 15,000 fighters and was roughly equal to the ELF. The EPLF's first Congress was held in Sahel on 23 to 31 January 1977. The Congress elected an expanded Central Committee, which in turn elected a political bureau with Romedon as Secretary General and Isaias as Vice Secretary, though their positions remained opposite to this within the guiding EPRP. The Congress changed the name of the EPLF from Forces to Front and adopted a flag, symbols, and an 11-point program that stressed the creation of an independent, secular, and socially egalitarian state. The Congress also voted to work toward unity with the ELF but repudiated any links with SAB. Finally, it allowed fighters to marry, ending the prohibition on sexual activity within the front but placing it within a regulatory framework. See marriage/marriage reform. With the EPLF's liberation of towns from Karora to Deekmhair in 1977, its administration and its civilian-oriented departments and services, notably healthcare, education, and social welfare, expanded tremendously and were reorganized that September. Civilian associations also grew and held founding congresses in Karen, the EPLF's capital, in 1978, by which time the front had grown to 30,000 fighters. Meanwhile, capping a string of battlefield successes but facing a massive Ethiopian military buildup, the EPLF and the ELF in November 1977 and April 1978 finally signed a unity agreement, though its implementation was at best spotty. The war situation changed dramatically with Soviet intervention in 1978. By December, the EPLF had been forced to make a strategic withdrawal to its base in Sahel, where it concentrated on defending Nakfa. The next year severely tested the front as it fought off repeated Ethiopian offensives, and the Derg annihilated much of its urban underground political organization, at the same time that the Soviet Union's sudden opposition to the Eritrean cause led some EPLF leaders and members to reconsider their Marxist outlook. These tensions led hundreds of fighters to desert to Sudan and exacerbated the long-simmering feud with ELF leaders, leading to the Second Civil War in August 1980, this time initiated by the EPLF. By late 1981, having pushed ELF units into Sudan, the EPLF was the only liberation front fighting inside Eritrea. However, it was severely isolated internationally, shunned by both the United States and its Western allies for its Marxist politics and by Eastern Bloc countries and their allies for opposing their patron, the Soviet Union. In 1982, with little outside support apart from that of the TPLF, the EPLF faced the largest of all the Derg's offensives, the Red Star Campaign. The EPLF emerged from this test of fire a close-knit, battle-hardened, and politically consolidated organization. Its overseas support network developed among the Eritrean diaspora, and alternative sources of aid began to come from Western non-governmental organizations whose role expanded greatly during the famine of 1983 to 1985. EPLF organizations were rebuilt inside the Derg-controlled towns, and guerrilla operations expanded, with the EPLF launching its first forays into the Western lowlands in 1984. As the front's territorial control and operations expanded and competition with its former rival, the ELF, dissipated, it moderated its political program and sought increased national unity through multi-ethnic cultural programs, a powerful radio station broadcasting in multiple languages, education projects, expanded rural healthcare, women's and peasant organizations, and the formation of elected village committees. By 1987, it had quietly dropped its Maoist classification of peasants into subclasses of poor, middle, and rich and its divisive land reform measures and was drawing in an ever broader cross-section of Eritrean society. This political evolution was formalized at its Second and Unity Congress, held in Sahel 12–19 March 1987, where delegates resolved to form a broad national democratic front of all nationalist forces, groups, and individuals and dropped many of the more rigid Marxist formulations that had characterized the 1977 program, from denunciations of imperialists and Zionists and commitments to nationalize much of the economy to bans on non-traditional religious sects and rival political movements. Veteran nationalists like Woldeb Mariam attended, and the Elf-Sigam faction led by Ibrahim Idris Todil joined the front. This Congress confirmed a new Central Committee, with Isaias as Secretary General and Romedin now in the number 2 spot, and announced plans to restructure the EPLF command for a shift to offensive operations. In March 1988, the victorious Afabet offensive produced a complete change in the military balance, liberating almost all of northern and western Eritrea and bringing an outpouring of support among Eritrean exiles, a flow of new recruits from the Ethiopian-controlled towns, and a resumption of the crucial strategic alliance with the TPLF, which had ruptured in the mid-1980s. The EPLF's victories also produced, for the first time, serious Western diplomatic interest in the Eritrean War, which led to growing relations between the EPLF and the United States, marked by the Jimmy Carter negotiations of 1989 and the London Conference of May 1991, in which the EPLF was accepted as the de facto government of a soon-to-be independent Eritrea. From 1988 to 1991, the EPLF almost tripled in size, as it extended its administrative and other responsibilities over an ever-increasing area of the country and continued its apparent shift from a rigid Marxist political orientation to one of radical nationalism. In 1989, Isaias, acting on his own, froze the activities of the clandestine EPRP. In 1990, after the liberation of Misawa, the mass organizations were suspended and their staffs transferred to administrative duties. The leadership also began to plan the transition to independent government, and in February 1991, a preparatory committee was created to plan a third Congress, where the EPLF's post-independence status would be decided. When liberation came on May 24, the organization was still based in Sahel, and Isaias was in London. He did not make his first public appearance in Asmara until June 20 when he announced the creation of the Provisional Government of Eritrea, drawn directly from the EPLF's existing departments and administrative staff. He also announced the decision to hold a referendum on Eritrea's political future within 2 years. The EPLF's transformation from a liberation front to a national government was marked by numerous personnel shuffles at the upper echelons, largely determined by Isaias, and by difficulties among fighters in adapting to civilian urban life and working with the many civil servants who remained from the Ethiopian administration. At the same time, the selflessness, discipline, and honesty of the EPLF cadres smoothed the transition in circumstances of extreme economic devastation and social dislocation. Much of the army was assigned to reconstruction, while EPLF departments such as health and education began the rehabilitation of existing institutions. By early 1993, the preliminary work had been completed of transforming the front into a national government, but at a Central Committee meeting in February, there was a heated debate about the future of the EPLF. It was finally decided to dissolve the front and reconstitute it as a mass political movement, avoiding the term party in an effort to preempt demands to form other political parties. Under Isaias's supervision, a national charter was drafted to provide a statement of the EPLF's guiding principles as a basis for the creation of a future government. On 10 to 17 February 1994, the EPLF held its third Congress at Nakfa, where 1,961 delegates voted to dissolve the Liberation Front and replace it with the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ. The Congress adopted the National Charter and passed resolutions on the creation of a constitution, a new civil administration, press freedom, land laws, women's rights, refugee repatriation, and aid to demobilized fighters, though many of these promises were never kept, after the country slipped back into war with Ethiopia in 1998 and both the implementation of a constitution ratified in 1997 and plans for a second PFDJ Congress were indefinitely postponed. See also Border War, 1998 to 2000, elections, human rights, newspapers. Eritrean People's Movement, EPM. See Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, Eritrean National Salvation Front, ENSF, Eritrean People's Democratic Party, EPDP. Eritrean People's Party. In July 2008, the Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council held a Congress in Addis Ababa to reorganize itself as the Eritrean People's Party, EP, and committed its members to the transformation of Eritrea by nonviolent means, though it reserved the right of armed self-defense if attacked. Wolde Jesus Ammer was elected its chair. At the end of 2009, after 2 years of negotiations, the EP merged with the Eritrean People's Movement and the Eritrean Democratic Party, both of which were offshoots of the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice and its antecedent, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, to form the Eritrean People's Democratic Party. The move brought together three of the leading secular nationalist wings of the opposition Eritrean Democratic Alliance and marked the first time major strands of the independence movement's two primary political tendencies, ELF and EPLF, had joined together around a common objective. See also political parties. Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP. For most of its existence, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, was guided by a clandestine Marxist, Leninist party, the EPRP, usually called the People's Party, that gave it vision, program, and direction while molding its members to reflect its goals and objectives and to spread its message. Despite the secrecy surrounding the party, its impact was readily apparent in all that the front did. The EPRP was launched on April 4, 1971 by 13 members of two groups that broke away from the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, the People's Liberation Forces, PLF, and the Allah Group, sometimes known as PLF2, see Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF, though it did not assume its pivotal role until a leftist trend emerged within the evolving front in 1973, the Menka, to challenge Isaias Afwerki's autocratic leadership. In the aftermath of this crisis, the political party proved an effective instrument for Menka suppression, as well as that of a rightist trend that surfaced later, known as Yamin. EPRP founders included Isaias and Romeddin Mohammed Nur, whose training in China in the 1960s during the Cultural Revolution strongly influenced the new party. Among the other founders were Abu Bakr Mohammed Hassan, Hassan Mohammed Amir, and Ibrahim Afa, all of whom were killed during the armed struggle, Mahmoud Ahmed Sharifo, Mesfin Hagos, Ali Said Abdallah, Ahmed Al-Kaisai, Mohammed Ali Omro, and Ahmed Tahir Baduri. Haile Woldetensai, then in an Ethiopian prison, and Alamin Mohammed Said were also key figures in the party's early years, and Petros Solomon and Sabat Ephraim, who joined the front in the early 1970s, sat on the party's central committee as well as the front's political bureau from 1976 through the end of the armed struggle. From the mid-1970s onward, the EPRP managed the visible structures of the front, both its non-military departments and its fighting units, through a network of disciplined cadres and a hidden leadership. Much of its early focus was on molding the EPLF into a coherent political and social force, one that could model revolutionary behavior as well as promote new values and develop a national identity capable of subsuming the country's sectarian divisions. Intensive political education, often conducted 3 times weekly by trained cadres and based on a manual produced in the field, general political education for fighters, was a constant feature of life in the EPLF in the 1970s. Meanwhile, the EPRP Central Committee was, with few exceptions, identical with the EPLF Politburo. EPRP congresses were convened secretly ahead of the 2 EPLF congresses, 1977 and 1987, so that programs could be drafted, candidates for leadership positions determined, and agendas drawn up in advance of the open sessions. All major policy decisions in this period were imposed on the front after being taken by the party, with the front under Isaias's direct control even as he acted the part of second in command in public behind Romeddin, the nominal general secretary. In the period between the party's 2 congresses, including that following the 1978 strategic withdrawal, Ibrahim Afa and Mahmoud Sharifo were assigned responsibility for the Northeast Front, Ali Said and Petros Solomon for the Nakfa Front, Haile Woldetensai for the Qadr School, and Sabat Ephraim for the area they termed behind enemy lines. Mesfin Hagos and Mohammed Kaysay were designated their alternates. The EPRP changed its name to the Eritrean Socialist Party at its 1987 Congress, as it and the front gradually shed their Marxist ideology in favor of a radical nationalist one. Among the factors fostering this shift were the front's vastly expanded areas of operation and the attendant burden on its political resources, the rapid growth of the front itself, to 95,000 members, and the dilution of its internal character, the disillusionment that accompanied the sustained hostility of those around the world identifying with the socialist camp, and the lessons they learned about the limits of ideologically driven policies. The result was a more pragmatic political orientation and an ever more heated assertion of the importance of self-reliance. At the end of the 1980s, with victory in sight, Isaias froze the party as an active force inside the front. However, Though recruitment stopped and the branches ceased to function, the party's leaders continued to meet after independence to manage the establishment of a civil government and to restructure the EPLF into the country's only post-independence legal political organization, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice. Eritrean Red Cross and Crescent Society, ERCS. The ERCS was launched by the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in 1975 as a semi-autonomous non-profit aid agency after the rival Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, set up the Eritrean Relief Association, ERA, to solicit funding and in-kind donations for civilians living in areas under its control. It was chaired by Yusuf Birhanu until 1982 when the ELF split into competing factions. The ERCS then affiliated itself with the emergent Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, ELF-RC, and was reorganized as the Alliance of Eritrean Red Cross and Crescent Societies, ERCS, which worked mainly with Eritrean refugees and disabled war veterans in Sudan. The ERCS remained with the ELF-RC and its successor, the Eritrean People's Party, EP, and became an affiliate of the Eritrean People's Democratic Party, EPDP, after it was formed in 2009 out of a merger of the EP with two other opposition parties. From the outset, the ERCS enjoyed the de facto recognition of the International Committee of the Red Cross and the material support that came with it, as the EPLF and its humanitarian affiliate, the ERA, continually quarreled with the Swiss-based agency. It also drew support from Arab Red Crescent societies. The main focus of the ERCS's work in the 1970s was the distribution of food aid, medicine, and other relief supplies within Eritrea, though it also opened a secondary school for refugees in Kassala, Sudan, the Eritrean Refugee High School, under the leadership of Michael Gaber, that continued to function under the reconstituted ERCS in the 1980s and 1990s. Administrators claim to have graduated close to 10,000 students before the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees ended its funding for the project in 2001, and the school, nicknamed UNESCO, was forced to shut down. Among the ERCS's ongoing projects is a primary school built in Wad Sharif in 1988 that teaches up to 800 children at a time in both Tigrinya and Arabic and is supported by a network of mainly European non-governmental organizations, including the Geneva-based association Swiss Enfants Erythréens, Swiss, Eritrean Association for Children, and several church-based charities in Italy. Eritrean Relief and Refugee Commission, EREC. The EREC was responsible for all emergency humanitarian work in post-independence Eritrea until its operations were folded into the Ministry of Labor and Human Welfare in 2005. It tracked crisis situations in communities across Eritrea through a well-organized communications network, collecting updates from village councils, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, its own regional staff, and Zaba, region, and sub-Zaba officers. Using this information, EREC provided food, shelter, medical care, and other basic goods and services for people in need due mainly to persistent drought and the renewal of war with Ethiopia in 1998. During the 1990s, EREC combined the mandates of three parastatal aid agencies: the Eritrean Relief and Rehabilitation Association, an outgrowth of the Eritrean Relief Association set up in 1974 to aid civilians in zones controlled by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, the Commission of Eritrean Refugee Affairs, established by the EPLF in 1987 to facilitate the return of war and famine refugees, and Maishias, a commission organized in 1994 to assist demobilized former combatants to return to civilian life. In 2001, a new commission was established to manage the demobilization of combatants in the border war with Ethiopia. EREC coordinated all NGO activities in the country and was responsible for managing the distribution of critical goods and services to people in need throughout Eritrea. Throughout the 1990s, this system proved effective in preventing famine in drought-affected areas and disease and loss of life among people displaced by war, despite the many overlapping crises Eritrea faced. However, the Eritrean government imposed restrictions on international aid agencies in 2004 to 2005. This left ERA increasingly overstretched as recurrent drought combined with the ongoing effects of a sustained war footing with Ethiopia put ever larger segments of the population at risk. Then, in June 2005, the government folded ERA's operations into the Ministry of Labor and Human Welfare. In 2006, the government's decision to end direct food relief programs led most foreign agencies to depart Eritrea. See also Food Aid. Eritrean Relief Association, ERA and ERA. Created in March 1975 to channel food and medical aid to Eritrean war and drought victims in the territory controlled by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, the ERA's first chair was Barakit Habte Selassie. A year later, Paulos Tesfagiorgis took over as chair and held the position until the late 1980s, but it took several years to overcome the reluctance of international non-governmental organizations, NGOs, to cooperate due to competing claims from the Eritrean Liberation Front's Eritrean Red Cross and Crescent Society, objections from the Ethiopian government, and wariness toward the EPLF on the part of most Western governments. The eventual success of the ERA in obtaining NGO support was due primarily to its own efficiency, once it was transformed from an external fundraising operation for the front's relief and welfare work to a service delivery agency with independent accounting and program monitoring, and to the development of a network of international affiliates, administered by diaspora Eritreans, who established relations with donors in Western countries. By 1983, there were 120 international agencies cooperating with the ERA, including the International Committee of the Red Cross, the Lutheran World Federation, and the World Council of Churches, but until 1981 it was the Swedish Church Relief and Norwegian Church Aid agencies that provided the vast majority of international aid. Initially, the ERA concentrated on moving food aid in a cross-border operation from Sudan to Eritrea. Donated foodstuffs were distributed to displaced persons in EPLF refugee camps, the most important being at Dabat in the mountains of northern Sahel. The EPLF Social Affairs Department initially administered the camp under the leadership of Askalu Menkrios, as was the case with other service delivery throughout EPLF-controlled areas, before many of its cadres were reassigned to the ERA in 1977 when it took over administrative responsibility. This gave the organization a distinct field presence for the first time, which donors had demanded. With the strategic withdrawal in late 1978, the number of displaced persons sheltered by ERA increased dramatically, numbering 60,000 in 10 camps by 1981. The Dabat camp expanded along the Sudanese border under the code name Solomuna, a former EPLF base area in the Semenawi Bari. As the EPLF's healthcare department expanded to provide services in liberated and semi-liberated areas, the ERA also became involved in obtaining medical supplies and training, coordinated by the administrator of the Central Hospital and later director of the Public Health Project, Dr. Nereo Tekel Mikael. But food aid was the ERA's principal concern, and in 1984, international contributions increased dramatically as Western donors responded to famines in the African Horn. Road transport was a critical problem for the ERA's cross-border operation, which initially relied on the EPLF's aging truck fleet. With the great increase in foreign donations via Lutheran World Relief in 1985, however, ERA was able to purchase the first 65 vehicles for a fleet of Mercedes trucks, known by rural Eritreans as Aditat, our mothers. The intensity of the war in 1988 to 1991 forced 400,000 people to seek shelter in ERA camps, scattered throughout Sahel, where food and medical aid were supplied through the greatly increased cross-border operation and an ERA budget that totaled $39 million by 1989. 2 years later, when the armed struggle came to a close, ERA had 380 trucks and supplied food aid to almost 85% of the population. Peace ended the cross-border operation but did not immediately reduce Eritrean dependency on food aid, while refugee repatriation and reconstruction added immense new problems to ERA's agenda. In March 1992, ERA was transformed into the Eritrean Relief and Rehabilitation Association, ERA, directed by Dr. Nereo. The ERA was mandated to coordinate all NGOs' relief and rehabilitation activities in the country within parameters set by the Eritrean government. Its principal responsibility remained the acquisition and distribution of food aid, but as NGOs were registered under the government's strict 1994 guidelines, the ERA's coordination and administrative activity in the rehabilitation field also increased. In 1995, a government decision to phase out foreign-affiliated NGOs added to the agency's responsibilities. Religious-affiliated NGOs were restricted in 1996, and even non-religious NGOs were severely curtailed in 1997. In 1996, as part of the refugee repatriation effort, ERA was merged with the Commission for Eritrean Refugee Affairs to form the Eritrean Relief and Refugee Commission, EREC. During the border war in 1998 to 2000, which created massive new human needs and the return of many foreign aid agencies, EREC greatly expanded its operations as the central coordinator of all relief operations and established field offices in the many new camps for internally displaced people. However, in 2005, EREC was disbanded and its work folded into the Ministry of Labor and Human Welfare, as the government again clamped down on the operations of international NGOs in the name of curbing Eritrea's growing dependence on external aid. By this time, Dr. Nereo had fallen out with the government and sought asylum in the United States after working for the United Nations HIV/AIDS program, UNAIDS. He died in Seattle, Washington, in 2018. Eritrean Revolutionary Democratic Front, ERDF. See Eritrean National Salvation Front, ENSF. Eritrean Socialist Party. See Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP. Eritrean Solidarity Front, ESF. Launched in May 2009, the Eritrean Solidarity Front brought together 4 organizations whose memberships were drawn mainly from Eritrea's western lowlands to form a caucus within the opposition Eritrean Democratic Alliance to advocate for the restoration of Muslim rights. Member organizations included the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, once led by Abdullah Idris, the Eritrean Islamic Reform Movement, ISLA, the Eritrean Islamic Party for Justice and Development, ALCALAS, and the Eritrean Federal Democratic Movement. This bloc also called for a decentralized system of government in a post-Isaias Afwerki Eritrea. In 2010, Hussein Khalifa of the ELF took over as chair. However, his arrest in Sudan not long afterward severely disrupted ESF's activities, and the loosely structured alliance began to decline. By 2014, it was largely defunct. See also Islamist movements. Eritrean Students' Union. See Student organizations. Eritrean Weekly News. Eritrea's first newspaper, the Eritrean Weekly News, was established under the British military administration in 1942 with editions in English, Tigrinya, and Arabic. See also Media. Eritreans for Liberation in North America, IFLNA. Organized spontaneously in 1970 as Eritrean Youth for Liberation, the group of mostly left-leaning students changed its name to Eritreans for Liberation at its first Congress in June 1971 and, by the end of the year, established contacts with the former Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, factions grouped in the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces. Among its founders were Alamseg Tesfaye, Hagos Gabrihiwat, Haile Mankrios, Nazki Kiflu, and Yemena Gabrib, all of whom would go on to play significant roles in the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. A year later, it began identifying itself as IFLNA and, under explicitly socialist-oriented leadership, was providing extensive material and political support to the EPLF, publishing Isaias Afwerki's manifesto, Our Struggle and Its Goals, in their March 1973 newsletter. By 1976, with its membership swelling in both the United States and Canada, the IFLNA announced it was a mass organization of the EPLF. The following year, a member of the EPLF came to Washington, D.C., to address the IFLNA's annual Congress, at which it restructured itself into 2 groups, the Association of Eritrean Students in North America, ISNA, and the Association of Eritrean Women in North America, AONA, see Women's Organizations. By this time, however, the group's leadership had become dominated by a secret faction linked to a small, pro-Albanian communist sect called the Central Organization of U.S. Marxist-Leninists, itself affiliated with the Communist Party of Canada, Marxist-Leninist. In February 1978, IFLNA published a book-length polemic against the Ethiopian Students' Union in North America, titled In Defense of the Eritrean Revolution, in which they laid out a case for Eritrea's independence with the EPLF as its vanguard, citing its adherence to the correct revolutionary line. 6 months later, after the Soviet intervention in Eritrea in support of Ethiopia's military offensive during which the EPLF began a series of strategic withdrawals, this cabal seized control of ISNA and AONA at a conference in Washington, D.C. The cabal reclaimed the name IFLNA and engineered a vitriolic public rupture with the EPLF, which it denounced for its alleged refusal to stand and fight and for its failure to characterize the Soviet Union as a greater global danger to the international proletariat than the United States. IFLNA published another lengthy tract in late 1978, titled Eritrea, Revolution or Capitulation, in which it condemned both the EPLF and the ELF as fifth columnists in the service of Soviet-led revisionism. By the middle of 1979, however, IFLNA collapsed after suffering major internal defections and having a key leader take his own life, as disaffected former members regrouped to establish new support organizations and resumed their ties with the EPLF. See also Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP. Eritv. See television. Ermias Debesai, 1942. A popular Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, military commander and leader of the elite EPLF commandos in the 1970s, Ermias attended the Prince Makonnen Secondary School in Asmara until 1969 when he joined the Eritrean Liberation Front. Together with Mesfin Hagos, he was part of the Kbesa contingent transported by Osman Salih Sab to Denkel in 1970 and was a founding member of the EPLF. He was elected to its Central Committee from the First Congress onward, and the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party. He represented the EPLF in Rome and London in the late 1970s and 1980s and was appointed representative to China after liberation. In 1994, he became ambassador to South Korea, but soon afterward, he was arrested on unspecified corruption charges related to transactions involving the People's Front for Democracy and Justice's Red Sea Trading Corporation. He was tried secretly in one of the country's new special courts and given a 7-year sentence. Ermias was conditionally released in April 2003, was rearrested in November of that year, along with his sister Sunyate Debesai, on unspecified charges, and has been kept in detention without access to visitors ever since. Islah, Arabic, rectification, alt, Islah. A reformist movement within the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, Islah was founded in 1967 by younger, educated fighters from all 5 ELF divisions who criticized the divisive politics of the zonal command system and the absentee leadership of the Supreme Council, as well as the front's despotic relations with the civilian population. Prominent among them were Azien Yassin, who had been educated in Khartoum, and Kidane Kiflu, later killed by the ELF General Command, who had been an organizer for the ELF at Haile Selassie I University in Addis Ababa. Islah activists also included fighters recently trained in Syria, Cuba, and China who had been radicalized by their experience. Many Islah leaders went on to play prominent roles in the Labour Party that led the reformed ELF, including Ibrahim Mohammed Ali, Ibrahim Todil, and Abdul Qadir Ramadan, and in the Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party that controlled the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, Romeddin Mohammed Nur, Alamin Mohammed Said, Ali Said Abdallah, and Mesfin Hagos, among others. Islah won over the leaders of Zones 3 to 5 in 1968 and, in June, forced ELF commanders to meet at Eretave to discuss reform. When they failed to gain the support of the old leadership, the reformists held a second meeting in the Ansaba Valley in September and formed the Tripartite Unity Forces. Ethiopia. Eritrea's long-standing cultural, economic, and political relationship with its southern neighbor, Ethiopia, has been fraught with conflict since the Italian colonial period due to Ethiopian claims to all or part of Eritrean territory. These claims were founded on the modern Ethiopian state's historic links to the Aksumite Empire and the medieval Amharic-speaking kingdom of emperors Made Sion and Zara Yacob, who claimed sovereignty over parts of what became central Eritrea. But from the 17th to late 19th centuries, Eritrea's political links with present-day Ethiopia were almost exclusively with Tigray, whose rulers often exercised sovereignty over the Tigrinya-speaking, Orthodox Christian population of the Central Highlands. Most of the northern highlands and lowlands, with the exception of the central coast, remained entirely unconnected to any Amhara or Tigrayan polities. During the early 1700s, the House of Tsaziga had formal political links with the emperors in Gondar, but these were broken by the rise of Tigrayan power in the 1750s. A system of Tigrayan, Ethiopian military administration was briefly established over the highlands by Dejazmachwub in the 1840s. This system was reconstructed and expanded after 1879 by Emperor Yohannes IV, Lord of Tigray, who staked modern Ethiopian claims to Eritrea in the Hewitt Treaty of 1885. But when the Amhara ruler, Menelik II, came to power in 1889, he accepted Italian sovereignty over most of Eritrea, including the eastern edge of the Christian highlands and Asmara, in Article 3 of the 1889 Treaty of Uxiali. The treaty was extended to cover the Italian occupation of all the highlands up to the Mireb, Bilasa, Maimuna borders in a separate protocol signed by Ras Makonnen, Haile Selassie's father, on October 1 when Ethiopia agreed to recognize Italy's present possessions in Eritrea. Although Menelik later repudiated the treaty in a dispute over an issue unrelated to Eritrea, Article 17, he never attempted to gain control over Eritrea, even when he could have invaded the colony following the Battle of Adwa. In October 1896, he formally accepted Italian sovereignty over Eritrea in the Treaty of Addis Ababa, which ended the Ethio-Italian War, and this policy was continued by his successor, Emperor Haile Selassie, through 1940. At the same time, the Ethiopian government encouraged educated Eritrean highlanders to immigrate to Ethiopia, where many found successful careers in Addis Ababa and elsewhere, forming a large exile community that served in the highest ranks of government, business, and education and finding scope for the opportunities denied them by Italian colonialism. Beginning in May 1941, after the Italian defeat, Haile Selassie mobilized this community to campaign for Eritrea's unification with Ethiopia. He also waged a multifaceted diplomatic campaign, involving shifting alliances with Great Britain and the United States, and his government subsidized the Orthodox Church, the Unionist Party, and Shifta leaders to pressure Eritreans through propaganda and terrorism into accepting union with Ethiopia throughout the period 1946 to 1950. Many Christian Eritreans saw Ethiopian rule as a form of self-determination, freeing them from the oppressive and racist rule of Europeans. But once federation, rather than full political unification, was mandated by the United Nations, UN, Eritrean nationalist sentiment grew stronger among both lowland Muslims and highland Christians, and during the 1950s, there was widespread opposition to the Ethiopian annexation campaign, which finally achieved its goal of making Eritrea Ethiopia's 14th province in November 1962. From the outset of the federation in 1952, Ethiopian rule was buttressed by military force when the Ethiopian 2nd Brigade, later expanded to become the 2nd Division, marched into the former colony. During the 1960s, the policies of Governors General Abiy Abeba and Ashrate Kassa were somewhat successful in dividing Christian Eritreans from the Muslim population of the lowlands, many of whom supported the Eritrean Liberation Front's armed struggle for independence. The Ethiopian government, under both Haile Selassie and the Derg, consistently characterized the Eritrean nationalists as womad, bandits, and puppets of Arab powers bent on annexing Eritrea to the Muslim world, playing on the ancient fears of Christian Ethiopians, which dated to at least the time of Imam Ahmed al-Ghazi. By the early 1970s, however, Ethiopian military atrocities and the coming of age of a new generation of ardently nationalist Tigrinya-speaking Christians, whose leaders, including many educated in Ethiopia, particularly resented the government's Amharic language policies, had mobilized even the highlanders against Ethiopian rule. Consequently, when the Ethiopian Revolution, September 1974, swept away Haile Selassie's old regime, the Derg was faced with the choice of granting Eritrea independence or reconquering it militarily. After the failure of negotiations conducted by General Emmanuel Michael Endem, the Derg reinforced its military forces but nonetheless lost control over most of Eritrea by 1977 when it issued a 9-point peace proposal offering Eritreans limited autonomy. After cementing an alliance with the Soviet Union, however, the Ethiopian military launched a series of offensives that reconquered much of central Eritrea in 1978 to 1979 and then attempted to reintegrate the province through large-scale reconstruction and development projects during the costly and unsuccessful 1982 Red Star campaign. None of the post-1979 campaigns resulted in Ethiopian advances. Their casualties were more than 150,000, while their military debt to the Soviet Union was estimated at $8.6 billion. When the war ended in 1991, Eritreans were so anti-Ethiopian that all traces of Ethiopian authority and the Amharic language were removed from the country. More than 44,000 Ethiopian civilians, most of whom were associated with the Workers' Party of Ethiopia or the military, were expelled, and during June, August, all air and telephone connections with Ethiopia were severed. The new Provisional Government of Eritrea, PGE, argued that this was a necessary prelude to rebuilding relations between the two countries. The new Ethiopian government formed by the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPRDF, and led by the EPLF's on-again off-again ally, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, accepted the Eritrean proposal to hold a referendum on independence, which the PGE announced at the July 1991 peace conference in Addis Ababa. Outside of Tigray, most Ethiopians knew little about Eritrea, but issues such as the forced repatriation of Ethiopian civilians and the loss of Asab's port and refinery stirred resentment in Addis Ababa, leading to a student protest at the university in January 1993 in which several were killed. Nonetheless, the two governments, both dominated by Tigrinya speakers, worked closely at first to rebuild their economic links and overcome the legacy of war, a level of cooperation that later became a source of division between the Tigrayans and other ethnic groups within Ethiopia. Eritrea renounced any claim to reparations, and Ethiopia gave up claims to property left in Eritrea or to any Eritrean obligations to share Ethiopia's inherited national debt. In January 1992, a trade pact was signed, and in April, an agreement on transit was reached on air travel, postal services, and telecommunications, as well as the free port status of Asab. In July, bilateral accords were signed covering cultural and technical exchanges, immigration, and the use of transborder rivers, particularly the Seti, as well as cooperation on monetary, security, defense, and border areas, though the borders themselves were not formally demarcated. Until November 1997, Eritrea continued to use the Ethiopian birr as its currency, but the introduction of its own currency at that point, the Nakfa, and charges that Eritrea was serving as a lucrative black market for Ethiopia's currency contributed to rising tensions between the erstwhile allies and marked the start of public recriminations that led to a full-scale border war in May 1998. 3 rounds of fighting sparked by a dispute in the frontier village of Badme, but climaxed a year-long series of smaller clashes, ended up costing more than 70,000 lives on both sides, displacing millions, and embittering both peoples. Ethiopia's expulsion of more than 76,000 Eritreans and Ethiopians of Eritrean origin and Eritrea's reciprocal ouster of thousands of Ethiopians added to the bitterness, as did the support they each gave to armed opposition movements operating across the other's borders, see Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. Meanwhile, Ethiopia's refusal to accept the findings of the Eritrea, Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC, in 2002 and Eritrea's subsequent efforts to limit the operations of the UN Peacekeeping Force, United Nations mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea, left the border dispute to fester and led to a condition of no peace, no war in which both sides mobilized against the other for future combat and used the threat of future fighting as a rationale for repressing dissent and, in Eritrea's case, indefinitely postponing national elections and the implementation of the constitution. Although there were occasional clashes along the border, notably in 2012 and 2016, one of which was a retaliatory raid by Ethiopia on training camps for opposition groups based inside Eritrea, none lasted longer than a day or two, as both countries had highly disciplined armies. However, thousands of Eritreans, many of them national service conscripts, fled across the border each year, swelling refugee camps within Ethiopia and feeding a continuous flow of asylum seekers through Sudan to Libya, from where many sought to cross the Mediterranean Sea to reach Europe. Throughout this period, Ethiopia sought to mobilize Eritrean exiles within the country to create a viable alternative to the government in Asmara. These efforts had intensified in 2010 when Ethiopia accused Eritrea of planning a bomb attack in Addis Ababa intended to disrupt a session of the African Union. Under the direction of Prime Minister Meles Zenawi, a veteran of the TPLF who had ruled the country at the head of the EPIRD coalition since the ouster of the Derg regime in 1991, Ethiopia hosted conferences and provided subsidies to the leaders of what they saw as promising prospects. These included support for the Eritrean National Alliance and its successor, the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, and subsequent iterations aimed at establishing a government in exile like the Eritrean National Commission for Democratic Change, as well as many of the constituent organizations. However, by Meles's death in 2012, confidence in the ability of these groups to set aside their differences and build a coherent united front of some kind had begun to fade. Under Meles's successor as Prime Minister, former Deputy Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn of the Southern Ethiopian People's Democratic Movement, these efforts lagged, and EPIRD leaders began discussing a new peace initiative to end the standoff. This was shelved in 2016 when Ethiopia experienced a wave of unrest, mainly in the Amhara and Oromo regions but evident across much of the country, as militant youths protested the absence of job prospects and the mismanagement of the economy under what they saw as an increasingly corrupt and incompetent government. In October 2016, when the protests turned violent and whole factories were set alight, the government declared a 6-month state of emergency, later extended by 4 months, and arrested thousands of opposition leaders and street militants under a set of draconian anti-terrorism statutes. By the time the emergency was lifted in August 2017, estimates of the number imprisoned ran to 29,000. Over the next 6 months, as the EPIRD's 4 regional parties convened to overhaul their aging leaderships and initiate a process of political renewal, unrest resurfaced, and the country appeared poised to sink into chaos, threatening a rupture that could pull it apart along ethnic lines. Faced with a crisis he could not rein in, despite the release of thousands of prisoners and pledges of political and economic reform, Prime Minister Haile Mariam resigned in February 2018, and the authorities imposed a new state of emergency as the EPIRD parties debated how to move forward. In early April, party leaders convened in Addis Ababa and chose an Oromo populist, Abiy Ahmed, to be the next prime minister in a hotly contested internal election that marked the effective displacement of the TPLF from the center of national power. One of Abiy's first acts was to declare his commitment to making peace with Eritrea. This was followed by the lifting of bans on a wide range of Ethiopian opposition groups, whose leaders trooped back to Ethiopia to test the new political waters. In June, the state of emergency was lifted, and Abiy announced that Ethiopia would unequivocally accept the 2002 EEBC decision whose rejection provoked the 16-year standoff. Weeks later, Eritrean President Isaias Afwerki announced his openness to a peace accord and sent a delegation to Addis Ababa to start talks. The result was a 5-point peace declaration signed in Asmara in July that marked the end of their conflict and the start of a lengthy negotiation process to normalize relations between them. The following September, Abiy Ahmed and Isaias Afwerki signed a second, more comprehensive peace agreement in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. By November, they were meeting with the Somali president to discuss the formation of a regional economic union. Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPRDF, Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front. A coalition of 4 ethnic-based parties, the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front was organized by the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, in the late 1980s during the fight against the Mengistu dictatorship. It expanded after Mengistu's fall in 1991 to dominate Ethiopian politics for almost 3 decades. The 4 parties that comprised the front after 1991, in addition to the TPLF, were the Amhara National Democratic Movement, the Oromo People's Democratic Organization, OPDO, and the Southern Ethiopian People's Democratic Movement. It was not until 2018 that the TPLF's hold over the coalition was broken with the election of OPDO representative Abiy Ahmed as the country's new prime minister. Ethnic groups. Eritrea, like most African countries, consists of a patchwork of ethnic groups that were united into a state by European colonial powers but remain important in terms of both social identity and political outlook and affiliation. Officially, there are 9 such groups, termed nationalities in Eritrea: the Afars, who live largely along the parched southeastern Red Sea coast and on offshore islands; the Cushitic-speaking Bilan, herders and farmers who live in and around the city of Keren; the Hedareb, a branch of the Bajas, who live in a wide arc stretching from western Barca across the northwestern valleys of the Sahel region, where the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, had its rear base throughout much of the armed struggle; the Kunama, who live in southwestern Eritrea around the town of Barentu and close to the border with Ethiopia; the Nara, who live in the western slopes and Barca plains; the Rashaida, the country's only Arabs, who migrated to northeast Africa in the 19th century from the Hejaz and now live along the northern coast and the Sudan border; the Saho, who inhabit the coast and hinterlands south of Asmara and Massawa and the highlands as far inland as the Hazamo Valley; the Tigray agropastoralists who extend from the western lowlands across the northern mountains to the coastal plains and whose largest subgroup, the Beni Amer, also descended from the Bajas, were a key social base for the early Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and the Tigrinya, sedentary farmers who long inhabited the densely populated central highlands of Mekelle and Dabub, but today make up half Eritrea's population and are spread over much of Eritrea and dominate the ruling party, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, and the Eritrean government. However, other such groups exist on the demographic and political periphery, such as the Tigrinya-speaking Djibouti, who assert an independent ethnic identity but are not recognized as such by the government, as well as people of mixed race and ethnicity as a result of Italian colonization and intermarriage. Though the wars and modernization brought about massive, if temporary, population displacement within rural areas and fed a steady migration into the cities, the geographical bases for each of these groups have remained remarkably stable, with the exception of the Tigrinya, who have extended into lowland areas through movement out of the heavily populated highlands or have been resettled there upon returning from refugee camps in Sudan and elsewhere over the past 2 decades. This has fueled tensions between the Tigrinya and other Eritrean ethnic groups, the more so since religion has resurfaced as a factor in Eritrea's politics, as most Tigrinya speakers are Christian and most members of ethnic minorities are Muslim. The Tigrinya-speaking Djibouti are Muslim, while some Bilan and Saho clans are Christian, and many Kunama practice a traditional religion. However, they are exceptions to the general rule. These differences in identity and the tensions that accompany them have been carried over into urban neighborhoods, which also tend to break down along ethnic and religious lines, especially in the highland towns. Such divisions are rooted in Eritrea's colonial past and to an extent the armed struggle to break free of it. At the end of World War II, Great Britain, which administered the former Italian colony for a decade, proposed to divide Eritrea along ethnic and religious lines, giving the Tigrinya-speaking Christian highlands to Ethiopia, along with one or both of Eritrea's ports, and the mostly Muslim western lowlands to Sudan under what was known as the Bevin, Sforza plan. Eritrea's first political parties were drawn from ethnic and religious constituencies in the late 1940s to contest this partition and then to advocate alternatives, with the mainly Christian Tigrinya Unionist Party favoring full incorporation into Ethiopia and the Muslim League calling for independence, but all favoring a united Eritrea. The League was later joined by the Independent Eritrea Party, a mostly Tigrinya faction of the Liberal Progressive Party, led by trade union activist and militant nationalist Woldemariam in what became the Independence Bloc, where ethnicity and religion appeared to recede in importance. However, with the onset of the United Nations, mandated federation with Ethiopia in the 1950s and the decisive advantage enjoyed by Christian Tigrinya speakers under the rule of Emperor Haile Selassie I, religion and ethnicity began to reassert themselves as critical political identities. With Eritrea's annexation into the Christian Ethiopian Empire in 1962, the nationalist revolt, led by the ELF, drew its initial support from Muslim minorities, particularly the various Tigray tribes of the western and coastal lowlands. Though the early EPLF included fighters from multiple ethnicities when it developed in the 1970s and pointedly declared itself against ethnic and religious inequality in its founding manifesto, Nenan Ilamanan, We and Our Objectives, its leadership was then and continues to be dominated by Tigrinya Highlanders, notably Rebel Army Commander and then President, Isaias Afwerki. Both liberation fronts experienced a massive influx of new Tigrinya recruits in the mid-1970s after the Derg seized power in Ethiopia and stepped up its counterinsurgency efforts in Eritrea's urban centers, but the perception lived on among many Eritreans that the ELF represented Muslims and minority ethnic groups and the EPLF mainly Christian Tigrinya speakers. Recent trends within Eritrea's ruling party, the PFDJ, and the externally based Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, which includes many ELF spin-offs, have tended to reinforce such perceptions, even as both sides have sought to quash them. At the same time, the preponderance of Christian Tigrinya speakers among the refugees and asylum seekers leaving the country after the 1998-2000 border war is likely to have altered the demographic balance, reducing their share of the population. However, in the absence of official statistics, it is impossible to quantify. See also Islamist movements. European Asylum Support Office, EASO. An agency of the European Union, EU, EASO was established in 2010 and became operational the following year. Its mandate was to collect, coordinate, and disseminate information on countries of origin of asylum seekers coming to EU member states through detailed country reports, assessments, and trend analyses. In 2015 and 2016, EASO produced lengthy reports on Eritrea, based on field research carried out in Eritrea, in neighboring states and in Europe. The first one was a comprehensive analysis of country conditions done in response to a doubling of the number of Eritrean asylum applicants between 2013 and 2014 from 21,000 to more than 47,000. The most common reasons given for seeking protection related to the open-ended national service, and those fleeing it such as deserters, draft evaders, or their family members, fear of persecution on the basis of religion, the consequences of illegal departure if caught or forcibly returned, and harsh treatment during detention. The second report was a follow-up and concentrated on Eritrea's national service and the issue of illegal exit from the country. Both reports were drafted by the Country of Origin Information Unit of the Swiss State Secretariat for Migration. Evangelical Church of Eritrea. Established by Lutheran missionaries from the Swedish Evangelical Mission in the late 19th century, it translated the Bible into Tigrinya, Tigray, and other Eritrean languages and was an incubator of many early Eritrean nationalists including Woldemariam. After 2002, when the government of Eritrea banned what it called new churches, the Lutherans became one of the country's few legal Christian denominations alongside the Eritrean Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, and the only legal Protestant denomination. Practitioners of the banned churches were treated as political criminals and detained, some for long periods, after being caught at religious services or clandestine prayer meetings. See also Human rights, religion. Iwo Statuas, Abba, ca. 1273–1352. A Tigrayan monastic leader who spent most of his life in western Syria, Iwo Statuas preached the observance of the Sabbath on Saturday as well as Sunday, in keeping with long-standing Ethiopian Christian traditions based on the Old Testament but contrary to the practice of the Ethiopian and Alexandrian branches of the Orthodox Church of his day. He was persecuted and left Syria for Alexandria around 1337, where he argued his doctrine to no avail before the Patriarch. He died in Armenia, from whence his followers returned to the Eritrean plateau to found a powerful regional monastic tradition. Among his disciples were Philippo, Absadi, and Mercurius, founders of the monasteries of Debre Bizan, Debre Mariam, and Debre Mercurius, respectively. The initial Eustachian heresy may be viewed as a medieval manifestation of Tigrayan, and particularly Mirab Melash, Eritrean, regional nationalism in opposition to the Amhara-dominated Solomonic state and its Egyptian Abuna, bishop, but the movement soon became symbolic of a general Habesha resentment against domination by the Alexandrian Church. In 1404, the Ethiopian emperor, Dawid, negotiated a compromise with Philippo in which the Eustachians were allowed to expand throughout the Mirab Melash and northern Tigray. During the early 1400s, much of the Solomonic Empire returned to the Old Testament practices advocated by the House of Eustachius, and with the accession of Zara Yacob in 1434, the Eustachians' position was legitimized by the imperial support. It was confirmed as church doctrine by the Council of Debre Mitmach in 1450. Expo, Asmara. A commercial exhibition grounds that opened in Asmara in 1968, Expo was converted into a political prison by the Derg where 320 Eritreans were tortured and killed during 1975 to 1982. Today, it is an exhibition ground for a wide range of special events. Since 1996, it has also been the site of an annual seasonal cultural festival that originated in Bologna, Italy, in 1975, and is now held every August in Asmara, attracting many Eritreans from the diaspora. Izana. This 4th-century Aksumite ruler is credited with introducing Christianity to central Eritrea and northern Tigray. Some controversy exists over Izana's dates and whether he was one or perhaps two different rulers, but most scholars agree that he reigned from around 325 to 330 to 360 AD under the throne name Ella Abraha. His reign coincided with the Christian missionary work of Frumentius, who was reported to be his tutor and counselor. In 356, he received a letter from Byzantine Emperor Constantinus II advising him to adopt the Nicene faith, but he remained steadfast in his monophysite Orthodox beliefs along with his brother Sizana, Ella Itzbiha. Later inscriptions indicate that Izana changed the official state religion from the traditional pagan pantheon to Christianity. F. Falul, anarchist. A dissident group within the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, Falul arose spontaneously among Highland Christian radicals in 1976 who opposed the agreement of the Revolutionary Council, RC, to merge with Osman Salih Sab's Eritrean Liberation Front, People's Liberation Forces. The group argued instead for a pact with the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. The dissidents were initially known as the Rejectionists but later began identifying themselves as the Democratic Movement. It was the ELF leadership that dubbed them Falul. Among their leaders was Heruitid Liberu, who claimed he had been unfairly shut out of the front's leadership. Several leftist members of the RC supported the Falul critique of SAB and ELF conservatives, and the split intensified after March 1977. In June, a Falul splinter group, acting largely on its own, assassinated two Muslim RC members in Denkel, and in July, ELF units attacked a unit identified with the Falul movement outside the village of Tekriret, near Agordat, killing a number of them. This triggered the flight of 2,000 mostly Christian fighters from ELF units across Eritrea to the Ala Valley. Some joined the EPLF, and others fled to Sudan. Famines. The Eritrean region has been plagued by recurring famines throughout its recorded history due to lack of rainfall, locusts, and other infestations and cattle diseases. The Central Highlands, with their large agricultural population, have been particularly subject to famine, with farmers often migrating down the slopes of the better-watered Bari escarpment or into the lowlands during drought periods. Highland traditions recall famines from the 16th century onward, with names like Zamina Albo, empty time, Zamina Akahida, time of controversy, Zamina Sharuk, time of diarrhea, and Zamina Corbett, time of eating hides. The worst famine in memory, the second Akahida or Zamina Kerboni, was that of 1888 to 1892, caused by the outbreak of rinderpest, Tigrinya, Gulay or Kerboni, which killed most of the cattle in Eritrea, leaving none to plow. This famine depopulated the highlands and enabled the Italians to occupy the area without major resistance, as they distributed food to Eritrean soldiers who joined them. Despite droughts, there were no serious famines during the Italian or British periods, as the Italian introduction of the Indian fig cactus, Tigrinya, Belize, provided a new food source for the hungry period preceding each harvest, while wage labor and military service provided outside income. But in the early 1970s, famine struck the rural areas of central Eritrea, then exacerbated by the economic dislocation accompanying the armed struggle. The drought of 1980 to 1984, coinciding with devastating warfare, produced widespread famine, which by 1984 affected 1.25 million Eritreans, 600,000 of whom relied for their survival on food aid supplied through the Eritrean Relief Association, ERA, as late as 1987. This famine also forced many more Eritreans to flee to Sudan, as the ERA's food supply system could not meet the needs of all the affected population, and in DERG-controlled areas the distribution of aid was tied to participation in government programs and even military service. Though the rains returned, the famine continued into the late 1980s, due primarily to the devastation and disruption of the war and the loss of economic assets, land, animals, seed. This left as much as 85% of the Eritrean population dependent on food aid when fighting ended in 1991. Drought and the prospect of famine continued to haunt Eritrea after independence, though the government's emphasis on food self-sufficiency and the early warning program of the Eritrean Relief and Refugee Commission, the ERA's successor, greatly improved the forecasting of crises. However, the resumption of war with Ethiopia in 1998 once again severely disrupted production and took a heavy toll on the asset base of rural farmers and herders. Additionally, the subsequent state of no peace, no war, during which many able-bodied men and women remained in the national service, prevented recovery, even as persistent drought set in again after 2002 to worsen the situation. See Border War, 1998 to 2000. In 2005, the government of Eritrea for the second time ended direct food aid and attempted to shift resources into a national food for work operation, but many international donors balked at this. With most foreign aid agencies either ousted by the Eritrean government or loath to operate under the stringent conditions and high taxes imposed upon them, human rights groups estimated that half the population was undernourished in 2008. Although the Ministry of Health halted the compilation of statistics on hunger levels in 2006, which made actual conditions difficult to pin down, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in 2009 warned of the possibility of famine. 2 years later, in 2011, famine swept across the Horn of Africa, leaving 2/3 of Eritreans hungry. Drought, poverty, and the loss of rural labor power to Eritrea's national service and the large-scale outflows of young people seeking to avoid or escape from that service combined to make 2013 another lean year. The Global Hunger Index, GHI, a project of the International Food Policy Research Institute, reported in 2017 that undernourishment was extremely high in Eritrea but was not accompanied by widespread starvation. Child mortality under 5 was moderate, but child stunting and child wasting were assessed at more than 50% for 2012 to 2016, indicating that Eritrea was managing to avoid the extremes of famine, though half its children suffered lasting effects from chronic hunger. According to a 2015 UNICEF report, undernutrition in Eritrea is related to the challenges of food production due to limited arable land, water shortages, and frequent droughts. Severe poverty also limits people's ability to buy food. 2 years later, UNICEF reported that malnutrition exceeded emergency levels in 4 of Eritrea's 6 regions, confirming the GHI assessment. Despite these warnings, the government continued to spurn offers of international food aid. See also non-governmental organizations, international, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, national, NGOs, refugees. Federation, Ethio-Eritrean, 1952 to 1962. The concept of a federation between Ethiopia and Eritrea was first proposed as a compromise between independence and unification at the Wa Bet Gurgis in 1946, but it was rejected by the pro-Ethiopian Unionist Party. In May 1949, the concept was revived by a member of the Independent Muslim League of Misawa, which proposed the idea of a federation in testimony to the United Nations, UN, General Assembly. Under pressure from the United States and in light of its weak diplomatic position, Ethiopia accepted the idea in 1950, when it was proposed by 2 members of a commission of investigation in their report to the UN. The inability of the international community to agree on any other solution, combined with U.S. diplomatic pressure, led the UN to vote to federate Ethiopia and Eritrea on December 2, 1950. The federation was intended to guarantee Eritreans an autonomous, democratic government, and a UN commissioner, Ans Mashinzo, was appointed to oversee its implementation. He drafted a constitution outlining a political structure in which Eritrea was governed by an elected assembly, an independent judiciary, and a chief executive that would oversee the police, education, healthcare, public services, and finance. Mashinzo failed to create a separate federal government, however, other than an ill-defined federal council that met only once. This enabled Haile Selassie's government to gain direct control over trade, defense, and all interstate communications, which meant ports, main highways and the railroad, and the revenues from foreign trade. The Eritreans managed to maintain some symbols of sovereignty, such as a separate flag and official languages, but the Ethiopian government had ultimate military and financial power. The federation was implemented on September 15, 1952, but the Ethiopians, working through the emperor's representative, Andergachu Mesai, and the Unionist Party, led by Chief Executive Tedla, immediately set about dismantling Eritrea's autonomous and democratic institutions, such as opposition political parties, the free press, and independent labor organizations. As early as 1953, the labor laws were repealed and the Eritrean courts stripped of their judicial independence. In December of that year, the Voice of Eritrea, the organ of the Eritrean Democratic Front, the former independence bloc, was banned and its editors imprisoned. In March 1954, the Eritrean Assembly asked the UN to intervene, but there was no response. A political and economic crisis ensued, as Ethiopian interference and double, federal and Eritrean, taxation drove out some colonial businesses, while Ethiopian control over the Eritrean share of customs revenues, which made up close to 40% of its budget, enabled the imperial representatives to manipulate the assembly. This crisis reached its high point in 1955, when Tedla was forced to resign. After Ethiopian-controlled elections in 1956, the Eritrean government was in the hands of the emperor's agents, Asfaha Wolde Mikael and Dimitros Gebremeryam, who set about dismantling the federation in preparation for complete unification with Ethiopia, starting with the dissolution of the territory's political parties. Between 1957 and 1960, the independent British Chief Justice was removed, the Eritrean flag was ordered taken down, Eritrea's official languages were replaced with Amharic, and all symbols of autonomy were eliminated. Despite the resistance of students, workers, and, after 1959, the Eritrean liberation movement, the emperor's government succeeded in dissolving the federation and completing Eritrea's annexation on November 14, 1962, one day after the emperor ordered the replacement of all Eritrean police officers with soldiers of the Ethiopian army. Despite its brief duration, the autonomous Eritrean institutions created by the federation were crucial in establishing a sense of Eritrean national identity, particularly among the generation that grew up under them and later led the armed struggle for independence, and they remain a potent symbol of possibility in post-independence Eritrea. Female circumcision. See female genital cutting, FGC. Female genital cutting, FGC. The practice of female genital cutting, euphemistically but erroneously called circumcision, seems to be of great antiquity, probably predating both Christianity and Islam in the region, and is associated with patriarchal forms of social control that focus particularly on women's premarital chastity. It is not specifically condoned by either the Orthodox Church or Muslim religious texts but is a customary practice associated with ideas of ritual cleanliness in both faith communities. The operation is a women's affair, usually performed on infants or young girls by female specialists in unsanitary conditions. FGC ranges in severity from partial excision of the clitoris in Tigrinya and Bilan Christian areas, to full excision of the clitoris and labia minora, partial removal of the labia majora, and infibulations, near complete closure of the vaginal orifice through sewing and scarring, among many Afar-, Saho-, Hedareb- and Tigray-speaking groups. In 1995 to 1996, the Eritrean National Statistics Office surveyed more than 5,000 women aged 15 to 49 and men aged 15 to 59 from 8 of Eritrea's ethnic communities. They found that 95% of Eritrean women had undergone some form of genital cutting, and 34% were infibulated, with differences among the communities statistically insignificant. Genital cutting affected 92% of Tigrinya women, 99% of Tigris, 96% of Sahos, 100% of Naraz, 99% of Bilans, 99% of Afars, 100% of Hederbs, and 98% of Kunamas. There was no data on Rashiida, who constitute by far the smallest of the 9 officially recognized Eritrean ethnic groups. While some form of cutting was common for both rural and urban women, the incidence of infibulations was substantially lower among urban women and almost non-existent among women with higher education, regardless of ethnicity or residence. The majority of girls who underwent genital cutting were less than 1 year old at the time. FGC was condemned by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front before liberation as part of the work of its women's organization, and in the years following independence, the Eritrean government and the National Union of Eritrean Women and National Union of Eritrean Youth and Students worked to educate the public about its severe impact on women's health and childbirth, though by medicalizing its critique, the government has downplayed the human rights dimension of the issue. See student organizations. In April 2007, the government of Eritrea officially banned the practice and criminalized its performance. Since the 1960s, FGC has been declining among the educated urban population, but it continues to be widely practiced in rural areas, among recent urban immigrants, and among refugees in Sudan. Festivals/holidays. A national holidays coordinating committee, run by the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, with subcommittees in the 6 administrative regions and in the diaspora, plans and manages officially sanctioned celebrations, commemorations, and festivals within the country and among supporters of the regime living abroad. The main ones are National Day, May 24, the date on which Eritrea declared its independence, Martyrs' Day, June 20, and the annual Eritrea Festival, August, but Eritrea also recognizes International Women's Day, March 8, International Workers' Day, May 1, and International Children's Day, December 8, and there are many associated with religious commemorations, as well as others celebrated among Eritreans living abroad by political groups hostile to the ruling party. Regional festivals, youth fairs, and cultural competitions are held throughout Eritrea, organized by municipalities, local administrations, and party-sanctioned organizations, such as the National Unions of Women and Youth and Students, see Women's Organizations, Youth Organizations. The media play a major role in promoting them, with extensive coverage on state-controlled radio and television and in the newspapers. The Ramak Awards, whose name derives from the Hedareb word for the beauty and grace in the long neck of an antelope, are presented by the PFDJ to the individuals and groups in Eritrea who most excel in literature, music, painting, drama, traditional folklore, and other categories. The annual prizes total as much as N$400,000, approximately $27,000 at current official exchange rates, and the competitions are fiercely contested, from regional events that narrow the field to the finals held in Asmara in August. The annual Eritrea Festival held in Asmara attracts nearly 600,000 people and features songs, dances, and dramatic performances from all 9 recognized ethnic groups, among other programs, in a continuous exposition that runs for 10 days. Among the featured events and exhibits are models of traditional homes, arts and crafts shows, traditional foods and refreshments, rites and ceremonies, special exhibitions of artistic and scientific merit, and competitive contests. Similar festivals are organized by diaspora communities in the Middle East, Europe, North America, and Australia by both PFDJ supporters and opposition parties. Among the commemorations observed by those associated with the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and its heritage is Eritrean Liberation Day, which marks the first major confrontation between ELF guerrillas and Ethiopia's regular army on March 15, 1964 at Togoruba in the Barka region of western Eritrea. Eritreans mark numerous Muslim and Christian holidays, most of which vary from year to year according to complex formulas linked to lunar and solar cycles and, in the case of Christian holidays, differ according to which calendar is observed, with Eritrean Orthodox using the Julian and Catholics and Protestants using the Gregorian. Among the principal Muslim holidays, which are movable feasts that follow the Muslim lunar calendar, are the Eid el-Adha, the feast of sacrifice to mark Abraham's pledge to give up his firstborn son, celebrated on the 10th day of the month of Dhul Hijjah, August 22 in 2018, the Milad el-Nabi to celebrate the birth of the Prophet Muhammad during the month of Rabi al-Awwal, November 21 in 2018, and the Eid el-Fitr, which celebrates the end of the month-long Ramadan fast, June 15 in 2018. Al-Hijra, the first of Muharram, Islamic New Year, which is observed by Eritrean Muslims but is not an official holiday, fell on September 10 in 2018. Orthodox Christians mark numerous fasting days to honor individuals and events in church history. Among its most important commemorations in addition to Lede, Christmas, January 7, Arbai Siklet, Good Friday April 6 in 2018, and Tensi, Easter, April 8 in 2018, are Timkat, Epiphany, January 19 in 2018, Kiddush Yohannes, Geez New Year, September 11, and Meskel, Finding of the True Cross, September 27. Fighters. The 30-year armed struggle for Eritrean independence created a new social group in Eritrea, members of the victorious Liberation Army that consciously saw itself as both the embodiment of core values and the guardian of the new nation. These were the fighters of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, who fought the war and afterward made up the top echelons of both the army and the government. Their name derived from the Tigrinya word for the guerrillas of the various Eritrean liberation movements, Tegadelti, masculine singular, Tegadle, literally struggler but translated as fighter, which came into widespread use in the early 1970s when large numbers of Tigrinya-speaking youths joined the movement. Though it applied to all the nationalist guerrillas, the new fighter culture developed primarily in the EPLF. The fighters of that era rejected many traditional Eritrean attitudes concerning social status, gender inequality, and religious segregation. They developed their own mix of Marxist idealism and secular nationalism that stressed self-sacrifice for the sake of the nation and one's comrades, self-reliance, self-improvement in education and technical skills, group decision-making, communal ownership of all material goods, and egalitarian fairness and self-discipline in all social interactions, a political culture shaped and nurtured by the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party and not carried over into the post-independence armed forces. Despite its innovations, the austere morality of the fighters owed much to the heavily religious culture of rural Eritreans, who were impressed in particular by the honesty and steadfastness of the EPLF fighters. Fighter culture matured during the long years of isolation and constant warfare in the mountains of Sahel, and by 1991, the fighters had their own code of behavior and traditions. Fighters also developed a distinctive personality, marked by a combination of self-confidence and seriousness, and even a uniform dress consisting of plastic sandals, Arabic, shida, tight shorts, military jacket, headscarf, and white cotton blanket, netsla, looped over the shoulders. When they entered Asmara after liberation, many fighters had no conception of how to use money or keep personal possessions, and they were appalled at the Western consumer culture values and vices of the new state's urban citizenry and among those returnees who had spent the war years living abroad. This contributed to a growing gap between insiders and outsiders that was reflected at leadership levels as well as in ordinary social interaction. Among rank-and-file fighters, there was some difficulty in sustaining the spirit of sacrifice after liberation, and resentment among them began to build over such issues as who would be demobilized and when and what would be the fate of the 12,000 war-handicapped fighters and the families of the close to 70,000 war dead. These issues simmered below the surface until the 1993 referendum, as fighters continued to work without pay to revive the devastated country and staff the government. But when Isaias Afwerki announced that fighters would continue without pay after independence, receiving only a small sum of pocket money based on years in the field, thousands of disgruntled fighters led a protest, Tigrinya, Admate Galdelti, in downtown Asmara on May 20, 1993, days before an Independence Day celebration planned for the capital. In January 1994, fighters on military service began to receive modest salaries as a result of the protest, but the first of its kind demonstration seriously disturbed the government, which arrested more than 130 of its leaders and sentenced more than 100 to prison. It also accelerated planning to demobilize, compensate, and rehabilitate fighters. See also demobilization, Mai Habar, 15 degrees 16 minutes north, 39 degrees 03 martyrs. Finance, banking, currency, debt. Eritrea had a number of currencies and financial regimes tied to the Italian and British colonial administrations. The Ethiopian birr remained Eritrea's currency from the start of the federation with Ethiopia, 1952, through November 1997, when a national currency, the nakfa, was introduced, initially convertible to birr at a 1-to-1 rate. Although Eritrea pressed Ethiopia to accept a dual currency system for commercial exchanges between them, in which each country would accept the other's currency without conversion costs, this was not implemented, mainly because Eritrea was using a different international exchange rate than Ethiopia, leading to charges that it was serving as a de facto black market for Ethiopian currency. The two most pressing issues in Eritrea's post-liberation financial development were relations with Ethiopia and with foreign lenders, led by the World Bank. In May 1991, when the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, formed the Provisional Government of Eritrea, it repudiated all debts owed by previous governments and nationalized the Ethiopian state banking system, forming the National Bank of Eritrea and the Commercial Bank of Eritrea. Until formal independence in 1993, foreign aid for reconstruction totaled less than $32 million, with half coming from non-governmental organizations, led by the Catholic Church, and half from bilateral loans. The European Union provided $72 million, half in food aid, under its Lomé Convention, to which Eritrea was admitted in May 1993. Negotiations with the World Bank were opened in 1993, and in March, a $525 million credit was offered, with $147 million slated for a 2-year recovery and rehabilitation program. After further negotiations, in July 1994 Eritrea joined the World Bank organizations, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, International Development Association, and International Monetary Fund, receiving a credit of $50 million for recovery, education, energy, and port development. In 1994, a new investment code was promulgated, with more liberalized provisions concerning taxation and profit repatriation. The National Bank was reorganized in 1996 under the direction of Taki Bayani, a veteran of the EPLF and a former administrator of the Eritrean Relief Association. In November 2015, the government recalled all paper currency and replaced it within a 6-week window with a new issue whose main distinguishing feature was the date of issue. But from this point onward, the old currency had no value, and all transactions in NACFA were to be closely regulated in an attempt to gain control of the black market, curb hoarding, and cut into illegal financial dealings, particularly those involving human smuggling. See also economy. Fisheries. Fishing is one of the most underdeveloped sectors of the Eritrean economy and potentially one of the most lucrative. The Red Sea is home to more than 1,000 species of fish, including tuna, red snapper, kingfish, sardines, and other prime food fish, as well as more than 220 species of coral. There are also large stocks of high-value species, such as lobster, crab, oyster, and shrimp. Fish consumption is relatively low in Eritrea, apart from Asmara and the coastal areas, as Eritreans traditionally take their protein from meat and eggs, particularly among inland pastoralists. However, efforts to promote fish consumption through the schools and the national media are introducing more people to the practice. Improved refrigeration and transport capacity make this more viable, though most fish caught and processed in Eritrea is still set aside for export. Eritrea has exclusive rights to almost 52,000 square kilometers of largely unexploited waters and is moving to develop and protect its extensive marine resources. From 1997 to 2000, the volume of fish landed in Eritrean waters shot up from 780 tons to more than 10,000. In 1998, a joint venture of the government with European investors established a modern fish processing plant in Massawa at a cost of $1.2 million. By 2000, Erifish was exporting frozen fish to markets in Europe. By 2002, new ice plants were added, with a combined production capacity of more than 150 tons of ice per day. In 1999, Eritrea embarked on one of the most innovative commercial aquaculture ventures in the world, Seawater Farms Eritrea. A joint undertaking with a U.S. firm, the project used untreated seawater instead of fresh water to produce shrimp and fish, together with salicornia, a salt-tolerant crop that could be eaten as a vegetable while young. The mature plant also yielded a high-protein edible oil and material for fuel briquettes, particle board, and animal fodder. In addition to generating income, the new farm enhanced the environment by expanding wetland areas to filter the irrigation water, by planting new mangrove forests along the seashore, and by providing a refuge for rare and endangered wildlife. By September 2001, the project was employing more than 800 people, exporting 1 metric ton of shrimp to Europe and the Middle East each month, and cultivating 100 hectares of oilseed crop. There were also plans to construct research facilities, a visitors center, a first-class hotel, and other accommodations to promote ecotourism. However, when Fisheries Minister Petros Solomon, a key participant in the dissident Group of 15, was imprisoned, the project stagnated, leaving only the mangrove program functioning by the end of the decade. Farther south, on Haleb Island, 70 kilometers off the Assab coast, was the Harana Boatyard, a joint venture with an Australian company Seachrome Marine International that produced high-quality fiberglass long-line fishing boats and 17-meter high-speed patrol boats for the Eritrean Navy. It, too, folded after the 2001 political crisis. Tightened restrictions on illegal fishing by the government of Eritrea after the border war, coupled with labor shortages created by the stepped-up conscription of young men into national service, led to a contraction in the informal fishing industry among the Afars on the southern coast, many of whom had sold their catch to markets in Yemen without reporting the transactions. But it was the outbreak of the Yemen civil war in 2015, which cut off virtually all Eritrean access to these markets, that most severely affected the artisanal fishing industry. The management takeover of the port of Asab by the United Arab Emirates that year added to the difficulties faced by small-scale fishers as access to the civilian port facilities was restricted by security clearance requirements. Flag. Eritrea's first flag was created at the outset of the federation with Ethiopia in 1952. It symbolized Eritrea's hopes that the United Nations, UN, would guarantee its autonomy, as it looked very much like the UN flag, with olive branches encircling a six-leafed plant, representing Eritrea's 6 administration regions, on a sky-blue background. A new flag was adopted by the government of the state of Eritrea in 1993, which combined the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, flag of interlocking green, red, and blue triangles with the Federation flag's olive and plant emblem in gold, meant to symbolize the role of the EPLF in creating the new nation. Food aid. Eritrea has been a net importer of cereals, the staple food of the population, from at least the beginning of Italian colonialism. Until the 1970s, most of this food came from northern Ethiopia and Sudan, and particularly from the grain surplus region of Tigray. During the 1970s, the armed struggle and droughts interfered with these imports and with internal agriculture, and by 1979, the population that had not fled the country as refugees was increasingly dependent on foreign food aid. In DARC-controlled areas, foreign food aid was distributed in Food for Work programs, FWP, administered through the Ethiopian Council of Churches and the U.S.-based Catholic Relief Services, which in 1980, along with other non-governmental organizations, were allowed to resume operations that had been suspended during the political upheaval in 1974 to 1975 and the military campaigns that followed. The liberation fronts began to import food from Sudan in 1975, and the next year, the Eritrean Relief Association, ERA, started trucking in small international donations. However, until the mid-1980s the cross-border operation met less than 15% of food needs in areas controlled by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. At the end of 1984, after images of the rapidly accelerating famine were broadcast over global television, foreign food aid, much of it from the United States, increased tremendously, with the Ethiopian government receiving $1 billion in 1985 alone. During the Red Star campaign, some of this food aid was used to pay the wheat militia, Tigrinya, militia Tsernai, that highland peasants were required to join to guard their villages against EPLF attacks, and by 1985, reports indicated that a portion of food aid was being diverted to feed the Ethiopian army. Meanwhile, in late 1984 the ERA's cross-border operation also began to receive large-scale food aid. Most of it was coordinated through the Sudan-based Emergency Relief Desk, ERD, an inter-church operation whose principal donor agencies were Lutheran World Relief and Norwegian Church Aid, through which U.S. and European Community, EC, donations were channeled, reaching more than $35 million during 1985. Food aid became a crucial factor in the Eritrean War in the 1980s, as both sides used it to support civilian populations in areas under their control, and the DERG attempted to deny aid to EPLF areas. At the height of the 1984 to 1985 famine, the DERG refused an EPLF proposal of safe passage for food aid into the war zone, and in 1987, the EPLF burned an Ethiopian convoy the front claimed contained both United Nations trucks laden with food and trucks carrying military supplies. Through ERA, the EPLF maintained good relations with the ERD, which channeled growing EC and U.S. food aid, with U.S. in-kind aid to both the EPLF and Tigray People's Liberation Front areas rising to almost $30 million in 1988 and more than $70 million in 1990. With the liberation of Misawa, the principal port for DIRG aid imports, a heated dispute developed concerning importation of food aid under EPLF auspices. The DIRG bombed food warehouses in the port, and the population in its highland enclave lost access to food aid except for small quantities brought in by air. On January 14, 1991, World Food Programme, WFP, food aid resumed through EPLF lines to Asmara. A similar free passage arrangement had begun in March 1990 to supply food aid to central Ethiopia via Assab. At the time of liberation, between 70 and 85% of the Eritrean population was estimated to be dependent on food aid. US and EC food aid continued, as poor harvests in 1991 and 1993 meant continued dependency, although by June 1993 the number relying on aid had decreased to about 500,000. In 1995, food aid was distributed to more than 300,000 people through FWP and direct handouts, indicating a structural deficit in cereals that was expected to continue for the foreseeable future. But in 1995, aid donors, led by WFP and EC, began questioning Eritrean use of food aid to subsidize urban bread prices and national service programs. In January 1996, the Eritrean government announced that it would monetize all donated grain and use the proceeds to subsidize jobs and public works programs, but food donors reacted by shutting off grain supplies. This provoked a crisis over who would control the aid programs. The resulting standoff lasted through September, when the United States relented, resuming distribution of its 1996 to 1998 pledge of 86,000 metric tons, followed reluctantly by the EC at the end of the year. In 1997, the Eritrean-controlled, monetized food aid program began to function, and the government asked many of the remaining non-governmental aid agencies to close down their operations and leave the country. The outbreak of the border war with Ethiopia in 1998 created a new food crisis as production was disrupted and many able-bodied farmers were called into national service. By 2000, with tens of thousands of civilians displaced by the conflict and thousands of recent expellees arriving from Ethiopia, see deportations, emergency food aid programs were back in place and European and US aid agencies were invited back to Eritrea to assist the relief effort. Recurrent drought compounded the problem, which worsened further in May-June 2000 when Ethiopian forces overran Eritrea's defenses and occupied much of Gashbarka. Even after their withdrawal under the Algiers Agreement of December 2000, food production lagged behind the spiraling need, as key food-producing areas were designated part of the temporary security zone along the Eritrean border and were for the most part left fallow. Below average rainfall in the years after that, along with the ouster of most international aid agencies by the Eritrean government in 2005 and the shift from food aid to cash for work programs in 2006, hindered the recovery and left large segments of the rural population reliant on food aid. However, there have been no national nutrition studies since then, so precise figures on malnutrition levels are not available. Government restrictions on travel within the country have made it extremely difficult to assess the level or extent of need, but in 2009, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, warned that acute malnutrition was reaching emergency proportions in parts of Gashbarka and Ansaba, even as the government continued to reject food aid and declined to issue work permits for aid agency staff. In 2017, UNICEF reported that malnutrition exceeded emergency levels in 4 out of 6 regions of the country. See also Economy. Foreign policy. One of Eritrea's first acts as an independent state in 1993 was to join the United Nations, UN. It also established permanent representation with the European Union, EU, and the Organization of African Unity, later reorganized as the African Union (OAU), and took observer status at the Arab League. During its first decade as an independent nation, Eritrea signed 54 international conventions, including the Geneva Convention on Human Rights, and it established diplomatic representation in countries in Africa, the Middle East, Europe, North America, and Asia. It also took an early lead in promoting regional development initiatives, particularly the revitalization of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, which counted among its members Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, and Uganda. The cornerstone of its foreign policy in these years was a strategic alliance with Ethiopia that it sought to lead, much as it had done in its relations with Ethiopian opposition groups during the armed struggle. However, this alliance collapsed in 1998 with the outbreak of the border war, taking with it the wider regional initiatives and reshaping Eritrea's relations with other states and multilateral bodies. Eritrea withdrew from IGAD altogether in April 2007 to protest Ethiopia's invasion of Somalia and did not formally rejoin until 2018. It also withdrew from the O in 2007 to protest its inaction on the country's unresolved border dispute with Ethiopia. In 2009, IGAD and the O called on the UN to sanction Eritrea for destabilizing Djibouti and supporting Somali extremists. Over the first decade of independence, President Isaias Afwerki frequently reshuffled his cabinet, running through 3 foreign ministers in 7 years, all of whom ended up joining the group of 15 dissidents who were imprisoned in 2001 after criticizing the president in an open letter published earlier that year. Mahmoud Sharifo, June 1993 to April 1994, Petros Solomon, April 1994 to October 1997, and Haile Wolde Tensai, October 1997 to October 2000. War veteran Ali Said Abdella held the post from November 2000 until his death in August 2005, when he was replaced by Mohamed Umar Mahmoud, who served until April 2007. Osman Saleh, another Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, veteran, held the office through 2018, though he was frequently accompanied on his diplomatic missions by the political affairs director of the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, Yemena Gabrib, whom most observers saw as the primary foreign affairs advisor to President Isaias. Over its nearly 2 decades as an independent nation, Eritrea fought with each of its neighbors at least once, including Yemen across the Red Sea. Its president, Isaias Afwerki, had little patience with diplomacy, which he disdained as unprincipled, and instead trusted what had worked for Eritrea in the past, armed force. Under his leadership, Eritrea pursued a regional policy based on the conviction that as a small, vulnerable state with limited resources, it had to weaken its larger neighbors in order to change the power balance in Eritrea's favor, both to protect the country's hard-won sovereignty and to advance its national interests. The most effective vehicle for this was support for proxies that could challenge other states from within, as the EPLF had done during the armed struggle by assisting the Tigray People's Liberation Front, the Oromo Liberation Front, the Western Somali Liberation Front, and others. Eritrea pursued a similar strategy toward Sudan in the 1990s, after Eritrean Islamic Jihad movement guerrillas based there carried out attacks in Eritrea. The government in Asmara responded by supporting an assortment of Sudanese opposition groups, from the Sudan People's Liberation Army in the south to a broad coalition called the National Democratic Alliance in northeastern Sudan. Once the Southerners negotiated a peace accord with the Khartoum government in 2005, Eritrea shifted its support to smaller regional groups in the northeast and Darfur and then parlayed its links to them into a peacemaking role, enhancing its influence in Khartoum. After the outbreak of the border war with Ethiopia, Eritrea resumed its aid to Ethiopian insurgents, as Ethiopia increased its support for Eritrean opposition groups, see Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. When Ethiopia refused to accept the final and binding ruling of the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC, in 2002, Eritrea stepped up support for Somali forces hostile to Ethiopia, which feared the spread of Islamism into its southern provinces. Ethiopia invaded Somalia in 2008, displaced the Eritrean-supported Islamic Courts Union regime in Mogadishu, and installed a transitional national government before it withdrew. Eritrea's support for the Somali insurgency that followed, which included Islamist extremists in the Al-Shabaab movement, and its simultaneous occupation of a small but strategic slice of territory within Djibouti, first turned IGAD against it, then the O, and finally the UN, which sanctioned Eritrea in December 2009 with an arms embargo and travel restrictions and an asset freeze on its military and civilian leaders. A UN monitoring mission in 2017 reported that there was then no evidence of Eritrean support for al-Shabaab in Somalia, but the UN Security Council declined to withdraw the sanctions due to the continuing standoff with Djibouti. The resolution of that conflict the following year led to the end of the sanctions when they came up for renewal in November. During the years after the border war, Eritrea fell out with nearly all its early allies and supporters, especially the United States, on which it placed the primary blame for the international community's failure to enforce the EEBC decision. For its part, members of the administration of Barack Obama publicly chastised Eritrea for its involvement in Somalia and its steadily worsening human rights record. Eritrea's relations with the European Union also deteriorated over similar issues, though the EU continued to provide limited development assistance, principally targeted at food security and transport through the European Commission. Nearly 20 years after Eritrea's emergence as an independent nation, this left the country as isolated on the international stage as it had been at the height of its armed struggle. Among its few remaining allies by 2010 were Qatar, which worked with Eritrea on peacemaking initiatives in Sudan and Libya, and Iran, which shared Eritrea's pariah status. Eritrea also maintained a low-key relationship with Israel, which had set up an embassy in Asmara soon after independence, though relations cooled after the border war as Eritrea sought support from Israel's regional adversaries, especially Iran. Throughout, however, Eritrea managed to maintain close relations with China, which quietly assisted the country on several fronts, including its telecommunications systems, without any apparent concern over human rights issues, much as China did across the rest of the African continent. Over the next 8 years, many of these tactical relationships were upended as regional rivalries triggered a flurry of realignments. The collapse of the Muammar al-Gaddafi regime in Libya in 2011 abruptly ended that country's support to Eritrea. Increased tensions between Egypt and Ethiopia over the latter's construction of a major dam on the Blue Nile, a key source of water for Egypt, led to strengthened Egypt-Eritrea ties, and Sudan, caught in the middle, sided with Ethiopia in 2017 and closed its border with Eritrea. But the most consequential reshuffle came after civil war broke out across the Red Sea in Yemen, and Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, UAE, pulled Eritrea into their coalition against the Iran-backed Houthi rebels who threatened to overrun that country. One result was an Eritrean decision in 2015 to allow the UAE to construct naval facilities near the port of Asab and to make use of an air base there to fly missions over Yemen. When the Saudis and Emiratis fell out with Qatar in 2017, which they accused of supporting terrorists, Eritrea voiced its support for them, and Qatar responded by pulling its peacekeepers out of the disputed Eritrea-Djibouti border, effectively breaking off its relations with Asmara. Over the next year, the two Gulf allies increased their presence in Eritrea and their attention to the wider region, with the Emirates playing a key role in facilitating the end of the 20-year Eritrea-Ethiopia conflict. This set in motion a series of bilateral contacts among other states of the Horn of Africa in 2018 as Eritrea mended relations with the Somali government in Mogadishu and made peace with Djibouti. The ripple effects of these moves opened the door for lifting the UN arms embargo and targeted sanctions in November, rebuilding a relationship with the United States and strengthening relationships with the European Union and EU member states, moves that were already in process by then, driven both by regional security interests and by growing political pressure within these states to stem the influx of Eritrean asylum seekers. Forestry, forests. Eritrea's forest cover has been reduced by around 80% in the last century. Highland forests of juniper, olive, and African fig have all but disappeared except for a few areas of the Semenawi Bari, and lowland acacia, baobab, and dum palm stands have been greatly reduced. Today, forest covers only 0.4% of Eritrea's land surface. Deforestation has led to widespread soil erosion and has probably decreased Eritrea's rainfall. As firewood is Eritrea's main energy source, forests have decreased in direct relation to population growth. The armed struggle further devastated already scant forests, as soldiers collected firewood and used thousands of trees to reinforce their fortifications, while prolonged drought during the 1970s and 1980s killed many already weakened trees. Reforestation projects go all the way back to Italian colonialism, when the Forest Guard was created to protect existing reserves and eucalyptus plantations. On the other hand, colonial entrepreneurs cut down much of the existing forest for fuel and building materials, and along the escarpment of northern Acale-Gozze, the juniper trees were cut and transported by cableway to the coast for export. The colonial forestry system broke down in the 1970s, and reforestation only began again on any significant scale in the 1980s, when the Derg oversaw large-scale terracing and tree planting under the terms of foreign-dominated food aid. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, also undertook small-scale projects in its liberated zone, particularly in Rora Habab, where a pilot project using native olives and junipers was begun. The Derg's reforestation efforts, using the frequently unsuitable eucalyptus, were of limited success, but after liberation, the EPLF's program was greatly expanded, utilizing food for work programs, national service workers, high school students on summer break, and even international volunteers. By the outbreak of the border war in 1998, more than 40 million seedlings had been planted. See also Environment. Foro, 15 degrees 15 minutes 33 seconds north, 39 degrees 37 minutes 16 seconds east. Located at the foot of Zula Dam on the Hadis River, the town of Foro developed from an Italian colonial fordo. The dam, which had been proposed several times, was finally built in 1961 to 1963 to irrigate the alluvial plain behind Zula, see Atolis, where the Kekiya family and other entrepreneurs were introducing mechanized farming of cotton, sugar, and grain. The village surrounding the old police post grew into a commercial town of several thousand with a mixed population of Saho, Tigray, and Tigrinya speakers. The dam silted up within a decade, however, and farming declined. During the 1970s, many residents fled from Ethiopian military operations against the Eritrean Liberation Front, and Foro changed hands a number of times. In 1986 to 1988, it was occupied by an Ethiopian battalion, after which it was administered by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front. After independence, Foro developed into an important administrative and market center, with a clinic, a school, and an agriculture ministry office for its Zula development project. The completion of an all-weather road linking Masawa and Asab provided a further boost to the local economy. Fordo. See protest in January 2013. Four Powers Commission, 1947 to 1948. The Treaty of Paris, signed on February 10, 1947, coming into effect on September 15, ended hostilities between Italy and the Allied powers, Great Britain, France, United States, and the Soviet Union, and gave the latter, known as the Four Powers, responsibility for deciding Eritrea's political future. The Four Powers were divided over the disposition of Italy's colonies, with Britain and France interested in a form of settlement that would not jeopardize their own African colonies, the Soviet Union primarily interested in supporting the pro-colonial Italian Communist Party, and the United States supporting Ethiopian claims to Eritrea. To help resolve their differences, the Four Powers created a commission of investigation to ascertain Eritrean opinion, which visited the colony from November 12, 1947 to January 3, 1948. The British administration had allowed political parties to form in early 1947 to organize public sentiment for the possible options of independence, union with Ethiopia, or some form of trusteeship, generally Italian or British. These parties held rallies and presented petitions to the Four Powers Commission, several of which led to violence organized by pro-Ethiopian unionists, notably at Teramni in Sirte. In addition, 3,336 representatives of family and clan groupings were elected to present their people's views to the commission. In the end, the Commission found Eritrean opinion divided, with around 45% supporting the pro-independence Muslim League and Liberal Progressive Party, 45% supporting the Unionist Party, and 10% favoring pro-Italy parties. The Four Powers Council of Ministers then used the Commission's report to support their own differing political positions on Eritrea's future. On September 15, 1948, when they could not reach agreement, they turned the matter over to the United Nations, as stipulated in the Paris Treaty. See also Bevin, Sforza Plan, 1949, Federation, Ethio-Eritrean, 1952–1962. France. French interest in Eritrea developed during the 19th century out of a combination of colonial rivalry with Great Britain, the interests of French Catholic missionaries of the Lazarist order, and reports from individual French geographers and entrepreneurs who saw a port on Eritrea's coast as a means of gaining control over Ethiopia's foreign trade. After France had established a vice-consul at Massawa in 1840, various Ethiopian rulers saw the French as a possible alternative to the power of Britain or Egypt on the coast, an interest that the adventurers Antoine Diabati, Edmond Combes, and Théophile Lefebvre sought to promote. In 1842–1843, the French attempted to purchase Anfile Bay on the Denkal coast but were unsuccessful. In 1845, French agents purchased Ed from an Afar chief but never developed it. In 1859–1860, the French supported Aga Negusi in his struggle with Emperor Tewodros. The former ceded Zula Bay to the mission of Count John Russell in exchange for arms, but Negusi's death ended the deal. During the 1860s, the French, through their vice-consul, Werner Monsignor, threatened to intervene to protect Eritrean Catholics from Tigrayan persecution, but after 1884, the French concentrated on developing Djibouti as their main entrepot for trade with central Ethiopia. The French connection with Shua, central Ethiopia, via Djibouti, precluded further interest in Eritrea, which the French conceded to Italy. France supported Italian claims to Eritrea during the Four Powers negotiations of 1948. The government was uncritical of Haile Selassie's policies in Eritrea and remained silent about the Derg's policies as well until 1981, when some critical remarks led to the expulsion of much of the French mission in Ethiopia. Thereafter, the government remained circumspect, protecting its Djiboutian interests, until the Eritrean People's Liberation Front victory in 1991, when the Eritrean leaders accused France, apparently incorrectly, of supporting Afar irredentism. This diplomatic dispute was resolved in bilateral talks in December 1992, and in 1993, a French diplomatic presence was established through the consul in Djibouti, followed in May 1994 by President Isaias Afwerki's state visit to France in which a cooperation agreement and a 22 million franc aid package were signed. However, over the following decade Eritrea's conflicts with Djibouti, where France maintained a substantial military presence, undercut these relations, and in 2008, French troops provided logistical and intelligence support during a brief skirmish between the two states. See also Foreign Policy. G. Gash River. See Mireb River. Gash Barka. See Administration and Administrative Regions. Gash Seti. A former provincial-level administrative division in the southwestern corner of what is now Gash Barkazaba, Gash Seti extends from the northern drainages of the Gash River to the Seti River in the south and comprises most of the lands of the Kunama and Nara peoples, as well as those of the Bejas and the Tigray speakers along the Sudanese border with the Adiabo district of Tigray in the east. The administrative division, with its headquarters at Barentu, was created as a commissariat by the Italians in 1909 but returned to the control of Agordat in 1931. It remained a subdivision of the Western Province until 1975, when the Derg elevated it to a Raja status in an attempt to cement the loyalty of the Kunama people. The area saw the first battles of the armed struggle and a number of Eritrean inter-ethnic clashes during the 1960s and 1970s. The Derg drove out the Eritrean Liberation Front in 1978 and held the area until the mid-1980s, when the Eritrean People's Liberation Front established itself throughout the region, gaining complete control in 1988. After liberation, Ibrahim Idris Todil was appointed governor, and a regional development association was formed. Much of Gash Seti's population fled as refugees to Sudan during the Independence War, and thousands more left during the third and last round of the border war in June 2000. However, the province has absorbed more than 150,000 returnees and new settlers in the post-conflict repatriation and resettlement process. Gash Seti has the richest farmland in Eritrea, including alluvial river valleys, the rain-fed plains between Gilaj and Hagar, and the irrigated cotton soil around Tessani and Ali Gaider. Pre-colonial agriculture was stifled by the widespread presence of malaria, but irrigated farming was begun in the 1920s by Italian colonists and extended to rain-fed tractor farming of sorghum and sesame along the Sudanese border in the late 1960s. After liberation, the Ministry of Agriculture focused its large-scale development projects on the province, including the Seti Dam and the Tessani Ali Gaider projects. The Toko Mbia area also has an important livestock market. See also economy, land tenure. Gasparini, Jacopo, 1879–1941. The first fascist governor of Eritrea from 1923 to 1928, Gasparini was responsible for the development of the irrigated plantations around Tessani. He remained president of the Société Imprise Africaine Développement Parastatal until his death in Asmara in 1941. See also Italian colonialism, 1882–1941, Mussolini, Benito, 1883–1945. Gebremeskel Woldu, Fitwari, 1907–1963. An early Eritrean political leader, Gebremeskel was president of the Maber Fikri Hagar from its founding in 1941 to November 1946, when he was dismissed by pro-Ethiopian Unionist forces, led by Colonel Nega Haile Selassie. He was ousted for his support for the compromise position of federation with Ethiopia advocated by Woldemariam at the Wa Bet Girgis. Gebremeskel was born in Accra, Senegal, and served in the Italian colonial administration in Asmara, where he rose to the highest rank available to Eritreans in the municipal government. In 1940, he fled to Sudan and joined the British and Ethiopian forces, where he worked in the propaganda department, returning to Eritrea in 1941. He was appointed Secretary of the British administration's Native Affairs Office in 1943 and was given a lucrative position as agent for Malati Brewery from 1943 to 1948, when he rejoined the Unionist Party's Hamaseen branch, rising to public office under the Federation and obtaining appointment as Chief Justice of the High Court in 1958. Gebre Johannes Tesfamariam, Djaz Match, 1911. Unionist leader and later advocate of peace negotiations with the nationalist guerrillas, Gebre Johannes was born in 1911, educated in Menfera, and joined the Maber Fikri Hagar in 1941. He became secretary of the Hamaseen branch of the Unionist Party in 1946 and vice president in 1948. In 1951, he became editor of the newspaper Ethiopia and then director of the Eritrean government's press department and later Minister of Public Works until 1962, when he was transferred to Addis Ababa and given a position on Haile Selassie's advisory council. In 1970, he led a group of Eritrean notables who protested the Ona massacre and met with the emperor to propose peace negotiations with the Eritrean Liberation Front. In 1975, he resigned his position to protest the Hagar massacre, after which he was imprisoned by the Derg until 1982 when he retired to Asmara where he died. Gebre, tribute. A land tax in the Tigrinya-speaking highlands, Gebre was customarily due to the Emperor of Ethiopia or the ruler of Tigray but was usually paid to their local appointees, Tigrinya, Mislini, or self-made lords, Shumgultai. Until the reign of Emperor Johannes IV, tribute was collected in kind, usually in grain, after which it was changed to cash. Gebre was assessed on the basis of Madri districts that included one or more Gultai sub-districts of several villages each. In most districts, the village leaders, Shemay Gul, representing each Enda group, would meet at the Gultai and Madri level to decide the distribution of the tribute sum by village, and the Enda leaders would then divide their portion among their member families. Although this distribution was intended to be equitable according to soil fertility, abuses often occurred when powerful local lords arose, particularly in parts of Sirte and Hamasien. The system continued in a modified form under Italian colonialism and was revised by Haile Selassie I during the Federation, when he claimed traditional Gabri but then commuted its payment. It did not end entirely until 1975, when the Derg and the Liberation Fronts abolished it, though the word is still often used for land taxes. Geez. The liturgical language of the Orthodox Church and the name for the Tigrinya writing system, Geez, developed as the language of the Aksumite Empire, derived from the merger of a Semitic South Arabian language and one or more Cushitic language. However, there is some dispute as to whether it was the original root of all the Ethiopic Semitic languages, including Tigray, Tigrinya, and Amharic, or simply a regional dialect that acquired political predominance during the Aksumite period. In any case, during the Aksumite period, Geez formed the written language of the Eritrean region, utilizing a syllabary probably adapted from the monumental script of the South Arabian writing system between the 1st and 5th centuries AD, although some recent scholarship also point to earlier Nile Valley roots for the script. The earliest Geez inscriptions date from the mid-2nd century at Matara and elsewhere in Akele Goze, which may be evidence that this was the homeland of the Agazid people, who gave their name to the language. The Agazid, emigrants, were probably a South Arabian group, who strongly influenced the Akele Goze, Shimazana region from as early as the 5th century BC and maintained a tributary relationship with the rulers of Aksum, against whom they unsuccessfully rebelled in the 5th and 6th centuries AD. By the 6th century, Geez had replaced Greek as the literary language of the empire, and as the Aksumites converted to Christianity, it became the literary vehicle of the church. The Bible was translated into Geez during the 5th and 6th centuries, and most of the literature produced in Eritrea before the 16th century was written in Geez, including the lives of saints, Tigrinya, Gedli struggles, and legal documents. General Command of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. Sikiata Lama/General Command. General Strike, March 1958. Often described as the first blood of the Eritrean Revolution, the 1958 General Strike started with a minor incident in Keren on March 3 when several young men were arrested for demonstrating against Ethiopian authorities the day before. Groups of boys began pelting the arresting officers with stones, and the protest quickly spread across the city, turning into a riot that triggered more arrests and more protests. Within days, protests broke out in Agordad, where more than 100 were arrested, and to Tessani, Misawa, and Asmara, while continuing in Keren. The territory's beleaguered trade unions, already under severe pressure from Ethiopian authorities, then called a general strike that lasted several days and drew in large numbers of students, among others, before it ended in bloodshed. During mass demonstrations in Asmara and Misawa, shots were fired by Ethiopian troops, and more than 500 people were wounded, as many as a dozen fatally. Afterward, a group of militant nationalists, convinced the space for public protest had been closed, formed the underground Eritrean Liberation Movement, also known as Mabarshwat for its clandestine cell structure. See also labor organizations. General Union of Eritrean Peasants. See Peasant Organizations. General Union of Eritrean Students. See Student Organizations. General Union of Eritrean Women. See Women's Organizations. General Union of Eritrean Workers. See Labor Organizations. General Union of Eritrean Youth. See Youth Organizations. Galeb, 15 degrees 58 minutes 16 seconds north, 38 degrees 35 minutes 51 seconds east. The main settlement of the Bet Abrahi branch of the Mensa people and the traditional seat of their Cantabai, Galeb is set in a high, round valley in the former province of Sinhit, now part of the Ansaba administrative region, Zaba. Its natural shield-like shape gives its name. In 1873, members of the Swedish Evangelical Mission, SEM, settled in Galeb with the permission of Cantabile Beamnet and developed a small SEM community including a school and clinic that distinguished Galeb further as the most important Mensa center through the Italian colonial period. SEM missionaries built a junior high school during the 1940s, and the village had a mixed Muslim, Christian population of 2,000 before it was attacked and burned by the Ethiopian army in late 1970. Much of its population fled to Karen, while those who remained supported the Eritrean Liberation Front. Galeb was again attacked by the Ethiopian army in March 1975 and in 1980, when many villagers were killed, after which most survivors fled to Sudan. In May 1988, at the time of the Sheb massacre, Galeb was cluster-bombed, and the last of its population fled. It was then on the front line between the Derg and Eritrean People's Liberation Front until the end of the armed struggle, when its population was down to 200. In recent years, it has thrived as a small market center and the capital of the Galeb district, one of 10 in the Ansabazaba. By 2012, it also housed a bustling outpatient clinic with 11 community health workers, run by the Ministry of Health with support from UNICEF. Ginda, 15 degrees 27 minutes north, 39 degrees 05 E. An important agricultural and transport center on the road between Asmara and Massawa in the former province of Semhar, now part of the Northern Red Sea Administrative Region, Ginda has the mild climate and 2 rainy seasons that distinguish the mid-elevations of the Semenawi Bari. The area was inhabited by Saho pastoralists before the Italians built a fort above the present town in 1889 to 1890, establishing an administrative post on the key transport route that grew into the present town. The railroad reached Ginda in 1904, stimulating the growth of hotels and restaurants that still distinguish it, followed by Italian agricultural concessions that developed citrus and other crops, later expanded by Fratelli d'Nede. An elementary school and Catholic mission were also built, and during the Italian invasion of Ethiopia, a hospital and military rest camp were constructed below the town. These facilities were used by the British during World War II but dismantled thereafter. In the 1960s, an American evangelical mission hospital was built that was forced to close during the armed struggle but reopened in 1994. In 1977 to 1978, heavy fighting between the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and the Derg occurred around the town, forcing much of its population to flee as refugees. In late 1978, Ginda was fortified as an Ethiopian garrison town, and although the EPLF overran Ginda on October 17, 1985, in a diversionary attack, it was unable to liberate the town before the end of the armed struggle. From February to May 1990, heavy fighting took place above Dongolo. Thereafter the trenches below the town were known as the Ginda Front. On June 20, 1995, tens of thousands of Eritreans converged on the town for Martyrs' Day and the reburial of more than 1,000 Eritrean fighters who died on the front. Today, Ginda has a population of 15,000, including more than 2,000 repatriated refugees, and is a growing light industrial and transport center, with warehouse facilities and railroad reconstruction increasing its economic importance, served again by the railroad that once again runs between Massawa and Asmara. A fire in 2014 badly damaged a nursing school there, but it was rebuilt and, by 2016, had graduated more than 600 nursing students, more than half of whom were women. It has also become a popular site for gold digging in the shallow riverbeds outside the town, and it serves as a gateway to the Filfile Silamuna National Park. Jinbut 7. Jinbut 7 is the commonly used short form of the patriotic Jinbut 7 May 15 movement for unity and democracy. Jinbut 7 is a largely Amhara-based organization that arose in Ethiopia after the 2005 elections and saw an opposition alliance, the Coalition for Unity and Democracy, CUD, win control of the capital, Addis Ababa, only to be crushed afterward by the ruling Ethiopian People's Democratic Revolutionary Front, which had held unchallenged power since deposing the dictatorship of Mengistu Haile Mariam in 1991. Founded in 2008 by author and activist Andargashutsij and former CUD leader Birhanu Nega, Jinbut 7 was quickly banned in Ethiopia and declared a terrorist group in 2011 after being accused of planning a bombing attack in Addis Ababa. It remained on this list until 2018. Andargashu, the party's secretary-general, was jailed after the 2005 election and had fled to London after being released, where he joined Birhanu Nega in launching Jinbut 7. He was arrested by Ethiopian security forces in Yemen in 2014 while in transit to Eritrea and taken back to Addis Ababa, where he remained in prison until May 2018 when he was pardoned by the newly appointed Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed. Birhanu Nega, who had won the post of Addis Ababa mayor in 2005 at the head of the CUD ticket, was also imprisoned after the 2005 election. Upon his release, he returned with his family to the United States, where he had secured political asylum in the 1970s, but he too traveled frequently to Asmara to play an active role in the formation and leadership of Jinbut 7, which maintained a small military force in Eritrea until 2018. Birhanu, like Andargashu, was a veteran of the underground Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party. He had returned to Ethiopia in 1994 to found an agricultural company and to lecture in economics at Addis Ababa University before re-entering politics and setting in motion the events that led to the establishment of Jinbut 7. He, too, was invited back to Ethiopia in 2018 by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, at which point he agreed to disarm Jinbut 7 and work to transform it into a political opposition party ahead of the 2020 elections. Goitom Gebrezgi, 1925 to 2009. A career law enforcement official from a small village in Sirte near the town of Menfera, Goitom got his start with the police in the late 1940s under the British military administration. He rose to the rank of general in the 1970s while serving in Ethiopia before the Derg installed him as chief of the Eritrean police force in 1974. Told of an imminent military campaign against nationalist sympathizers, General Goitom refused to deploy his forces and, in doing so, is widely credited with preventing a civilian massacre. Soon afterward, he was forced to flee to save his own life. Joining the Eritrean Liberation Front in Sudan, he turned his attention toward promoting unity among the rival liberation fronts. However, faced with disappointing results, he immigrated to the United States in 1980, where he spent the rest of his life working with other elders to strengthen the exile community. See also Diaspora, Unity Agreements. Government of Eritrea. See Government of the State of Eritrea. Government of the State of Eritrea. The Provisional Government of Eritrea, PGE, was superseded by Decree 37 of May 19, 1993, which created a three-branch government to oversee Eritrea's transition to constitutional rule. The legislative branch was to be the new National Assembly, which confirmed Isaias Afwerki as state president on May 21. On June 7, the National Assembly formed the executive branch or state council from the advisory council of the former PGE, while the judiciary remained a separate body formed in 1992, see Justice, Court System. After the Third Congress of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in March 1994, the State Council was reduced to 16 government ministers appointed by the President, and the National Assembly was modified. Effective power remained in the hands of President Isaias and the EPLF/People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, leadership, who held the key ministerial portfolios and half the seats on the National Assembly. This government was to remain in power until national elections were held under the Constitution, which was ratified in 1997. However, the President has since declined to implement it. In practice, these institutions functioned not as nodes of counterbalancing power for either originating policy or holding others accountable for decisions or policies, but, rather, as implementers and enforcers of decisions made within the President's office, which maintained a structure parallel to that of the Council of Ministers on critical matters of policy and included advisors who met privately with Isaias to make decisions. All such meetings have been closed to the public, as have meetings of the National Assembly, when it was called into session by the President. With the PFDJ Secretariat and the top echelon of the Eritrean Defense Forces, EDF, also reporting directly to the President, and with each group holding another set of responsibilities parallel to those of appointed government officials, what has counted in Eritrea has been informal channels linked to Isaias rather than formal institutions. The Eritrean judiciary has also functioned as an arm of executive authority, with judges appointed or dismissed at the discretion of the President's office. In some cases, panels of military and police officers have sentenced offenders in secret proceedings in which detainees were not informed of the accusations against them, had no right to defend themselves or to have legal counsel, and had no recourse to challenge alleged abuses of their rights. The President also created a system of secret military tribunals called special courts in 1996 to hear cases of corruption and other abuses by government and party officials. These courts were directly accountable to his office and were presided over by military officers with no formal training in the law. Trials were conducted without legal representation for the accused or right of appeal. Those convicted were sent to secret security prisons and military camps scattered around the country. Meanwhile, no national elections were held, and the PFDJ remained the only legal political party, while managing all elections for local and regional offices. A special parliamentary commission in 2001 drafted a law that legalized multiple parties and laid the groundwork for national elections, but the President refused to implement it and, instead, placed the commission chair, former Minister of Local Government Mahmoud Ahmed Sharifo, in prison in September 2001, together with other reformists identified with the dissident group of 15. In the years since then, there have been numerous cabinet reshuffles, but the governing core remained more or less intact with a few notable variations and exceptions. EPLF veteran and Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party co-founder Ali Said Abdallah, who served as the Minister of Internal Affairs in the 1990s and Minister of Foreign Affairs after 2001, died of a heart attack in 2005, as did Minister of Health Saleh Mekki in 2009, Sebat Ephraim, who had served at one time as Minister of Health. Mayor of Asmara, Chief of Staff of the EDF, and Minister of Defense, was shifted to the post of Minister of Energy and Mines in 2014. Minister of Information Ali Abdu Ahmed Yunus fled the country in 2012 to seek asylum in Australia after a falling out with President Isaias, to be replaced eventually by presidential spokesperson Yemeni Gabri Meskel, and former Minister of Finance Birhane Abrahi was arrested in 2018 after publishing a book strongly critical of the president. Of the 75 members of the PFDJ Central Council who, by dint of this, held seats in the National Assembly, though it did not meet after 2001, 6 had died in office by 2018, 18 had been arrested, 7 were frozen in place, and 7 had gone into exile. One of the highest-ranking military officers, Major General Gebrexiab Hurwachu and Mariam, had died, and Haile China Samuel was in poor health. However, the rest of the leadership remained as it was, with General Filippo Wolde-Yohannes emerging as the most powerful of the core group. The two top national security officials, General Abraham Kassa and Colonel Simon Geberdengel, also remained in place, though Colonel Simon's job title changed from that of General Abraham's deputy to Commander of the Police and Security Forces, and the PFDJ Secretariat remained as it had been since 1994 with the notable exception of Organizational Affairs head Abdallah Jaber, who was arrested after an abortive uprising known as the protest in January 2013, along with Major General Omar Hassan. Another founding member of the EPLF and one of only 6 major generals in the armed forces. Thus, the inner circle that exercised informal power within the government had shrunk but not substantively changed. See also Iriero, Human Rights. Great Britain. Great Britain long entertained commercial and political interests in the Eritrean region and ruled Eritrea from 1941 to 1952. British interests there began with a series of explorers and adventurers, who saw Eritrea as a gateway to contact and trade with the rulers of Ethiopia. James Bruce landed at Dahlak in 1769, followed by Lord Valentia and Henry Salt's exploration of the coast during 1805 to 1809. British interests in Eritrea focused on the strategic importance of the coast as it bordered the Red Sea route to their Indian colony and in the possibilities of spreading Protestant Christianity, which was pursued by the Church Missionary Society from 1830 to 1843. In 1848, Walter Plowden became the first British consul in Missoua, where he arranged a commercial treaty between Britain and Ethiopia and sought to counter the growing influence of France. He continued to oversee British affairs in Ethiopia and Eritrea through 1861 when he was killed and replaced by Charles Cameron, who led Britain into the dispute with Emperor Tewodros that ended with the Anglo-Indian military expedition of Sir Robert Napier. The expedition of 42,000 men, including more than 4,000 British soldiers, landed at Zula in early 1868 and constructed a railroad to the mountains and a road up the Kumali River valley to Senef, where a supply base was built. The expedition returned from Ethiopia after defeating Tewodros and departed from Eritrea in July. British interest in Eritrea increased with the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 and the growing importance of the Red Sea steamship route to India. During the 1870s, the British supported Egypt in its occupation of the coast as a means of assuring their interests, and in 1879, they supported General Charles Gordon's attempt to negotiate a settlement between Egypt and Johannes IV. This failed, but with the rise of the Sudanese Mahdiya in 1881 and the British occupation of Egypt in 1882, the British tried again to enlist Johannes's aid, this time recognizing his control over all Eritrea outside Missoua in the 1884 Hewitt Treaty. Later in the year, however, the London government secretly encouraged its ally Italy to occupy Missoua and the Eritrean coast. The British supported Italian control of Eritrea and recognized its borders with Sudan, up through the formal entry of Italy into World War II, in June 1940 when British and Italian armies faced each other on the Sudanese border. The British eventually assembled an army of more than 30,000, spearheaded by 2 Indian divisions, and invaded Eritrea in January 1941, defeating the main Italian forces in a bloody battle outside Keren and occupying Asmara on April 1. This was followed by the British administration of Eritrea. During this period, British commercial interest in Eritrea increased, particularly in the import-export trade dominated by the firms of Mitchell Coates and André Besse. After Eritrea's federation with Ethiopia in 1952, which the British administration supported, British interest in Eritrea declined, although a British consulate remained in Asmara until 1975 and a British Council library continued to operate throughout the war. Despite its long ties with Eritrea, Britain played no official role in trying to end the Eritrean War, although the Labour Party called for Eritrean self-determination from the mid-1980s and a number of British non-governmental organisations delivered important support to the Eritrean Relief Association. Britain established diplomatic relations with the Eritrean government immediately after independence. In the years between independence and the border war, the British government provided several small development loans and the aid of its Voluntary Service Overseas program, which supplied teachers and technicians for the Ministry of Education. This program ended during the conflict in 1998 to 2000. Group of 13, G13. The Group of 13 is the designation for the 13 prominent Eritrean intellectuals who signed the first public critique of Eritrea's president, Isaias Afwerki, to appear in the country's local media. Initially drafted in Berlin, Germany, in September 2000 as a private letter to President Isaias, the document became known as the Berlin Manifesto after it was leaked to the media and published on the Internet that November. The letter called for greater transparency in Eritrea's institutions and greater freedom of expression, and it questioned the causes of what it called this tragic war, see border war, 1998 to 2000. It declared that Eritrea was at a crossroads and insisted that the military threat posed by Ethiopia cannot be dealt with separately from the political and economic challenges that confront us as a new nation. Signers included former Constitutional Commission member Paulos Tesfagiorgis, then resident in Eritrea, Araya Debese, Asifatakast, Constitutional Commission Chair Barakid Habtselassie, Haile Deba, publisher Kasahun Chikol, and Khalid Bashir, all from the United States, Dawit Mesfin, Miriam M. Omar, Mohammed Kir Omar, Musi Miskina and Risam Haile from Europe, and Lula Gebraisis from South Africa. Musi Miskina and Lula Gebraisis later withdrew their names. See also Civil Society, Group of 15, G15, Human Rights, Non-Governmental Organizations, International, NGOs, Non-Governmental Organizations, National, NGOs. Group of 15, G15. The G15 emerged in 2001 after a year-long, behind-the-scenes political struggle within the top leadership of the government of Eritrea and its ruling party, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, over the conduct of the border war with Ethiopia and the slow pace of democratization. 15 of the reformers published an open letter to PFDJ members in May 2001, charging President Isaias Afwerki with stifling debate and damaging the country. The group called on the president to convene meetings of the PFDJ Central Council and the National Assembly to discuss these charges and to fully assess the conflict with Ethiopia, which continued to dominate the political arena despite a December 2000 truce, the Algiers Agreement that ended the fighting. The 15 signatories were Mahmoud Ahmed Sharifo, Haile Wolde Tensai, Mesfin Hagos, General Ogbi Abra, Hamid Hamid, Saleh Kekaya, Estefano Sium, Birhane Gebregzabhire, Osti Erfeshichan, Mohammed Birhan Bleda, Petros Solomon, Germano Nadi, Biriki Gebreslassie, Adonam Gebramariam, and Haile Mankrios. Over the next several months, members of the group gave interviews to the private press elaborating on their critique and presenting a reform agenda to democratize the country. In dawn raids on 18 and September 19, government authorities arrested 11 of the 15 at their homes on orders from the president. 3 Mesfin Hagos, Adonam Gebramariam, and Haile Mankrios were in the United States at the time and did not return to Eritrea. 1. Mohammed Birhan Bleda had withdrawn his name from the group just prior to the crackdown, and he avoided arrest. The jailed members of the G15 were first held at a former Navy base at Mbatkala and later at the newly constructed Iriaro prison on the coastal plains north of the Asmara, Masawa Road. Though none has been seen since, widespread but unconfirmed reports described the deaths by execution, accident, or untreated illness of all but Haile Wolde Tensai and Petros Solomon by 2009. One report in 2018 by a former prison guard, also unconfirmed, claimed that all had perished. See also Human rights. Gultai. A quasi-feudal system involving the right to collect tribute on land, Gabri, overlay the various land tenure systems in the Eritrean highlands until the Italian colonial period. The term Gultai, from Gwilat, founder or settler, covers both the smallest unit of communal tribute assessment, usually comprising several contiguous villages, and the quasi-feudal right to collect tribute on land. This right to Gabri was assigned to the local church and military aristocracy, in theory by the Emperor of Ethiopia, but often in fact by the lords of Tigray or the Bar Negashi. Gultai assignments are recorded from at least the 13th century to Orthodox Church establishments and, later, to local lords who provided military service and sometimes a portion of the tribute to their rulers. Initially, most of the Gultai grants were held by monasteries, and the majority of the population paid its tribute directly to the local Shum Gultai, chief of the Gultai district. During the later 18th and early 19th centuries, a number of Gultai districts in Sirte and Hamasien became permanent fiefs of local lords, who appropriated all tribute and began to form a hereditary caste known as Gultinya, Gultai holders. On the other hand, most of Akele Goze and the northern districts of Hamaseen continued to pay their tribute directly to the representatives of the rulers of the Mirab Melash, whether Eritrean or Tigrayan, through their Shumgultai and Shummidri. The Gultai system was complicated by continuous modification and restructuring by successive rulers, including the creation of a number of autonomous units, Risti Gultai, which paid tribute directly to the local governor. Gilaj, 14 degrees 44 minutes 35 seconds north, 36 degree 4309 E. A market town and administrative post on the road between Tessani and Om Hagar in Gashbarkazaba, Gilaj was founded as an Italian police post and developed into a town of several thousand during the tractor farming boom of the 1960s. Its mixed population of Arabic and Tigray-speaking merchants and Nara, Kunama, and Tigrinya farmers largely supported the Eritrean Liberation Front during this period, and in 1967, the town was burned by the Ethiopian military, forcing most of the population to flee over the border into Sudan as refugees. The town was completely abandoned in 1975, except for a small Kunama and Nara settlement on its outskirts, and again during the border war. Today the town center is still in ruins, but Gilaj has a population of more than 2,000, most of whom are repatriated refugees seeking work in the reviving agricultural economy of the southern Gash Seti Plains. In 2014, the town was linked to the grid for round-the-clock electricity service. Gura, 15 degrees 0048 N, 39 degrees 0338 E. Situated in a wide valley 9 kilometers southeast of Diekmhair in the former province of Akele Goze, now part of Dabubzaba, the village of Gura was an important market center on the trade route from Masawa via the Aliad River to the Mirab River during the 17th and 19th centuries. It was the principal village of the Igela Hames district, and its settlers traced their origins to the Agni family of neighboring Korbaria. Several Tigrayan rulers and Bar-Negashis made Gura their temporary capital during expeditions in the highlands, and it was the site of two of the most important battles in recent Eritrean history. In 1876, an Egyptian army of 15,000, commanded by an American general and the son of Khedive Ismail, encamped at Gura during their second attempt to invade the highlands. On 7–9 March, they were defeated by the larger Tigrayan army of Yohannes IV and Shaleka, later Ras, Alula, who forced the Egyptians to withdraw to the coast, ending their ambitions of controlling the highlands. Gura was then used by Ras Alula as his headquarters when he became military governor of the Mirab Melash, and it was occupied by the Bunda of Bata Hagos, representing Italian colonialism, in 1889. The Italians left the village untouched until 1935, when they destroyed many houses and confiscated much of its prime land for a military airport that was their main air base during the invasion of Ethiopia. The air base was converted into an Anglo-American aircraft repair and assembly center in 1942–1943, when the United States Company of Johnson, Drake, and Piper employed 2,000 Americans and an equal number of Eritrean and Italian workers. However, in 1942–1945 the British dismantled the base, leaving only its concrete runway, which was used by U.S. aerial reconnaissance flights in the 1960s after the launch of the armed struggle for Eritrea's independence. 3 decades later, on May 20, 1991, the final confrontation of the war was fought on the Gura Plain, where the Eritrean People's Liberation Front defeated the Derg's forces in a violent tank battle. H. Habesha. This self-descriptive cultural definition derived from Abyssinia today applies to members of the Tigrinya ethno-linguistic group, as well as Tigrinya and Amharic-speaking Christians in Ethiopia. Habesha defines the culture that was produced by the fusion of Semitic and Cushitic elements in the Eritrean, Tigrayan highlands and that flowered as an original civilization during the Aksumite period. The derivation of the word is disputed, but it was clearly used in ancient South Arabia to describe the people of the Eritrean, Tigrayan region. It is not the name of any known South Arabian tribal group, Conti Rossini notwithstanding, nor of any known group that existed on the African side of the Red Sea. The name occurs in Sabaean inscriptions describing people from the Eritrea, Tigray region as early as the 1st century AD, and South Arabian sources refer to the Aksumite Empire as the Kingdom of the Hafshat, a usage that continues into medieval Arabic texts describing the Eritrean, Ethiopian region from which the English appellation Abyssinia derives. See also ethnic groups. Hadis River. A major drainage of eastern Akele Goze, the Hadis River runs down a deep canyon from the Adi-Ikea area to the Gulf of Zula. The river was dammed at Foro in the 1960s, and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front built a temporary road up the canyon in 1990 to serve the Diekmhair Front. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Hayden Dawa. See Beja, Beni Amer, Hidareb. Hagaz, 15 degrees 41 minutes 56 seconds north, 38 degrees 16 minutes 29 seconds east. A village on the highway between Karen and Agordat in the former province of Sinhit, now in the Ansaba administrative region, Zaba, Hagaz has a mixed Tigray and Bilan population. Hagaz was the site of numerous guerrilla attacks and several civilian massacres during the armed struggle. It was held by the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, during 1977 to 1978 and by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, after 1988. On April 24, 1978, the ELF and EPLF agreed to form a joint administration in a meeting there. Today, it is a growing market and transport center with an agricultural development project nearby and a population of more than 5,000, including many repatriated refugees. Hagos Gabrihuad, 1952. In charge of economic affairs for the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, Hagos emerged as one of the most powerful members of President Isaias Afwerki's inner circle after the purge of the Group of 15 in 2001. Hagos was born to a Tigrayan family that migrated to Eritrea, and he grew up in Senef in southern Akele Goze. He went to the United States on a scholarship in the early 1970s where he became involved in nationalist politics through the Eritreans for Liberation in North America. As the group's treasurer and one of its top leaders, along with Yemena Gabrib, Hagos traveled to Eritrea several times to meet with Isaias and other leaders of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front. This marked the start of Hagos's rise in Isaias's favor, after which he was inducted into the Front's Central Committee at its 1987 Congress and selected by Isaias to manage the party's considerable holdings when it was reorganized as the PFDJ in 1994. Hagos was also placed in charge of the Red Sea Trading Corporation, the largest of the party's holding companies, and a decade later, he was named to head the Eritrean National Mining Corporation when it was founded in 2006, making him the most powerful person in the country dealing with its economy and placing him at the center of its informal political power structure. See also youth organizations. Haile Menkrios, 1946. Eritrea's first ambassador to Ethiopia and the Organization of African Unity, OAU, and then its permanent representative at the United Nations, UN, Haile Menkrios was one of the original inner circle of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, before joining the Group of 15, G15, in criticizing the undemocratic behavior of President Isaias Afwerki in 2001 and going into exile to avoid imprisonment. Born the son of a church builder with only a fourth-grade education in a Hamasine village, Haile is a contemporary of Isaias with whom he studied at Haile Selassie I University in Addis Ababa, after which he attended Harvard and Brandeis Universities in the United States, obtaining a master's degree in education before joining the EPLF in the field in 1974. He was elected to the first EPLF Central Committee and all succeeding ones and was a leading member of the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party. He was appointed Provisional Government of Eritrea representative to Ethiopia in May 1991 as the former colony began its transition to independence, and he became Eritrea's first ambassador to Ethiopia and the OAU in 1993. He was later appointed the country's representative to the UN and held that post until he was dismissed in 2001 for signing the open letter of protest to Isaias. He was not in Eritrea when fellow G15 members were imprisoned that September, and he has remained outside ever since, working for the UN Department of Political Affairs from 2003 onward. In 2007, he was appointed the UN Assistant Secretary General for Political Affairs focusing on peace and security issues in Africa, and in 2010, he was named UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon's Special Envoy to Sudan and, a year later, after gaining its independence, to South Sudan. In 2013, he was elevated to the position of Under-Secretary General and made the head of the UN's Office to the African Union in Addis Ababa, while continuing his assignments on the two Sudans. He retired from UN service in 2018. Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia, 1930 to 1974, 1892 to 1975. Born Taferi Makonnen in 1892, Haile Selassie was responsible for uniting Eritrea with Ethiopia and for Ethiopian policies that led directly to the armed struggle for Eritrean independence. Although his activities in pursuit of Ethiopian sovereignty over Eritrea were largely carried out through others, his ideas and decisions guided every aspect of Ethiopian policy concerning Eritrea from May 1941, when he encouraged Eritreans residing in Addis Ababa, including the 500 he employed in his government, to found the Ethiopia Hamasine Society, dedicated to uniting Eritrea with what the society called its mother Ethiopia. Great Britain had used Haile Selassie's name and prestige among Christian Eritreans in their war effort against Italy and had made vague promises concerning Eritrea's future links with Ethiopia that were recalled by Ethiopians and their Eritrean supporters in the Maber Fikri Hager, MFH, to buttress their position. In 1941 to 1942, the Ethiopian government financed a pro-unity movement within the MFH. The emperor drew upon every available asset to mobilize Christian Eritreans in support of unification, see Unionist Party, including the Orthodox Church, anti-Muslim chauvinism, anti-Italian racism, and the strong anti-colonialism of Eritrean intellectuals, such as Gebremeskel Woldu and Tidla Barrow, who believed that Ethiopian rule would mean freedom for both personal and societal advancement after years of European oppression. The Ethiopian campaign, which included a Tigrinya newspaper, was particularly successful among the Eritrean police and other government employees. In March 1946, the emperor sent Colonel Nega Haile Selassie to act as his liaison officer in Eritrea. Using Ethiopian funds, Nega set about organizing the pro-Ethiopian wing of the MFH into the Unionist Party. During 1947 to 1950, when successive international investigation commissions toured Eritrea, the emperor's agents organized a campaign of anti-independence, anti-Italian, and anti-Muslim violence that was intended to coerce Eritreans into supporting Union while demonstrating to the outside world that only Ethiopian rule would be accepted by the people, see Ondinet, Unity, Shifta. On the diplomatic front, Ethiopia's foreign minister, Akla Wold, worked tirelessly to convince the emperor's Western patrons, Great Britain and the United States, to support Ethiopia's claims, but he was disappointed by the Bevin, Sforza plan and other deals that were tabled with no reference to Ethiopian wishes. By 1949, it was clear that pro-independence sentiments were growing among Eritreans. As a result, the Ethiopian campaign of violence and assassination was stepped up, culminating in the intercommunal rioting in Asmara of February 1950. Later that year, the emperor's strategy prevailed in the United Nations, as Ethiopian support of the United States in Korea, combined with destabilization in Eritrea and the rising importance of Kagnu Station, induced the United States to push through Eritrea's federation with Ethiopia. However, the emperor was not satisfied with an autonomous Eritrean state, which he saw as a potential challenge to his autocratic power, and in negotiations with Ans Mashinzo over the composition of the federation, Akla Wold continually attempted to weaken Eritrea's autonomous institutions. The emperor's representative in Eritrea, Andergachu Mesai, and his vice-representative, Asfaha Wolde Mikael, did everything they could to ensure that Eritrea's institutions would come under Ethiopian control during the federation, and after 1955, the emperor's campaign for complete unification moved with increasing speed, culminating in annexation in 1962. After 1952, Haile Selassie visited Eritrea each January, dedicating new Orthodox churches, dispensing honors, accepting petitions, and meeting with Italian entrepreneurs, in whose businesses the imperial family held important interests. The emperor's Eritrean policy during the 1960s, carried out by Abiy Abeba and Ashrate Kassa, concentrated on appeasing the Christian population in hopes of dividing them from their Muslim compatriots, many of whom supported the war for independence. In 1970, a harsher policy of repression began, advocated by Ikhlaluhabd and the military. This further alienated the Christian community, and by the time the emperor was deposed in September 1974, the great majority Eritreans were united against Ethiopian rule. Haile Selassie I Secondary School, SIS. One of 3 Asmara high schools, together with the elite Catholic-sponsored Comboni School for Boys and the Eritrean administration, funded Prince Makonnen Secondary School. The Haile Selassie I Secondary School was established in the mid-1950s and funded directly by the Ethiopian government in Addis Ababa. During its early years, it was the best endowed and largest secondary school in Eritrea, with both day students and boarders. It was renamed the Red Sea Secondary School during the time of the Derg and remained so after Eritrea's independence. Among those who attended it in the turbulent decade of student protest in the 1960s were the future chair of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, Ahmed Nasser, and others prominent in ELF, such as Tesfaye Tekel, who in the 1980s joined the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. Tesfaye Gebreselassie, prominent in the EPLF and Minister of Mines and then Land and Water in the post-war government, was the only graduate from SIS to join the clandestine cell at Haile Selassie I University in Addis Ababa with Isaias Afwerki, Wolde Jesus Amr, and other militant nationalists who played key roles in the reform movement that led to the front's division into competing secular nationalist wings in the 1970s. See also Youth organizations. Haile Mariam Drew E. Wolde Tensai, 1946 to 2018. Haile Wolde Tensai, Alt, Woldens, was one of the inner circle among Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, founders and a leading ideologue of the Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP. He served in a range of cabinet posts in the government of Eritrea before he was dismissed and then imprisoned in 2001 for his role in the Group of 15, G15, reformists who criticized President Isaias Afwerki for his undemocratic rule. Haile grew up in Sejaniatai and attended Prince Makonnen Secondary School in Asmara until 1965, when he went with Isaias to study engineering at Haile Selassie I University in Addis Ababa. In early December 1966, he followed Isaias to Kassala, Sudan, to join the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, but was arrested in Sudan in July 1967. Fearing he was a target of anti-Christian pogroms within the ELF, he turned himself over to Ethiopian authorities who returned him to Asmara, from where he traveled to Addis Ababa to re-enroll at Haile Selassie I University. He returned to the field in 1972, joining the emerging EPLF and the clandestine EPRP, in which he became a leading political figure. However, he was captured by Ethiopian forces near Mbederho along the Asmara, Karen Road in 1973 and again jailed, this time in Sembel prison in Asmara, where he was held and tortured until a dramatic jailbreak organized by the ELF on February 12, 1975, in which 700 prisoners escaped. Haile headed the EPLF's political education department from June 1975 onward and sat on the EPLF's Central Committee and Political Bureau from their inception at the Front's 1977 Congress. During the 1980s, he headed the Cotter School and the Political Affairs Department, and in September 1991, after the EPLF's victory over Ethiopian occupation forces, he was appointed to head the key Department of Economic Planning and Coordination, later transformed into the Ministry of Finance and Development, which he chaired until June 1997 when Isaias appointed him Minister of Foreign Affairs, see Economy, Foreign Policy. He was demoted to Minister of Trade and Industry in 2000 after publicly castigating the ruling party for a legacy of dishonesty at an Eritrean cultural event in Frankfurt that July, and then challenging Isaias directly at subsequent meetings of the People's Front for Democracy and Justice and the National Assembly, and he was removed from his post altogether in May 2001 when the G15's lengthy critique of Isaias's suppression of democracy known as the Open Letter was published on the Internet. In one of his last public statements, published in an Asmara newspaper, he called for reconciliation among all Eritrean nationalists, acceptance of Tigrinya and Arabic as official languages, and major revisions to the government's land policy, positions with great resonance among those opposed to or excluded by the sitting government. He was imprisoned on Isaias's orders on September 18, 2001. Together with 10 of the other open letter signers who were in the country at that time, and he was not seen or heard from after that. He reportedly died in prison in January 2018 after more than 16 years in solitary confinement. See also eritrea, Human Rights. Haji Musa Mohammed Nur, 1924–2017. A highly respected Muslim elder, Haji Musa lived in the Akraya area of Asmara and served in his later years as chair of the board for the neighborhood's Al-Dia Islamic School, a private secondary school that had served the largely Djibouti Muslim population since the 1960s. He was arrested in October 2017 at the age of 93 after giving a fiery speech protesting government attempts to take over the school and integrate it into the public system under the control of the Ministry of Education. His arrest sparked the protest in October 2017 in which hundreds of students, parents, and school supporters marched through downtown Asmara's streets to call for his release. The protest was broken up when police and security forces fired rifles in the air and waded into the crowd swinging truncheons at the youthful protesters. Afterward, hundreds were arrested. Haji Musa died in prison 4 months later. His younger brother Taha Mohammed Nur, a co-founder of the Eritrean Liberation Front in 1960 and a member of Independent Eritrea's Constitutional Commission in the 1990s, had died in prison in 2008 after spending close to 3 years in detention. Thousands of Asmarinos turned out to march in Haji Musa's funeral procession the day after his passing, turning the event into a second public protest and another round of arrests. Haile Wassaura, Shield of the Revolution. Established in 1974 as a response to the eruption of protest within the emerging Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, known as MENKA, Haile Wassaura grew into a powerful, behind-the-scenes security force, not only to protect the front from infiltration or subversion but also to control dissent. The department was initially headed by Solomon Woldemariam, who later fell afoul of EPLF leaders and was himself executed. During the mid-1970s, when the EPLF expanded its sphere of control to include many highland cities and towns, it was headed by Tekle Aden Gabramariam, who reported to Ali Said Abdallah, a founder of both the EPLF and the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party and a strong Isaias Afwerki supporter who served as both the Minister of the Interior and Foreign Minister after Eritrea's independence. Tekle himself defected to Ethiopia in 1978 after the EPLF's strategic withdrawal from most of the towns it had captured, and he later published accounts of widespread imprisonment, torture, and extrajudicial killings by the highly secretive security apparatus. Following Tekle's departure, Isaias placed a trusted loyalist, Nazki Kiflu, in charge of the unit. See also Human Rights, Prisons. Hal, 15°5400 N, 38°1700 E. A high plateau in northern Sinhit, between the Ansaba Valley and the eastern drainages of the Barka River, now part of the Ansaba administrative region, Zaba, Hal forms a strategic massif guarding the southern approaches of the Sahel highlands. The area was on the ancient Christian pilgrimage routes and contains Aksumite and early Christian ruins around Aretuk. Hal is the northernmost settlement of the Bilan subtribe of Betok, who moved into the area before the 15th century. Roman Catholic missionaries visited Hal from the 1850s through 1872, when it came under the rule of Egypt. During the period of Italian colonialism, a Catholic church and an administrative post were founded on the sloping plateau of Hal Hal Fiscio, Italian, official, followed by an agricultural concession and a small village and market center. By the 1960s, the population was around 95% Muslim and 5% Christian. The early Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, commander, Omer Azaz, a native of Hal Hal, raided its police post several times, and in 1967, a unit of commandos was stationed in the village. On September 5, 1968, Omer Azaz's unit attacked the commando base and suffered the worst ELF defeat of the 1960s, losing around 70 fighters including Omer and his lieutenant. The following day the Ethiopian army killed 30 villagers, stole most of their livestock, and took the fighters' corpses to Karen for public display. In 1970, the commandos were withdrawn, and the ELF took control of Hal Hal, holding it until 1981 and redistributing land from the Italian concession and forming a committee of elders. In 1981, the last fighting of the Second Civil War occurred in the area, after which the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, took over the administration, although its nearest military units were stationed at Molebzo and Maiwalad. From 1982 to 1991, Hal Hal was the scene of some of the heaviest fighting of the armed struggle, beginning with the Red Star Campaign and the 1983 military occupation of Fiscio, which the Derg transformed into an Army Corps base. During the 1988 Afabat battle, the EPLF attacked the base and captured it in early April 1988, as part of its attempt to liberate Karen. The Derg retook Hal Hal Fiscio in May, and by 1991, soldiers had completely stripped the area. After independence, Hal Hal was rebuilt as an administrative and market center. The road to Karen was reconstructed, the Catholic Secretariat built a clinic, school, and church, returning refugees built a mosque and shops, and residents completed a small reservoir. Hamasien. Until 1995, Hamasien was the northernmost province of the Central Highlands. It is now largely part of the new Makalzaba, Central Administrative Region. Prior to that, Hamasien contained Asmara and the historical districts of Dambezan, Diki Teshim, and Karnashem, the fertile slopes of the Semenawi Bari, and the important villages of Adi Rezai, Adi Nafaz, Ad Tekelzan, Mbaderho, Hazaga, Himberti, Kwazian, Shaikti, Tsazaga, Waki Duba, and Zagar, among others. Historically, the name Hamasien was used to describe much of Sirte as well, but in the 19th century, the province's boundary was set at the Makakolo Mountains, northwest of Diberwe. A Portuguese map from 1630 refers to the highlands as the Republic of Hamasien, indicating its independent political status under the House of Tsazaga, which dominated the province until the 1870s. Because of its central location on trade routes from the coast and the Ansaba Valley, Hamasien's ruling families were among the most powerful in Eritrea, and succeeding Tigrayan and Italian rulers established their capital at Asmara. In the 1990s, excavations in the hills on the edge of the city revealed the remains of an early settlement from the pre-Aksumite period, though efforts to preserve the site ran up against urban expansion imperatives. With the growth of the city, the history of Hamasien has largely become the history of Asmara, as outlying villages were drawn into the urban economy and villagers settled in the city. Italian entrepreneurs established industries and truck farms throughout the province to serve the metropolis, and at the point of independence in the 1990s, Hamasien contained around 80% of Eritrea's modern industries. Since that time, the government has made an effort to disperse small and medium industries to other towns and cities, but Asmara remains at the center of the country's modest industrial activity. Hamasien has also been at the center of modern Eritrean politics and its dominant Tigrinya-speaking culture, and much of the leadership of the post-independence government, including President Isaias Afwerki, was initially drawn from the province. Hamid Idris Awad, 1911 to 1962. As the man who fired the first shots of the armed struggle, Hamid Idris Awad has been claimed by all Eritrea's liberation movements, but a complete account of his actions in 1960 to 1962 has yet to be published. Hamid was born to the Hafara clan of Tigray-speaking agriculturalists, a people of Nilotic origin settled east of Tessani and related to the Algedan, Bidhama, Ilit, and Sabdarat but linked politically to the Beni Amr. Hamid's mother was said to be Nara. Hamid joined the Italian colonial army as an askari in the early 1930s, where he became literate in Italian. He deserted after the Italian defeat in the Western Lowlands in early 1941, and in 1942, he joined the Shifta band of Ali Mumtaz, Ali Mohammed Idris, in cattle raiding and border warfare between the Beni Amr and the Sudanese Hayden Dawa and the Walkadi of Tigray, as well as attacking the Kunama in Eritrea, for which he is remembered with deep bitterness by the descendants of those driven from their homes and communities. He surrendered to the British administration in 1951 and retired to Gusset to farm, where he became a community leader and poet. In 1960, both the Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, and Idris Mohammed Adam were interested in Hamid Awad as a potential military leader. But it was Sayyidina Mohammed ibn Mustafa who actually met him in April 1961 near Gusset and asked him to lead an Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, cell and consider organizing a guerrilla force. Hamid was interested in the proposal but told Sayyidina Mohammed the ELF first needed a strong organization and modern arms. Nonetheless, Hamid went to Agordat and requested that the provincial administration supply him with arms to fight Walkadi cattle raiders. In August 1961, as the ELF and ELM were waging a propaganda battle against each other, the Eritrean police began to suspect him of anti-government activities. A Tigrinya Christian friend of Hamid's in police intelligence informed him of an impending raid on his home, and he gathered up his followers and fled to Mount Adal, between Agordat and Tessani, where he was pursued by a police unit and involved in a gun battle on September 1, 1961. Hamid Awad's small band of 11 men armed with old Italian rifles grew during late 1961 to early 1962, as several Eritrean members of the Sudan Defense Force joined him, forming the core of what became the ELF Army. But Hamid took ill and died near Haikata in June 1962. His remains were reburied at Haikata, where a statue was erected in his honor on September 1, 1994. Hanish Islands. An uninhabited but strategic archipelago near the narrow southern entrance to the Red Sea at Bab el-Mandeb that lies midway between the Eritrean and Yemen coasts, its sovereignty was never settled after it was relinquished by Turkey in 1923. The Italian colonial government administered the islands from Missawa until 1941, after which Great Britain maintained lighthouses on them from Aden until 1967. Both Yemen and Ethiopia claimed them in the 1970s, when Eritrean fighters used them as a base, claims that were renewed by Yemen and Eritrea, along with the nearby Zucker Islands, in 1995. The competing claims escalated into an armed conflict during 15 to 18 December that left an unspecified number of dead and wounded on both sides. During the fighting, the Eritrean Defense Forces seized Hanish Kabir and took more than 200 military and civilian prisoners. On June 21, 1996, both nations agreed to arbitrate the dispute under the supervision of the United Nations and the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague in the Netherlands, which rendered its decision awarding the islands to Yemen on October 9, 1998. Eritrea accepted the ruling and withdrew its forces. See also Foreign Policy. Harakat. See Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM. Hargat Abay Ismaram, ca 1905–1974. A wealthy businessman who owned the Asmara Bus Company, Hargat Abay Ismaram was a founding member of the Maber Fikri Hagar, Society for Love of Country, in May 1941 and a member of the Unionist Party's four-person secretariat in the mid-1940s. He served as mayor of Asmara in the 1960s and 1970s, during which time he was credited with modernizing the city, covering open sewers and paving numerous city roads and sidewalks, among other projects. He was executed by Ethiopia's Derg in October 1974. Hawassa, Awasa, Awassa, Conference. Convened in November 2011, the National Congress for Democratic Change in Eritrea, dubbed the Hawassa Conference by attendees, brought together a broad spectrum of regime opponents, including close to 600 delegates from political parties and movements, civil society organizations, and refugee communities in Ethiopia, Sudan, the Middle East, Europe, North America, and as far away as Australia. Among the groups that chose not to attend was the Eritrean People's Democratic Party. Funded mainly by Ethiopia, which was criticized for unduly interfering with preparations, the conference was the culmination of a movement-building process begun 16 months earlier at a smaller session in Addis Ababa. Organizers came with a draft constitution, and the conference was billed as an attempt to establish a government in exile. However, like others before it, the meeting itself was racked by eruptions of ethnic, religious, and political sectarianism, and little of substance flowed out of it. Nevertheless, it did produce a 127-member Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, Inc., whose membership was almost evenly divided between representatives of political parties and fronts, 66, and civil society organizations, 61, with affiliates of the Eritrean Democratic Alliance dominating. Though regional branches were set up afterward, the INC failed to reach beyond its core constituency in the diaspora and quickly fell into a round of internal disputes that sapped its energy and prevented further development. The upshot was a decision in 2014 to install an interim leadership to organize another Congress by 2015, but it did not take place. By 2018, with the INC in a state of virtual collapse, the opposition website awate.com wrote, "Since its formation in Hawassa in November 2011, the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, Inc., has been in a coma with no signs of waking up, though not yet declared dead." Hazamo, Alt, Hajumo. These arid plains along the middle Mirab River Valley separate Akele Goze from Sire. The area has been a grazing ground for Saho pastoralists and Tigrinya farmers from Shimazana for many centuries, and occasional disputes over grazing lands have provoked numerous armed clashes in the area, leading to inter-ethnic fighting in the 1940s and clashes between Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, supported Saho and Ethiopian-supported Tigrinya Bandas in the 1960s. The area was held by the ELF through August 1978, when the Derg sent a mechanized column from Tigray through Hazamo. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, occupied the area during 1980 to 1981 and, in 1982, instituted land reform benefiting poor farmers, see land laws. Tserona, a frontier town on the road to Tigray, developed as an important EPLF administrative center and was bombed in 1990. After liberation, new schools and clinics were built in the formerly remote area, but it was the site of intense fighting during the border war. Many of its residents were forced to flee their homes again. Tserona and surrounding border villages were part of the temporary security zone set up in early 2002 to keep the warring sides apart, and they remained under the control of United Nations peacekeepers until the mission was shut down in 2008. Healthcare. Traditional Eritrean healthcare practices varied among ethnic groups but generally included three types: household or village common knowledge concerning wounds and illnesses that involved bone setting, wound binding and herbal remedies, more specialized and often spiritually medicated healing involving practitioners who burned, cut, and prescribed herbal and magical remedies for their clients, and specialized women who served as midwives. Although this was often effective, it was at times counterproductive, though the belief in the efficacy of cutting and burning treatments was, and still is, widespread among much of the population. Western medicine was largely introduced by European missionaries in the late 19th century and by Italian colonialism in the early 20th century. Although most Italian medical facilities were intended to serve the European population, clinics were also opened for the Eritrean population, beginning with Ascaris and colonial civil servants, and spreading by the 1930s to the main towns. During the invasion of Ethiopia and the Italian immigration that followed it, both military and civilian hospitals were expanded in Misawa, Ginda, and Asmara, where a private Italian community hospital was also built. After World War II, the British administration's health department closed military hospitals at Massawa and Ginda but upgraded some Eritrean clinics. An Eritrean health department was created in 1952 and took over operation of the rudimentary urban-based colonial health system. In the 1950s, the first Eritrean doctors received medical training overseas, and in the 1960s, a number of Eritreans graduated from the medical school in Addis Ababa. In 1965, an Eritrean nurse/dresser training facility was opened in Asmara with aid from the United States. In the 1960s, clinics were opened in smaller towns, staffed by Eritrean dressers or foreign missionaries, such as the American Evangelical Hospital in Ginda, 1966, and the Lalmba Hospital in Karen, 1970. In the 1970s, healthcare services moved into rural Eritrea on a limited scale, first with the two liberation armies and then with the Derg. Both the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, organized simple medical units for their fighters, which gradually began to treat civilians, too. Once the civil war between the two fronts came to an end in 1974 and they began to expand their operations throughout the highlands, they established fixed-location clinics, which became the basis for healthcare operations designed to service non-combatants. The EPLF in particular sought to integrate Eritrean traditional medicine with Western medicine and trained hundreds of barefoot doctors to serve the rural population of the liberated areas. Its civilian-oriented health department was established in 1975 under Dr. Nereo Tekel Mikael, see Eritrean Relief Association, ERA and ERA, and focused on training village health workers and traditional birth attendants. Mobile clinics were established, and in 1976, a central hospital was created at Orita. The difficulty and expense of acquiring medicines abroad led to the construction of small-scale pharmaceutical plants in the 1980s, beginning with an intravenous solution plant built with Belgian help in 1983. By the mid-1980s, there were more than 1,000 barefoot doctors and scores of highly trained surgeons, doctors, nurses, and technicians staffing 6 regional hospitals as well as the Central Hospital, Laboratory Complex, where in 1984 open heart surgery was performed. In the same period, an eye surgery and lens implant unit was created with Australian aid. War injuries also necessitated the creation of an artificial limb factory at Arareb, and rehabilitation facilities were situated at the EPLF rear base in Port Sudan. In 1991, the EPLF Health Department took over the Eritrean healthcare system, including the decrepit facilities under Ethiopian control, which had been used primarily as military hospitals. Excluding the EPLF field hospitals, which were dismantled, the health system contained 8 hospitals, 4 health centers, clinics, and 45 health stations, dispensaries. This system was in disrepair and understaffed, with 1 doctor to 48,000 people, and in addition to famine victims, it had to care for 60,000 war-disabled. The EPLF developed rehabilitation facilities for 12,000 disabled fighters in Asmara and at Mai-Habar. The EPLF also moved to integrate the Ethiopian and EPLF healthcare systems in a new Ministry of Health. This task was complicated by the ministry's takeover of all private hospitals and a decision by Isaias Afwerki to replace Dr. Nereo, whose propensity for independent action had irritated him, with a military surgeon and staunch political loyalist, Dr. Haile Mitson. By 1994, the ministry was responsible for 17 hospitals, including 4 in Asmara that received countrywide referrals, 32 health centers and 120 health stations, and its main focus was no longer on community-based public health but on the rehabilitation and expansion of these facilities. In 1992, the nurse training program was reopened and graduated its first class, but much of Eritrea remained underserved, with a ratio of 1 doctor per 28,000 and 1 nurse per 8,393 and with the bulk of the front's cadre of field-trained paramedics either folded into the curative services or demobilized. Health statistics reflected the size and scope of the challenge, with infant mortality estimated in 1991 at 135 per 1,000 live births, life expectancy at 46 years, and a frightening increase in AIDS cases. AIDS had spread primarily through prostitution during the DERG period and infected a confirmed 1,732 people by 1995, an estimated 60,000 were HIV carriers, 80% of whom resided in Asmara. After a disappointing start to the transition and with the healthcare system in disarray, Sabat Efrem was temporarily put in charge in 1994 to 1995 while also serving as mayor of Asmara until Saleh Meki was installed in the post on a permanent basis in 1997. He held the position until 2009 when Isaias replaced him with the former Minister of Tourism, Amina Nourasian. Shortly afterward, Saleh, then 62 and the longest-serving cabinet minister in a single position, died in Asmara of a heart attack. Under his management, the health service was organized in 4 echelons ranging from large national referral hospitals in Asmara to primary health care facilities in villages and urban neighborhoods. A blood bank in Asmara served a national client base. Each Zaba region also developed a regional medical center and referral hospital. Most subs once built community hospitals, and each village cluster had a clinic offering outpatient services. People in remote settlements were served by small clinics and community-based health workers. From this point forward, the government of Eritrea described its national health policy as based upon a commitment to health promotion, disease prevention, and increased access to basic curative services, with an emphasis on the needs of the rural and urban poor, as well as vulnerable groups, such as mothers and small children. See Child Protection. Under this policy, the Ministry of Health trained community health workers and gave them ongoing advice and assistance, especially for the nomadic population, who used care facilities less often than settled villagers. A high priority was placed on controlling malaria, which accounted for nearly 1/3 of all outpatients, as well as tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS, common childhood diseases, diarrhea-related diseases, and other communicable and non-communicable diseases, under a project called Hamzet. This program integrated the activities of line ministries, United Nations organizations, and other international agencies. The government claimed that immunization rates increased from 10% in 1991 to 60% in 1999. No cases of polio or diphtheria were reported after 1998, and all major communicable diseases declined, despite the dislocation during and after the border war with Ethiopia in 1998 to 2000. This trend continued during the succeeding decade. Between 1993 and 1999, the government built or upgraded 45 health centers, 48 health stations, and 37 small clinics. By 2001, most of the country's zonal administrations had secondary care centers, and new referral hospitals were under construction in Menfera and Barantu. A decade after liberation, nearly 3/4 of all Eritreans lived within 10 kilometers of a healthcare facility, compared with 10% in 1991, while more than half were within 5 kilometers. During this 10-year period, the number of professional healthcare workers rose by nearly 70%, and the number of physicians grew by 2.5 times. More than 65% of facilities were also provided with solar power and other energy sources to keep cold chain and emergency operations intact. One notable achievement of the healthcare system was the reduction of infant mortality from 72 per 1,000 births in 1992 to 60 per 1,000 in 2000. During the same period, the mortality of children under 5 declined from 140 per 1,000 live births to 105, compared to 161 for the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, and overall life expectancy at birth climbed from 46 to 50. By 2006, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, estimated it at 57.2 years. 10 years later, life expectancy had reached 64.2 years, and immunization rates were more than 90%. Additionally, deaths from malaria and tuberculosis were only 3.6 and 14 per 1,000 people at risk. Under 5 mortality rates were 50 per 1 million births, and HIV/AIDS prevalence among adults 15 to 49 was less than 1%, though other indicators lagged badly. Child malnutrition hovered above 50%, public health expenditure was only 1.5% of gross domestic product, and UNDP ranked Eritrea 179 out of 188 countries in its 2016 Human Development Index, which also factors in such things as poverty, access to education, inequality, and human rights. See also female genital cutting, FGC. Hetereb. One of Eritrea's 9 linguistically defined nationalities, the Hetereb includes subtribes of the Beni Amer who have retained use of the Beja language, Tubadai, also known as Hetereb. They include subtribes related to the Sudanese Hadendawa, such as the Hashish, the Labat, and Halinksa, and smaller groups like the Ad Ali, Ad Nazi, Ad Salah, Ad Ta'il, Hassel, Shinab, and Sinkat Kanab. Today the Hetereb nationality is a somewhat artificial concept, as most Tubadai speakers are bilingual in Tigray, and many men also speak Arabic. The Beja elements of their culture are shared by most Beni Amer, although the Hetereb groups have historically been more resistant to Islamic orthodoxy. See also ethnic groups. Helicopter. A common torture technique the government of Eritrea uses on political detainees and religious dissidents, it is sometimes termed the auto punishment, Italian for eighth. A prisoner's hands and feet are typically tied together behind the back, after which he or she is left face down on the ground or suspended from a tree branch for hours at a time, as often as 3 times per week. The helicopter torture was also used extensively by the apartheid regime in South Africa, according to testimony before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. See also Human Rights, National Service, Prisons. Hairui Tidlaberu, ca 1940. Son of the first Eritrean chief executive, Tidlaberu, Hairui, Alt, Hiroi, was a leading figure in the radical wing of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in the 1970s. He grew up in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and went to the Tifri Mekonnen School and Haile Selassie I University before traveling abroad to attend university in London in the 1960s. He was recruited into the ELF in 1969, where he joined the Labour Party and was elected vice chair of the Revolutionary Council in 1971 in a move designed by Muslim leaders to placate the growing Tigrinya/Christian element within the front. Hairui participated in the decision to liquidate the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in 1972 but represented the socially progressive ideas and the ethnically defined Tigrinya/Christian constituency that remained in the ELF during the First Civil War. He lost his vice chair in 1975, however, after he attempted to broker a unity agreement with the EPLF's foreign mission under Osman Salih Sab. Thereafter, he led the increasingly alienated Tigrinya/Christian elements that produced the Falul movement. Hairui never reconciled himself with the EPLF, however, and after leaving the ELF in 1977, he founded his own Eritrean Democratic Movement, EDM, which received support from Iraq in 1979. He attempted to form an umbrella nationalist organization modeled on the Palestine Liberation Organization to unite all the nationalist fronts, but his group was increasingly marginalized, receiving Tigray People's Liberation Front support during the late 1980s and joining forces with the anti-EPLF elements of SIGAM after 1990. Hairui left the EDM and returned to Eritrea after liberation only to go back into exile to join the fractured opposition in the late 1990s. For a brief period in the early 2000s, he headed the Eritrean National Alliance, but he took his small following, then called the Eritrean Congress Party, out of the alliance and did not rejoin it after his party collapsed. He took up residence in Sweden but continued to be engaged in politics as an independent commentator. In 2016, he published a memoir titled Eritrea and Ethiopia, a front row look at issues of conflict and the potential for a peaceful resolution, in which he recounts his experience in oppositional politics and settles scores with old rivals. Hewitt Treaty, 1884. Signed between Emperor Johannes IV of Ethiopia and Admiral Sir William Hewitt of Great Britain on June 3, 1884 at Adway in north-central Tigray, this treaty gave British recognition to Johannes's claim to sovereignty over most of present-day Eritrea, with the exception of Massawa, which the British undertook to occupy as a free port. British recognition was exchanged for Johannes's military aid against the Sudanese Mahdaists, particularly to enable an Egyptian garrison to evacuate Kassala. Although the garrison surrendered before it could be relieved, the treaty did produce Ras Alula's 1885 expedition into western Eritrea. The British, however, allowed Italy to occupy Massawa, abrogating the treaty, in the same year. See also Uxiali, Treaty of Hezbollah Gunbar/People's Front. See Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, Tigrinya, Hezbollah Gunbar Harnad Ertra, People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ. Hirgigo, Alt, Harkiko, Harjigo, 15 degrees 32 minutes 0 seconds north, 39 degrees 27 minutes 0 seconds east. Located on the mainland southwest of Massawa in the former province of Semhar, now part of the Northern Red Sea Administrative Region, Zaba, Hirgigo was founded in the 15th century by Balu immigrants whose leading family formed the dynasty of the Naibs. Hirgigo became the seaward terminus of the Eritrean caravan trade, with a flourishing market and a heterogeneous population of Tigray speakers, Asawarda Sahos, Arabic-speaking merchants, and others. Because of its location at the foot of the mountains, Hirgigo supplied Massawa with most of its drinking water, and due to its fresher climate, many merchants located their permanent homes there. The town suffered from the decline in the Naib's power during the 19th century, as it was sacked by Djazmachwiub in 1843 to 1844, then by the Egyptians who burned it in 1847 and seized and fortified it in 1865. The Italians took it in 1885, and its commercial importance declined with the development of the railroad to Asmara. But Hirgigo remained the seat of the Muslim coastal elite into the 20th century. In the 1940s, its Kekiya Secondary School was an intellectual center of the emerging nationalist movement, producing some of the leading figures of the armed struggle, including Ibrahim Offa, Osman Saleh Sab, and Romeddin Mohammed Nur. Consequently, the Derg targeted the town, beginning with a terrible massacre in 1975, which forced most of its surviving population to flee as refugees, and ending with its total destruction in 1976. The site was abandoned until liberation, and in 1994, a master plan for rebuilding the town was created, including ambitious plans for a fishing school and marine research center. In 1997, construction began on a major power plant there, which was bombed during the third round of the border war and repaired afterward. The plant went online in 2004 and was expanded in 2015 to 2016 with the aid of a Chinese construction company to increase its generating capacity by more than 50%, from 84 megawatts to 132 megawatts, in an effort to end the frequent power cuts occurring throughout the country. Hitsats. The fourth camp established for Eritrean refugees in Ethiopia's Tigray regional state was opened in 2013 to accommodate the record influx of Eritreans, which reached 3,000 per month by early 2015, a growing number of whom were unaccompanied minor children. Situated in the desert hills of northwestern Tigray, it quickly reached a population of 10,000 but stabilized at that level due to the rapid departure of many new arrivals who paid smugglers to get them to Sudan, from where most hoped to continue onward to Libya to reach Europe as fast as new refugees arrived. In early 2018, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNCRA, counted 9,767 residents, nearly two-thirds of whom were males. Of the total population, the largest share, an estimated 37%, were in the 18 to 24 age range, most of them fleeing Eritrea's open-ended, compulsory national service. Barely 22% were over the age of 25. As the country's newest camp for those coming from Eritrea en route to Europe, HITSATS began with fewer basic services than the others. It and its host community were off the electrical grid, and it lacked a reliable supply of fuel or fresh water. However, it quickly attracted more international aid agencies than the others, and with them a range of new social services, including a primary school, a secondary school, extensive vocational training, early childhood programs, and a steadily growing number of income-generating cooperatives. Among those active in the camp by 2018 were the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Danish Refugee Council, the International Rescue Committee, Médecins Sans Frontières, Holland, and the Dutch charity ZOA International. Domestic non-governmental organizations included the Development and Interchurch Aid Commission and National Resource Development and Environmental Protection. The camp was managed by the Ethiopian Refugee Authority, the Administration for Refugee and Returnee Affairs, ARA, and supplied largely by UNCRA, the World Food Programme, and other UN agencies. However, the opening of the Eritrea-Ethiopia border in September 2018 after the peace declaration between the two countries in July, led to a sudden outpouring of refugees and asylum seekers as border controls were dropped and people were free to travel in both directions with little more than a cursory check of identity cards. Thousands took advantage of the opening, many of them women with children who sought family reunification with husbands already in Europe. They were processed quickly in Ndabaguna and taken to HITSATS and other camps to be housed in emergency shelters constructed to cope with the unexpected influx. Within 6 weeks, the population in HITSATS had increased by nearly 50%, severely taxing the ARA's capacity to provide essential resources, at which point camp administrators requested a hold on further transfers. HIV/AIDS. Eritrea's first reported case of AIDS came in 1988. By 2007, the United Nations estimated the number of adults living with HIV at between 25,000 and 58,000 with a prevalence of 1.3%. Though the rate of infection appeared to be low, the issue was of major concern to health authorities, who were tracking its incidence and organizing public education to prevent its spread. All blood for transfusions was screened, and all hospitals were equipped for HIV testing. Close to 70% of reported cases occurred in the 20 to 39 age range, 60% of them male. The main mode of transmission was heterosexual contact, with barely 5% perinatal. Most incidences were in urban centers, particularly Asmara, Misawa, and Asab. The Health Ministry was the lead organization in a national AIDS control program established in 1992 that brought together other ministries, the national unions of Eritrean women and youth and students, various international agencies, and Eritrea's limited civil society organizations. In 2000, this was augmented by a World Bank-supported project focused on controlling HIV/AIDS, malaria, sexually transmitted diseases, and tuberculosis, HAMZET. The program produced educational materials, conducted workshops, provided counseling services, and carried out media campaigns to raise public awareness. In 2007, the Health Ministry issued a revised HIV/AIDS care manual and, in 2008, launched its third five-year national strategic plan. In 2017, the United Nations agency that aggregates data on HIV/AIDS UNAIDS reported that deaths from AIDS in Eritrea had peaked at 1,600 in 2006 and were close to 500 by 2017 as coverage by ARVs steadily grew. Prevalence among adults aged 15 to 49 at that time was estimated at 0.6% and trending downward. Hadmo, plural, Hadamua. The traditional residential dwelling of the Tigrinya Highlands, a hadmo is rectangular and built on a post and beam frame of tree trunks with stone walls and an earthen roof. The first row of posts forms a porch, the entry room is an animal barn, separated from the living quarters by an interior wall. The living quarters are often further partitioned and plastered in mud with built-in seats, cupboards, and wood stove. See also architecture. Human rights. Eritreans have struggled at great cost to secure, defend, or regain basic human rights over more than a century, first against foreign powers and then against their own government, as the strategically located Red Sea territory fell under Italian colonial rule, British administration, and Ethiopian annexation before achieving independence, only to slip into homegrown despotism. The goals of these struggles have ranged from national self-determination and increased political representation and civic participation to social, economic, and cultural equality. In the process, they have mirrored the global debate among human rights advocates over whether to give priority to individual or collective rights, at times pitting these conceptual frameworks against each other. During the Italian period, Eritreans saw their best lands taken from them, their young men forcibly conscripted to fight in Ethiopia, Libya, and Somalia, their role in the administration of their own communities sharply curtailed, their access to education, healthcare, and other services limited to the lowest rungs of the colonial infrastructure, and their avenues to contest these measures blocked, as they, like most colonized peoples, were prohibited from organizing independent associations. To redress grievances, protest abuses, or advance civil or political rights. Nor were they permitted to establish independent media or engage in organized public discussions of rights issues. With a massive new influx of Italian settlers in the mid-1930s and the imposition of fascist color bars, conditions for Eritreans declined further as more restrictions and exclusions were imposed upon them. Hundreds who resisted were jailed, with many taken to a prison colony on the desert island of Nakora in the heart of the Dahlak archipelago, from which few were ever released. The advent of British military administration in 1941 brought some respite from the brutality of the last years of Italian rule. However, little changed in the legal framework until the end of World War II, when the British relaxed bans on self-organization and allowed the formation of trade unions, community associations, and political parties, as well as Eritrean-run newspapers. This ushered in a period that many Eritreans look back on as a golden age of civic engagement and political openness, as they enjoyed more rights than ever before or since. Some, like the right to form independent trade unions, were codified by British authorities, though they continued to maintain a monopoly on the structure of governance. These and other such rights were included in the constitution that came with the United Nations, UN, sponsored federation with Ethiopia in 1952, which also gave the Eritreans the right to elect their own assembly to safeguard their rights. From the earliest days of the new arrangement, however, Ethiopia, a feudal kingdom whose autocratic emperor, Haile Selassie I, held ultimate authority over Eritrea under the agreement, and who claimed legitimacy through divine right rather than popular mandate, moved to rescind these rights and crush all nationalist sentiments and expressions of protest, climaxing with the violent put-down of a general strike in 1958. By the time the emperor ordered the annexation of Eritrea in 1962, the colony's trade unions had been emasculated, its political parties banned, its once vibrant media reduced to mouthpieces of the occupation authorities, and many of its most outspoken citizens exiled, imprisoned, or killed. With the onset of the armed struggle, conditions worsened further, as the imperial regime sought to stem the revolt by bombing rural villages accused of harboring the rebels and by arresting suspected nationalist sympathizers, hanging dozens in public squares and holding hundreds more in overcrowded prisons in Asmara and Adi Kwala and in the former Italian prison colony at Nakora. After the Derg seized power in 1974, the war escalated, and the denial of human rights for Eritreans became even more brutal than before and more ruthlessly effective. During the military's 17 years in power, all forms of political dissent or protest, unauthorized assembly, or autonomous organization were crushed, with Eritreans suspected of disloyalty subjected to lengthy detention during which torture was frequently applied and which often ended in summary executions. There were also strict controls on people's freedom of movement, not only in and out of Eritrea but also from one town or garrison to another and between town and countryside. Nevertheless, hundreds of thousands managed to flee to Sudan as refugees to escape the onslaught. The armed struggle was also marred by major abuses on the part of both liberation fronts, even as they fought to throw off the yoke of Ethiopian rule and even though they brought about rights-based reforms in areas under their control. The early Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, sometimes terrorized its own population, appropriating food, shelter, pack animals, and other goods from farmers and herders in its operational area, which was initially carved into zonal commands where each commander had free rein, and often carrying out armed operations that left civilians to bear the brunt of Ethiopia's reprisals. Suspected collaborators were routinely detained or killed. During its first decade, the mainly Muslim ELF, most of whose fighters and leaders were drawn from the western and coastal lowlands, also experienced a number of violent acts against Highland Christian recruits, though their extent and severity remain contested, as well as severe repression against those who criticized its undemocratic structure and called for a more egalitarian, rights-based political program. The ouster of the old leadership at the end of the 1960s led to the formation of competing liberation fronts, a reconstituted ELF and a new Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, each of which championed reforms that would expand the sphere of economic, social, and cultural rights but that downplayed or postponed the expansion of Western-style civic and political rights. Over the first half of the 1970s, the ELF, declaring there was room for only one liberation army, set out to eradicate the upstart EPLF, setting in motion a civil war that prevented either organization from implementing reform agendas. Once a truce was reached in 1974, however, both quickly expanded and consolidated their liberated zones and began to carry out reforms in such areas as land rights, marriage law and custom, and village administration, see People's Assembly, village committees. In November 1977, with both inducting women into their ranks in large numbers, the city of Karen witnessed Eritrea's first demonstration in favor of women's rights, though it was instigated by the EPLF to convince socially conservative residents to permit women to participate in the liberation struggle. The EPLF did not allow any public protests against its own policies. The leaderships of both fronts, each of which was controlled by clandestine political parties, see Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, Labour Party, dealt harshly with dissent, whether within their own ranks or in the society at large. The EPLF, when faced with an early challenge to Isaias Afwerki's leadership in 1973 to 1974 from leftist fighters dubbed the Menka, acted ruthlessly to suppress it by executing key organizers and arresting dozens of their supporters. When another such challenge arose several years later, this time characterized as Yameen, rightists, he acted with similar dispatch. In the latter half of the decade, the ELF experienced a similar series of internal upheavals and challenges, which in its case led to major splits, amid charges and countercharges of the suppression of fighters' rights, and finally to a violent coup d'état in 1982, when military commander Abdullah Idris took control of the front and imprisoned most of its leadership during a meeting at Rasai, Sudan. With independence, hopes ran high for a return to the openness of the 1940s and early 1950s and the construction of a rights-based legal and political system. The new government made dramatic early strides in the realm of economic and social rights, building on programs piloted during the armed struggle by extending essential services such as public health and education to formerly deprived regions and ethnic minorities, codifying reforms in marriage laws, and promulgating a land reform that gave women land use rights, alongside men, as well as setting quotas for women's representation in the people's assemblies. The establishment of a 50-member constitutional commission in 1994, broadly representative of the society and led by a legal scholar with a lifelong public commitment to human rights, Barakit Habd Selassie, reinforced the perception that the new nation was on the road to becoming a model of participatory democratic governance. But there were important early signs that such a transition would not be without major obstacles, notably the government's refusal to allow the ELF to return to participate in the transition, the continuing limitations on the media, and the closure of newly formed non-governmental organizations, NGOs. In each instance, the ruling party's response to questions was that the time was not yet right, arguing that the expansion of political rights would have to wait for economic and social progress to be consolidated and for regional stability to be achieved. When disgruntled EPLF veterans organized protests in May 1993 and July 1994, they were met with severe repression, as were students who launched a protest in August 2001. There have been no others. After the border war broke out in May 1998, all moves toward political democratization went on permanent hold in the name of national security, as tolerance for dissent in any form, organized or not, was reduced to zero. No political parties or independent NGOs were permitted, and the few private newspapers that had appeared in the immediate post-independence years were shut down, while thousands of people were detained for political offenses ranging from public dissent to non-compliance with open-ended requirements for national service and participation in proscribed religious activities. People who questioned the policies of the regime or refused service to it simply disappeared, including top EPLF leaders and government officials identified with the group of 15 who openly criticized the president. No formal charges were brought, and no one, including their families, had access to them once they were imprisoned. Many dissidents and critics, particularly members of the military, were incarcerated in unfurnished shipping containers along the Red Sea coast and on offshore islands in the Dahlak archipelago, where they were often beaten and held for long periods with inadequate water and food. Former prisoners and escapees described a wide range of torture techniques used against dissenters, including the helicopter, in which the victim was stripped of his clothing, tied with his arms behind his back, and either laid on the ground face down or hung from a tree branch and left for several days and nights in succession. There has been no independent local media to report on these conditions or provide a platform for discussion of them among Eritreans within the country since 2001, as all the editors and reporters who once staffed them were either arrested or fled during the crackdown on dissent that year. Eritreans working for foreign media were also harassed and jailed to the point where by 2007 none were officially working as contributors. These conditions led the Committee to Protect Journalists to label Eritrea one of the world's worst jailers of journalists that year, while Reporters Without Borders rated Eritrea last of 169 countries in its Worldwide Press Freedom Index, just after Turkmenistan and North Korea. An April 2009 Human Rights Watch report described Eritrea as one of the most repressive states in the world. Those who tried to flee were imprisoned or risked being shot on sight at the border. That year, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees advised UN member states not to send any Eritreans back to the country, whatever the circumstances of their asylum claims, due to the dangers they faced upon repatriation. With the numbers of asylum seekers climbing, the UN Human Rights Council in 2012 appointed a special rapporteur, Sheila B. Keith-Aruth, to investigate the alleged rights abuses said to be driving much of the outflow. In 2014, based on her initial findings, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights established a Commission of Inquiry, COI, in July 2014 to research the issue more thoroughly. The COI issued a major report in May 2015, detailing allegations of extrajudicial executions, torture, indefinitely prolonged national service and forced labor, and saying that sexual harassment, rape, and sexual servitude by state officials were widespread, particularly within the armed forces. In response, the government of Eritrea characterized the report, which relied almost entirely on testimonies from refugees and exiles, as one-sided and dismissed the charges as totally unfounded and devoid of all merit. However, the government also refused to permit UN investigators to visit the country. Over the next 12 months, the country's only legal political party, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, mobilized its members and supporters in the diaspora to circulate petitions denouncing the report and garnered 230,000 signatures. Despite this response, the COI issued a follow-up report in 2016 concluding that there was a basis for considering charges of crimes against humanity against key Eritrean leaders. The report was referred to the UN Secretary-General, but it failed to produce a result. The commission was dissolved later that year. By the time Eritrea and Ethiopia reached a peace agreement in July 2018, little appeared to have changed within Eritrea, from which thousands of people, many of them national service conscripts, were still fleeing. That year, Freedom House scored Eritrea 3 out of a possible 100 points on its Freedom in the World assessment. Reporters Without Borders ranked Eritrea 179 out of 180 countries in its 2018 Worldwide Press Freedom Index, and the California-based monitoring group Open Doors ranked Eritrea after North Korea, Afghanistan, Somalia, Sudan, and Pakistan on its 2018 World Watch list of countries that persecute Christians. In her fifth and final report to the UN Human Rights Council in June 2018, Keith Arith noted the government's continued refusal of access to the country, but insisted this did not inhibit her research, which she described as victim-centered and said were drawn from interviews with abuse victims, their families, and witnesses, as well as academics, diplomats, and others with direct knowledge of abuses. Among her recommendations to Eritrea were calls to release political and religious prisoners, end arbitrary arrests and detentions, create oversight mechanisms, respect civil and political rights, and provide access to humanitarian organizations to assist those in material need who were not receiving government services. She also renewed the COI's call for accountability for officials accused of committing crimes against humanity. The Eritrean government again rejected both the proposals and the basis on which they were made. In October 2018, Eritrea was elected to a seat on the UN Human Rights Council. See also Civil society. Human trafficking. Trafficking in persons is an internationally recognized crime, often practiced by sophisticated transnational criminal enterprises, though there are numerous exceptions to this involving local operations that spring up spontaneously, especially in the context of large regional refugee flows, such as those arising from Eritrea since the crackdown on dissent and the indefinite extension of the terms of national service in the early 2000s. The term trafficking is often used interchangeably with the term smuggling, which is often but not always criminalized. The crucial difference is whether it involves consent. The United Nations defines human trafficking as the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of people by force, abduction, fraud, or coercion for an improper purpose, including forced labor or sexual exploitation. By contrast, human smuggling occurs by common agreement with those being smuggled, though the sums involved may be exorbitant. Once in the destination country, they are generally left to fend for themselves. It becomes trafficking only when force or coercion is introduced. Thus, most of the contracted movement of people out of Eritrea and across international borders is smuggling itself illegal in Eritrea and most countries in the region, but not rising to the level of human trafficking under international law. The most egregious instance of trafficking involving Eritreans developed within the smuggling operations of refugees from Sudan through Egypt to Israel, which peaked between 2008 and 2012. Run by Rashaida traders living along the Sudan, Eritrea border, well known for smuggling goods throughout the region, the practice evolved to trafficking when the smugglers discovered that the desperate refugees were willing, under pressure, to pay ever higher fees, often exacted by force when they were handed over to Bedouin traffickers for the last leg of their journeys. The additional payments demanded by the Egyptians quickly rose from a few $1,000s to $20,000, then $30,000, and eventually more than $50,000 in a lucrative business in which torture became routine and kidnappings took over as the main source of supply. Once Israel sealed off its border in 2012 with a sophisticated fence running from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, virtually all those taken to the torture camps were captives brought from Sudan, many of whom had been forcibly taken out of the Shag Arab refugee camp, rendering it an unsafe sanctuary for incoming refugees. The Sinai operation suffered major disruptions after 2014 when the Egyptian government began a major counterinsurgency operation against Islamist extremists operating there, bombing many of the camps and compounds of the traffickers as well, but the practice merely shifted location to eastern and northwestern Sudan and Libya, where the largest refugee flows were taking place at that time. Humd Mohammed Kari, D. Jazz Match, ca. 1945. the highest ranking Afar in the Eritrean People's Liberation Front. Humed, a native of Pseudo-Haila, served on the front's Central Committee and commanded the Eritrean Navy during the armed struggle. He was governor of Denkel in 1994 to 1995 and, in October 1996, was reappointed commander of the Navy, reaching the rank of Major General by 2004. Hussein Khalifa. See Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. Ibrahim Offa, ca 1945 to 1985. The son of a poor water seller in Hirgigo, Ibrahim Offa rose to become the military leader of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. He attended Kekiya School until the 8th grade when he left to join the Ethiopian Navy. He rose to be a non-commissioned officer in the Marine Commandos before deserting to join the Eritrean Liberation Front in 1967. He went to Cuba for further military training in 1968, after which he became a unit leader in Zone 4, where he sided with the Tripartite Unity Forces and joined the People's Liberation Forces faction led by Romeddin Mohamed Nur. See Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF. Like Romeddin, Ibrahim supported Isaias Afwerki's leadership of the emerging EPLF during the struggles of the early 1970s. He became the front's leading military commander by 1975, when he was appointed to the three-person military committee, acting as its de facto chief of staff until his death. He was a founding member of the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party and was elected to both the Central Committee and Political Bureau of the EPLF at its first Congress in 1977. Ibrahim was killed during fighting in the Agamit Mountains of Sahel in 1985, but his death was so demoralizing that the EPLF refused to acknowledge it until the Second and Unity Congress of 1987. During this silence, EPLF opponents circulated rumors that Ibrahim had been removed in an internal purge, but it was not true, as he was one of Isaias's most trusted comrades. Ibrahim El-Mukhtar Ahmed Ibn Omar, Sheikh, 1909 to 1969. Born in a village along the Red Sea coast, Ibrahim El-Mukhtar was educated at home by his father, a respected Islamic scholar, and later studied at the Omdurman Institute in Sudan and Al-Azhar Al-Sharif University in Cairo, specializing in Islamic jurisprudence. He worked as a teacher, lawyer, and editor in Egypt before returning to Eritrea in 1940 after he was appointed Mufti of Eritrea by Italian authorities, acting on the advice of local Muslim leaders. During his tenure, which ran from Italian colonial rule through periods of British and Eritrean administrations to annexation by the Ethiopian Empire, he reformed the Sharia courts, expanded the Waqf endowment system, modernized religious governance, promoted the construction of new mosques and schools, including the Egyptian-funded King Farouk School in Asmara, and set up the largest Islamic library in the country, to which he donated more than 3,000 books. He also chaired both the Islamic Eritrean Waqf Council and the Council of Eritrean Scholars, Arabic, Jabhat al-Ulama. Though he strove to stay out of politics, he became increasingly critical of Ethiopian rule after 1962, frequently protesting discriminatory practices against Eritrean Muslims. See also Education. Ibrahim Idris Todil, ca 1942. A leading figure in the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and the unity movement of the 1980s, Ibrahim Todil was born to a Nara family in the late 1940s and attended secondary school in Sudan, where he joined the ELF in 1967. He served as a political organizer in the front's offices in Kassala and Wad Medani, and he was one of the founding members of the Marxist-oriented Labour Party. In 1971, he was elected to the Executive Committee, where he emerged, with Azian Yassin, as a leading ideologue of the secular left within the mainstream ELF. In the mid-1970s, he served as the secretary of the ELF's Executive Committee and the head of its political and organizational office. After the Second Civil War, his secularism led him to clash with Abdullah Idris, who briefly arrested him in 1982 at Rasai. In 1983, Todil joined the Sigam movement, forming the ELF, central leadership in 1985, which merged completely with the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, at its second Congress in 1987, at which he was selected for the Front's Central Committee. Total headed the Arabic section of the EPLF's Information Department until liberation, when he was appointed governor of Gash and then of Semhar province. He was left off the slate for the Central Council of the People's Front for Democracy and Justice when it was launched at the EPLF's Third Congress in 1994, but he was appointed the administrator of the Northern Red Sea Administrative Region in 1995, a position he held until 2005 when he was recalled to Asmara and frozen by the president's office without a significant administrative role. He was imprisoned after the protest in January 2013 and has not been seen or heard from since. Ibrahim Mohammed Ali, 1942. Born to the Adbara clan in Naro in what is now the Northern Red Sea Administrative Region, Zaba, Ibrahim Mohammed Ali was a key figure in the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and one of its major offshoots, the Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, ELF-RC, for more than 40 years. As a child, he worked at the Togher cotton farms in eastern Sudan and later in Port Sudan. He joined the ELF in 1964, the same year he married his first wife, Amna, with whom he had 3 children, and he became a full-time cadre 3 years later as head of the ELF's Organizational Affairs and the Revolutionary Command representative in Port Sudan. He was also an active member in the Law, Reform, movement developing within the ELF then. The Front's General Command reassigned him to the field in March 1970, and he was among the main leaders of the Awat Conference in March 1971. He also was a member of the Preparatory Committee for the first ELF Congress in which he was elected to the Revolutionary Council, and he sat on the reorganized Front's Executive Committee from 1975 to the ELF's breakup in 1981. Meanwhile, his wife, Amna, committed suicide after being told he had been killed when the Ethiopian Air Force bombed the Second ELF Congress in May 1975. Ibrahim played a leading role in the ELF-RC after the ELF's fracture in 1981 to 1982, sitting on its executive committee from 1983 onward and chairing the organization from 1995 to 2001. He was also among the founders of the Alliance of Eritrean National Forces in 1999 and chaired the opposition coalition in 2000 to 2001. Though he continued to play an advisory role in the ELF-RC while residing in Port Sudan, his health problems limited his participation after 2005. Ibrahim Sultan Ali, 1909 to 1987. A leading nationalist politician of the 1940s and 1950s and founder of the Muslim League, Ibrahim Sultan was born in Keren, where he studied in Islamic and Italian colonial schools. He joined the Eritrean Railroad where he worked as a chief conductor during 1922 to 1926. He served the Italian administration in its Muslim Native Affairs section in 1926 to 1941, rising to head its Eritrean staff. He continued in this position under the British administration until 1943, when his critiques of European racism forced his retirement to Thessaloniki, where he founded a creamery. His involvement in politics began with his founding role in the Maber Fikri Hager in 1941, and during 1943 to 1945, he organized the revolt of Tigray serfs against their Shamagal lords, laying the foundation for a new political movement, the Muslim League, which elected him Secretary General in December 1946. As head of the Muslim League, Ibrahim worked with the British to see all the serfs emancipated by 1949, and he presented the views of Muslim Eritreans to the Commissions of Investigation of the Four Powers and United Nations, UN. He attended the Lake Success session of the UN in 1949, where he was instrumental in forming the Independence Bloc together with Wolde Mariam and others. Ibrahim attempted to dominate Muslim politics, but he incurred the animosity of other aspiring leaders, which contributed to the destruction of the League in 1950, when Ali Mohammed Musaradeh led most of the Beni Amr and other Western tribes out of the organization and into the Muslim League of the Western Province. Unlike Ali Musa and others, Ibrahim refused to compromise on the territorial integrity of Eritrea or its future independence, but he accepted the federation when it came and was elected to the First Assembly in 1952, where he led the opposition to Tidla Barrow's Unionist Party, conspiring with pro-Ethiopian forces to bring Tidla's fall in 1955. This move, however, brought Ethiopian control and Ibrahim's exclusion from the Second Assembly in 1956, after which he participated in efforts to again involve the UN in Eritrea's affairs to block Ethiopian annexation. Ibrahim left Eritrea in 1959 for Cairo, where he joined the growing exile group. But his attempts to dominate exile politics failed, too, and though he remained a symbolic figure and made numerous speeches and petitions on behalf of the Eritrean cause, he alienated many of his potential colleagues in both the Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, and the Eritrean Liberation Front. After initially failing to work with either WOLDEB or the ELM, in 1962 he helped them petition the UN in New York and eventually joined the opposition unity movement in the late 1960s. By the 1970s, he was completely marginalized, but his status was rehabilitated after 1982, when he joined the call of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front for a national united front, sending a taped message that was played at the EPLF's Second Congress in 1987. He died shortly thereafter on September 1, 1987, and he was eulogized by WOLDEB, with whom he has taken his place as one of the father figures of the Eritrean nation. Idris Mohammed Adem, 1921–2003. A leading figure in the early nationalist movement and founder of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, Idris Mohammed Adem was born into the Daga subtribe of the Beni Amr in Agordat in 1921. He attended an Arabic secondary school in Gedaref, Sudan, and returned to Agordat with the British administration in 1941 to serve as official secretary for the Beni Amr Diglal. Idris Mohammed Adem wrote for the Arabic-language edition of the Eritrean Weekly News, and his early politics favored the partition schemes of Great Britain and, later, the Muslim League of the Western Province. He was elected to the Eritrean Assembly in 1952 and, in 1955, joined forces with Ibrahim Sultan Ali and others to secure the ouster of Tidla Barrow and Ali Mohammed Musaradeh, replacing the latter as president of the Assembly on July 26. After this, Idris Mohammed Adem became an increasingly militant nationalist leader, fighting for an independent electoral commission, which led to his removal from office in June 1956. After petitioning the United Nations, UN, to intervene in Eritrea, he was placed under house arrest in 1957. In March 1959, together with Ibrahim Sultan, Idris fled to Sudan, after first establishing contacts with Hamid Idris Awad, Saidna Mohammed Ibn Mustafa, and others who later formed the ELF network in western Eritrea. In Cairo, Idris canvassed support for the idea of starting an armed rebellion against Ethiopian rule. He distrusted the already existing Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, particularly because of its socialist and secular ideology, and he derided the strategies of Ibrahim, Woldemariam, and others who focused on the UN. Instead, Idris worked with student activists and fellow Muslims from western Eritrea to form the core of a new movement, the ELF. Even after Osman Salih Sab joined the front, Idris remained the leading figure on its Supreme Council. As the ELF grew, he became the patron of its Beni Amr and Western units, which coalesced in Zone 1, providing them with arms and supplies through his connections in the Arab world. Idris maintained his power even after internal dissent began in 1967, and in 1971, he was elected chair of the Revolutionary Council. But his drive for personal control and hard-line stance against leftist and Christian dissidents led directly to the outbreak of civil war in 1972. With the rise of a new generation of leaders, Idris was increasingly isolated, and he was not re-elected in 1975, although his son Ibrahim led an Islamist faction within the new, younger ELF leadership, Yamin, Arabic, right. Idris continued to work as a fundraiser in the Arab world and was involved in the many attempts by Saudi Arabia to build an Islamist organization among the more conservative ELF factions during 1982 to 1985. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Idris Osman Ghalidouas, 1934, ca 1999. A founding member and one of three original leaders of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF's Supreme Council, Idris Ghalidouas was born at Hami el Mal near Keren to a merchant family of Betjik origin. In 1938, his father moved to Ali Gaider, where Idris attended the Arabic elementary school, moving to Keren for middle school. In 1951, he went to Cairo on a secondary school scholarship, entering Cairo University in 1956, where he studied law through 1962. In 1959, he participated in founding the Eritrean Student Union and was involved in discussions with the Eritrean Liberation Movement. With several other students, he formulated an alternative political strategy calling for immediate armed struggle in Eritrea, and in 1960, he helped Idris Mohammed Adam establish the ELF. Ghalidouas was elected secretary of the ELF by its founding group, and in 1962, he joined the Supreme Council. As the ELF split along ethnic lines in the mid-1960s, Ghalidouas became the patron of Omar Azzaz's Bilan faction, based in Zone 2. He also sponsored the creation of Zone 5, recognizing the political importance of the Christian Highlanders. With the breakup of the zonal command, his power declined, although he was elected to the Revolutionary Council in 1971. He was not re-elected in 1975, but he continued to serve as ELF representative in Cairo through 1981 and attempted to reunite the ELF factions in the 1980s, serving in the leadership of the ELF United Organization, ELF-UO, after 1986. In 1992, he led the ELF-UO back to Eritrea, where he served as a referendum commissioner and then in the mid-1990s on the Constitutional Commission before his death. Independence Bloc, 1949 to 1950. A united front of pro-independence Eritrean political parties was formed at the United Nations by representatives of the Muslim League and pro-Italy and Italo-Eritrean parties in May 1949. The group came together with the support of Italy in the aftermath of the defeat of the Bevin, Sforza plan. When they returned to Eritrea on June 26, they formed the Independence Bloc with the Liberal Progressive Party and Wolde Mariam's Independent Eritrea Party. The bloc called for immediate independence and represented a majority of the Eritrean population, as many previous Unionist Party supporters defected to it. The power of the bloc alarmed Haile Selassie I, and his Unionist organization unleashed a terrorist campaign against it, culminating in the Asmara riots of February 1950. After this, the bloc disintegrated due to the manipulations of the Ethiopians and the British administration, as well as the unpopularity in the highlands of overt Italian support for the bloc. It was dissolved in December 1950, but most of its members from the remnants of the original Muslim League and LPP together with the smaller parties, formed the Eritrean Democratic Front in January 1951 and contested the elections for the first Eritrean Assembly, where they continued to form a loose anti-unionist coalition, the Independent Federalists, through 1956. Industry. Traditional Eritrean industries included small-scale mining, metal production, woodworking, and weaving, but it was not until the advent of Italian colonialism that modern industries developed. Outside the salt mining, energy, and transport sectors, where industrial production began in the mid-1900s, the first Italian industries were established in the 1920s to process raw materials for export, such as the Dumpom button factory in Keren and several tanneries. With the massive influx of Italian nationals after 1935, demand for local food and beverage manufacture, metal fabrication and repair, construction materials, and other small industries increased tremendously, and Italian entrepreneurs opened numerous small factories and workshops, particularly to serve the military and road transport sectors, in Asmara, Diekmhair, and Massawa. Industrialization received another boost in 1941 to 1944, when the British administration encouraged local self-sufficiency and regional export production, and Italian entrepreneurs responded by opening food processing, chemical, glass, ceramic, and shoe factories to supply local markets, Ethiopia and the Red Sea region. Almost all these new industries were in Asmara, and this concentration only increased over the next 40 years. The 1942 to 1945 boom during World War II created modern Eritrea's industrial base, but after 1946, regional markets were lost to overseas competition, while political insecurity, combined with Italian immigration, produced a prolonged depression. After 1952, new industries were developed, principally by the Italian population, to serve the markets of Ethiopia, including meat, fruit, and vegetable canning, particularly on the Danade estates, and textile production in Asmara, beginning with the Barattolo factory in 1956 and Ethio Textiles Share Company in the 1960s. Already established Italian industries, such as the Malati Brewery, Sava Glass Company, and others continued and even expanded their production. But these industries failed to offset the decline in other sectors of the manufacturing and transport economy, as many factories closed or were moved to Addis Ababa and Kenya. In 1975, all large and medium-scale industries, including all those owned by foreigners and the imperial family, were nationalized by the Derg. Industrial production declined dramatically as the armed struggle intensified around the main industrial towns, and industrial infrastructure was destroyed or removed by both the Ethiopian military and nationalist forces. Although some workshops were constructed in areas of Barca and Sahel controlled by the Eritrean Liberation Front and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, respectively, the Derg held the industrial towns and, in 1981 to 1985, made some attempt to revive Eritrean industries, particularly to serve the war effort. But sabotage, lack of spare parts, and raw materials shortages led to a continuing decline, which reached bottom in 1990 when industrial production virtually ceased and some factories were stripped for removal to Ethiopia. In 1991, the Provisional Government of Eritrea took over 42 large to medium-sized state industries, 90% in Asmara, including the Asmara Brewery, formerly Malati, Asmara Textiles, formerly Barattolo, and Red Sea Textiles, Lalmbasak Factory, AMAP Match and Chemical Factory, Deluxe Shoes, the Ceramic Factory, formerly Tabaki, and the Glass Factory, formerly Sava, as well as several sweater knitting and soap factories, the salt works in Masawa and Asab, and the petroleum refinery. Some 644 small private workshops also existed, and 2 EPLF factories were transferred to Asmara and Menfera. In 1992 to 1993, the government undertook a program to privatize many state industries, but a restrictive investment code, combined with decrepit and outdated equipment, failed to attract capital. A few industries, including the brewery, match factory, and glass factory, saw rises in productivity in the 1990s as demand in local and regional markets increased, and in 1997, soap and shoe factories were sold to private investors. However, the outbreak of the border war in 1998 brought a swift halt to this development, as foreign investment dried up and much of the workforce was channeled into the war effort. Continuing instability after the Algiers Agreement was signed in December 2000, coupled with severe labor shortages due to the high number of working-age men in national service, hobbled the recovery. Nevertheless, the government claimed that industrial production accounted for 1/4 of the country's gross domestic product, GDP, in 2003, mainly food and dairy products, alcoholic beverages, salt, textiles, and leather goods, with much of the industrial sector by then under the control of the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ. In addition to extensive holdings in construction and transportation, the party owns such factories as the Hirgigo Iron Works, the Dongola Wood and Iron Works, the Elba Dairy Farm, and the Savar Printing Press. It also held controlling shares in agricultural production and mining, as well as in furniture and wood products companies. An innovative shrimp farm near Massawa and a promising shipbuilding company near Azab that had enjoyed strong support from the Ministry of Fisheries collapsed after their patron, Minister of Fisheries Petros Solomon, was arrested for his participation in the Group of 15 reform movement in 2001. The most significant change in Eritrea's industrial base after the border war was the development of commercial mining, starting with the Bisha gold mine in the Gashbarka region of western Eritrea and going on to include diverse mining operations in the Central Highlands and the Danakil lowlands along the southern coast, which grew rapidly after 2011. The Ansaba and Gashbarka regions also saw significant growth in their agro-industries, particularly irrigated agriculture, which profited from the construction of more than 160 dams, microdams, and catchment basins and an increase in food storage capacity. The construction industry, largely controlled by companies under the PFDJ, continued to be one of the most active sectors, but individual projects like the Azel pharmaceutical manufacturing plant in Keren, a joint venture with a Jordanian corporation launched in 2003, also showed notable growth, with the state-run enterprise producing an estimated 40% of Eritrea's basic medical needs by 2017. The main factors holding back growth were the tight controls exercised by the state and the ruling party, which insisted on joint ownership of most large and medium enterprises, the poor business environment, consistently rated among the worst in the world by the World Bank in its annual Ease of Doing Business Index, ranked 189 of 190 countries in 2017, ahead of Somalia, the shortages of skilled labor in part due to the large share of working-age men and women conscripted into national service, and a chronic shortage of foreign direct investment, due both to the difficult business environment and the impact of United Nations sanctions in place from 2009 through 2018. In 2017, the African Development Bank described the industrial sector as contributing less than 6% of GDP and echoed World Bank assessments of the problem as stemming from a lack of basic infrastructure, weak capacity in government institutions, and an unconducive business and investment environment. See also Trade. Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. The Intergovernmental Authority on Drought and Development, IGAD, was formed in 1986 with a narrow mandate to deal with drought and desertification among its members, which then included Ethiopia, Sudan, Somalia, Djibouti, Kenya, and Uganda. In April 1995, heads of member states by then including Eritrea met in Addis Ababa and agreed to revitalize and expand IGAD. In November 1996, they met in Djibouti to relaunch it as the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, dropping drought from its name, with a mandate to promote cooperation among member states in three areas: conflict prevention and humanitarian affairs, transportation and communication development, and food security and environmental protection. Since then IGAD has been involved in peace efforts in Sudan and Somalia, among other regional security issues. In January 2002, the authority passed a resolution on regional cooperation to combat terrorism. Cooperating with the Organization of African Unity and the Arab League on the conflict in Somalia since 1998, IGAD established a Somalia Frontline States Technical Committee. IGAD facilitated the creation of an interim government in Somalia in 2004 and urged the deployment of an African Union mission to Somalia, which was set up in 2007 with support from the United Nations, UN, Security Council. In April 2007, however, Eritrea announced its withdrawal from IGAD as a protest against Ethiopian actions in Somalia taken with support from IGAD. In 2008, with Eritrea absent, IGAD passed resolutions criticizing Eritrean intervention in Djibouti and in Somalia, in the latter case calling on the UN to sanction Eritrea for its assistance to Islamist insurgents. Eritrea briefly rejoined IGAD in 2011 but withdrew again in protest over Ethiopia's role in the organization, which it chaired from 2008 on. However, once Eritrea and Ethiopia signed a joint peace declaration in 2018, IGAD leaders invited it back in, and Eritrea reactivated its membership. Iraq. After the Ba'athist coup of 1968, Iraq began supplying small-scale military assistance and training to the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, but never approached the aid levels of Syria. However, Iraqi agents attempted to meddle in the internal affairs of the Eritrean nationalist movement on numerous occasions, beginning in 1969 when they sought to build a base of support for a Ba'athist pan-Arabist movement within the ELF. Iraq, in the 1970s, helped precipitate the split of Osman Salih Sab and the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces from the ELF. During the ensuing civil war, Iraq reportedly sent discreet military aid to both sides. In 1991, the Gulf War, coinciding with the Eritrean People's Liberation Front victory, ended Iraqi influence in Eritrea. Isaias Afwerki, 1946. President of Eritrea and leader of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, since its inception, Isaias's political vision and style of leadership have dominated the Eritrean nationalist movement and the new state since the 1970s. Isaias Afwerki was born on January 2, 1946, in the Abashiaul district of Asmara. His father, whose native village was Salat, just outside the city, was a minor functionary in the state tobacco monopoly. His mother was descended from Tigrayan immigrants from the Enderda area. Isaias attended Prince Makanan Secondary School, PMSS, where he was involved in militant nationalist student organizations in the early 1960s together with a cohort of activists who went on to play leading roles in both the EPLF and the rival Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. He graduated from PMSS in 1965 and went to Haile Selassie University in Addis Ababa to study engineering that fall. In October 1966, after a lackluster first year of studies that left him a lasting disparager of those who touted academic degrees, Isaias left the university to join the ELF, traveling through Asmara to Kassala, Sudan. In 1967, prior to entering the field within Eritrea, he was sent to China for military and political training, along with Romeddin Mohammed Nur and 3 others, and was there at the height of the Cultural Revolution. On his return trip, he was detained by Saudi Arabian authorities while attempting to cross the Red Sea on a dhow and held for nearly 6 months before Osman Salih Sab was able to negotiate his release. In 1968, Isaias returned to Eritrea as the political commissar for Zone 5, mainly composed of recruits from his native Hamasien. He attended the Adabaha conference that August and was a leading figure in the Islah reform movement, the Tripartite Unity Forces, and the faction known as the Popular Liberation Forces, PLF, 2 that withdrew from the ELF to Allah in 1970. Isaias then drafted a statement of purpose, Nenan Ilamanan, We and Our Objectives, which was both a critique of the ELF and a defense against charges from the rival PLF-1 faction that his group was Christian in its makeup and orientation. This manifesto became the informal charter of the emerging EPLF. Isaias went on to lead his Allah group into an alliance with the other breakaway ELF factions to form the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF, with Osman Salih Sab serving as the coalition's foreign mission and supplying them with arms until 1976, when the field units merged and broke with him. Together with a tight-knit group of associates including Ali Said Abdallah, Ibrahim Afa, Mahmoud Ahmed Sharifo, Mesfin Hagos, Petros Solomon, Romeddin, and others, Isaias crushed challenges from the left and right, Semenka, Yamin, Arabic, right, within his wing of the nationalist movement in the midst of the first civil war with the ELF and led the formation of the EPLF in 1974 to 1975. Though nominally the EPLF second in command after Romeddin, Isaias was the head of the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, from its inception. Through it he exercised behind-the-scenes control of the EPLF throughout its existence. He served on both the political and military committees of the EPLF and was named Vice Secretary General at the EPLF's first Congress in 1977. In 1987, His dominant role in the front was publicly acknowledged when he was installed as its Secretary General, a position he carried over in the Provisional Government of Eritrea in 1991. In April 1993, he assumed the office of President. That year he was also hospitalized for cerebral malaria and flown by a United States military aircraft to Israel for emergency treatment. In 1994, he was installed as chairman of the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, the EPLF's successor. In his 1993 speeches to the Organization of African Unity and the United Nations, his emphasis on self-reliance and blunt criticism of corruption in Africa marked him as a new voice on the continent, and in 1995, U.S. President Bill Clinton described him as part of an African renaissance. By the late 1990s, when he began to come under criticism from within the PFDJ for his conduct of the border war with Ethiopia and his refusal to implement the newly ratified constitution, Isaias's domination of the Eritrean political arena was very nearly complete, as he combined the powers of chief executive, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and head of the only legal political party. Known for a tendency to micromanage his subordinates, he was at the center of most government decision-making and personally controlled both the military and the security apparatus, as well as the appointment of regional governors and top members of the judiciary, including judges of the new special courts. A rising chorus of international censure had little impact on him or on Eritrea's domestic or foreign policy, even when he acted to forcefully suppress all internal dissent in 2001. Isaias consolidated his control over the liberation movement and then the country at four key junctures: the Menka and Yamin purges of the 1970s, the reorganization of the EPRP/EPLF leadership in the late 1980s, the reorganization and restructuring of the party/front leadership during the transition from liberation movement to state and ruling party in 1991 to 1994, and the purges of the PFDJ and the government in 2000 to 2001, highlighted by the arrest of the Group of 15 and the closure of the independent newspapers. Though he has been pilloried by members of banned opposition movements in exile and by critics in the diaspora, few voices were raised against him within Eritrea after the 2001 crackdown until the brief military protest in January 2013, which was quickly put down. He was reported to have narrowly escaped an assassination attempt on the Asmara, Massawa Road in August 2009, but he was not otherwise threatened, despite low levels of personal security around him. Rumors abounded during this period of serious medical problems, but he continued to appear at public events within Eritrea and in interviews on the state-run Eri TV. He showed himself to be in good health in 2018 when peace was declared with Ethiopia, and he made numerous public appearances at home and abroad. He is married to EPLF veteran Saba Haile, whom he met in Nakfa in 1981, and he has 3 children, a daughter, Elsa, and 2 sons, Abraham and Birhane, all of whom reside in Asmara. Isaias also maintains a second residence in Massawa. See also Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, Human Rights, Justice, Court System. Islam. The Eritrean region has been associated with Islam since the days of Muhammad, when some of his earliest followers took refuge in the Aksumite Empire in the 7th century to escape persecution in Mecca. The Muslim conquest of Egypt in 640 AD and the Dahlak Islands in 702 done to halt piracy on the Red Sea set the stage for the gradual extension of Islam to the interior, reaching as far south as eastern Shoa in what is now central Ethiopia through the increasing presence of Arab merchants and immigrants. By the 11th century, it had spread among the Afar and Saho peoples. By the 13th century, it had taken hold among the Beja and Balu, and it had won converts among Tigrinya-speaking Highlanders whose descendants identified themselves as Jeberdi. The number of Muslims among Eritrea's ethnic groups increased further during the 1530s, when Imam Ahmed al-Ghazi, Gran, conquered the region but declined again as Christian Abyssinian emperors carried out campaigns of forced conversion and confiscated Muslim lands, especially in the highlands. However, under the period of Turkish rule over the coastal lowlands from the 16th century onward, Islam grew among Tigray and Beja-speaking peoples, though for many conversion was nominal, and a syncretistic blend of local beliefs and a debased Islam was common among many Beni Amr and other tribes. Beginning with Sheikh Al-Amin ibn Hamid in the early 19th century, and continuing with the Mirghani Sufi order, a series of religious reformers purified Islamic practices and converted new groups among lowland Eritreans. Reform efforts were furthered by the rule of Egypt from the 1840s through 1885, by which time almost all non-Kabesa ethnic groups had converted to Islam with the exception of the Kunama and some Bilan. Centers for Islamic study developed during this period around Agordat, Keren, and Massawa, and Eritrean students began to travel to Cairo to study at Al-Azhar University. During the 1880s and 1890s, Eritrean Muslims organized by the pro-Egyptian Mirghani order and other local sects, fought against the Sudanese Mahdiyya, and Italian colonists consequently viewed Eritrean Islam as an ally in their wars against both Mahdiyyists and Ethiopian Christians. Under Italian rule, the Sharia courts of Massawa were funded and upgraded, and in 1900, the Asmara Friday Mosque and an adjoining Islamic institution were built, with the latter housing Sharia courts and the offices of the Beni Akaf, responsible for collecting and distributing Islamic charity. The office of Mufti was created to supervise these institutions, further integrating them into the state apparatus. In the 1940s, Sheikh Ibrahim el-Mukhtar Ahmed ibn Omar, who studied at Al-Azhar University in Cairo, was appointed Mufti. However, on his death in 1969, Governor Ashrate Kassa refused to appoint any of the Muslim community's nominees for Mufti, and this policy continued under the Derg. During the period of British administration in the 1940s and early 1950s, Sheikh Ibrahim had been instrumental in expanding institutions of Islamic education, helping found the Egyptian-funded King Farouk School in Asmara in 1943, as well as other schools in Menfera, Massawa, and Keren. At the same time, the British permitted the establishment of the Maber Hawariat Christian schools. Until 1952, the policies of the Italian and British administrations allowed for the spread of Islamic schools with Arabic curriculums and for Muslims to rise in both business and state employment. The number of Muslims increased from around 175,000 in 1905 to 312,000 in 1931 and 528,000 in 1948, paralleling the growth of the Christian population, and they were consistently a narrow majority of the Eritrean population before 1952. The position of Islam in Eritrea suffered a decline under Ethiopian rule, as the new administration favored Christian Unionists. This discrimination increased as the armed struggle developed under the leadership of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, with an initial base of primarily Muslim support, and the government unleashed brutal attacks on the Muslim population in reprisal for ELF actions. Throughout the 1960s and much of the 1970s, Muslims made up the majority of Eritreans who fled the country as refugees. After liberation, the government re-established Muslim institutions, including the Office of Mufti, Sharia courts, and regional Islamic councils, Mejli al-Awqaf, though it exercised considerable control over the principal appointments. This legacy, combined with anger over land seizures in the mostly Muslim lowlands and the impact of the sustained military mobilization that followed the border war on socially conservative Muslim communities, generated growing distrust of the government within the Muslim population and among Muslim refugees remaining outside the country in Sudan that fueled support for militant Islamist movements appearing within the region. Islamist movements. Islamist ideology, which favors the creation of a state based on Islamic law and institutions, Sharia law, is a recent development in Eritrean politics, but it has some antecedents in Pan-Arabism and Muslim-oriented trends within the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in the 1960s. With the emergence of a powerful secular element in the nationalist movement in the early 1970s and the growing participation of Highland Christians, a conservative Muslim group in the ELF began to espouse an increasingly Islamic political orientation, influenced by the rise of Islamism in the Arab world and Iran. The leading figure in this group was Ibrahim, son of Idris Muhammad Adam, who was imprisoned in 1978 after being accused of participation in an underground Islamist current known as Yameen. Islamism emerged with greater force after the Elf defeat in the civil war in 1981, when Saudi Arabia moved to support an Islamist program to reunite the more conservative Elf factions. Out of this developed the Eritrean Islamic Jihad movement, EIJM, with its specifically Islamist political program. After the seizure of the Sudanese state by the National Islamic Front, NIF, in 1989, Islamism developed as an increasingly threatening opposition ideology to the secular nationalist program of both the current Eritrean government and those Elf factions subscribing to non-religious ideologies. By 1993, Eritrean organizations, operating from bases in northeastern Sudan and drawing on the large impoverished Eritrean refugee population there, were carrying out sporadic terrorist attacks inside Eritrea. Once the border war broke out between Eritrea and Ethiopia in May 1998, many of these groups found sanctuary in Ethiopia as well, operating radio stations beamed into Eritrea as well as mounting military and political actions. The EIJM received support from both the NIF and Osama bin Laden's emerging Islamist coalition, headquartered in Sudan through the first half of the 1990s. It also resonated with simmering discontent in Eritrea's long marginalized Muslim communities, and it drew recruits from the large population of war-displaced Eritreans living in Sudan, some for decades. While it initially failed to generate large-scale popular backing, a series of missteps by the Eritrean government, the clumsy implementation of reconstruction and development programs, and then the outbreak of the border war, with all its economic, social, and political repercussions, prepared the ground for the EIJM to expand its influence and to step up its clandestine operations. With no outlet for political protest in Eritrea, the Islamist resistance became by default the channel for rising popular dissatisfaction among Eritrean Muslims. The help it received from outside facilitated its growth but was not causal. Continuing conscription of young people from Muslim areas into Eritrea's national service, particularly women, added to discontent in these areas and fed support for the rising Islamist current within the Eritrean opposition, even as this current moderated its political stance. This was reflected in the 2009 establishment of a caucus within the umbrella Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, the Eritrean Solidarity Front that was dedicated to protecting and advancing Muslim rights, though the alliance slipped into infighting with other EDA organizations and was largely inactive after 2014. See also Eritrean Federal Democratic Movement, EFDM, Eritrean Islamic Party for Justice and Development, EPJAD, or Alkalas, Eritrean Islamic Reform Movement, ISLA. Israel. Israel has been deeply involved in Eritrean affairs since the beginning of the armed struggle, during which Israel consistently supported Ethiopian control over Eritrea with arms and military training. Israel and Ethiopia shared a common fear of Pan-Arabism, and in 1965, the United States encouraged Israel to begin training Ethiopian security forces and the Eritrean commandos. By 1966, the Israeli military team numbered around 100. Israel also invested in the Eritrean economy, setting up Eritrea's largest meat canning operation under its parastatal company, Incode, as well as textiles, fishing, and other industries. Following the Ethiopian Revolution in 1974, Israeli military aid continued, with Israeli instructors training the Derg's first new divisions. Even after the Derg broke with the United States, recognized the Palestine Liberation Organization, and established ties with radical Arab states, secret Israeli aid continued because both governments shared an interest in suppressing Eritrean nationalism. In 1983, Israeli aid increased as the Ethiopians tied the emigration of their Jewish population, the Falashas, to obtaining $20 million in military aid, including napalm and cluster bombs. These supplies continued intermittently through 1991 and were greatly expanded in the last days of the war, as Israel arranged the airlift of 14,000 remaining Falashas from Addis Ababa. The Derg attempted to turn over the Dalak Island naval base to Israel in April, but the end of the war came before this was achieved. Despite this history, following liberation Israel moved quickly to shore up its position in Eritrea, once again with U.S. help. On February 5, 1992, the Israeli ambassador to Ethiopia visited Asmara to discuss relations, returning again in August. As the Eritrean government grew increasingly concerned about relations with Sudan and Islamist political opponents, an opening to Israel was arranged, culminating in President Isaias Afwerki being airlifted to Israel by a U.S. military aircraft on January 6, 1993 for treatment of cerebral malaria. Isaias stayed through January 15, and some political negotiations seem to have taken place because an Israeli representative appeared in Asmara in February. These moves caused consternation among many Arab countries but were not unpopular in Eritrea. Full diplomatic relations were established following the referendum, and on October 28, 1993, an Israeli ambassador arrived to open an official embassy. By this time, several technical aid programs were underway, and these were expanded in the field of agriculture, where Israel provided more than 40 technicians and material assistance for water conservation and irrigation projects. By the end of the decade, most of these projects had closed down due mainly to the deteriorating economic conditions in Eritrea after the onset of the border war. Over the next decade, Eritrea's increasing regional and international isolation and its gravitation toward relations with other similarly isolated states like Iran and Libya caused the Israelis to pull back from their earlier relationship, but modest investments in Eritrea's agricultural sector continued, and in 2016, an Israeli firm contracted to install a European Union-funded, solar-powered drip irrigation project estimated to cost €18.7 million, the first of its kind in Africa. In 2006, Eritrean opposition groups picked up a Yemeni media report that Israel had established a naval base on Eritrea's Dalak Islands. However, Eritrea quickly denied the charge, and there was no independent evidence such facilities existed. When similar charges resurfaced in 2009, Eritrean Foreign Ministry sources again denied them, accusing Israeli intelligence sources of spreading the rumor. Eritrea continued to maintain a diplomatic presence in Israel throughout this period, though Israel failed to appoint an ambassador to Eritrea from 2008 forward due to the difficulty of finding a qualified candidate willing to serve there, according to Israeli Foreign Ministry officials. However, in March 2009 Israel's ambassador to Ethiopia charged Eritrea with destabilizing the region through its support of Islamist groups in Somalia. In 2010, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees reported that Eritreans made up the largest population of asylum seekers in Israel, 90% of them young men fleeing indefinite national service at home. At first, Israeli soldiers greeted the refugees as they crossed the border. By the end of 2012, when Israel completed a border fence from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, cutting off access from Egypt, the number of Eritreans seeking asylum had reached 35,000. Many entering in 2010 to 2012 were survivors of kidnapping and torture by human traffickers operating in the Sinai Peninsula. However, the Israel government classified all new arrivals as infiltrators, rather than refugees. Only 8 applications for asylum were granted between 2009 and 2016. In 2013, the government opened the Halat Detention Center in the Negev Desert, near the maximum security Saharonim prison, and began rounding up refugees to send there. Detainees were told to choose between indefinite confinement and voluntary deportation to Eritrea, Rwanda, or Uganda. Those who chose to leave were given $3,500 and transportation to the destination country. Hundreds took the option to go, most of them to Rwanda. Others, discouraged by the increasing difficulties they faced within Israel, found ways to reach Europe, often purchasing false papers to make the journey. In February 2018, the Israeli government sent out notices that it would begin deporting all Eritreans within 60 days, but a month later, after international protest, the government cancelled the plan. However, after Eritrea and Ethiopia signed a peace declaration in 2018, Israeli Justice Minister Eilat Shaked announced new plans to deport all remaining refugees the moment Eritrea scaled back its national service terms to 18 months. See also Foreign policy. Italian colonialism, 1882 to 1941. Italy created the modern territorial entity of Eritrea through a period of colonial rule spanning 60 years. This rule may be divided into three phases: territorial expansion from 1882 to 1896, consolidation from 1897 to 1931, in which Italian rule was modeled on the classical European colonial empires of the period, and fascist expansion from 1932 to 1941, in which Eritrea became the main base for Italian conquest of Ethiopia. Beginning with Italian attempts to acquire territory around Assab in 1869, Italy's interest in Eritrea was focused on dominating the trade of Ethiopia, first by controlling its coastal entrepôts, then by expanding into the northern highlands. Italian activities were encouraged by Great Britain, which hoped Italy would prove a cooperative sub-imperial power capable of filling the political vacuum occasioned by Egypt's withdrawal from the region. The first Italian colonial administration was established at Assab in 1882, and on February 5, 1885, the Italian Navy seized Missawa. Over the next year, they occupied the central coast and extended treaties of protection to many lowland tribes including the Beni Amer, Bilan, and Habab. Italian occupation was welcomed by some Muslim lowlanders, who saw it as a form of protection from Tigrayan raids and the expansionist policies of Johannes IV. Many Tigrinya/Christian military leaders also saw the Italians as allies against Tigrayan rule, including Abarakasa, Batahagos, Haju Ambessa, Brimbers Kafliasus, and others, who joined the Italians as leaders of irregular soldiers in Bunda units that were armed and paid by Italy. Johannes IV refused to accept the Italian occupation and, in January 1887, attacked their fort at Saati, destroying an Italian column at Dogali. This defeat ironically propelled further Italian expansion, fueled by domestic calls for revenge. War was declared, 20,000 troops were dispatched to Eritrea, and diplomatic initiatives were launched to secure an alliance with Menelik II of Shua. In May 1988, General Antonio Baldissera took command, and in 1889, Italy signed the Treaty of Ucciali with Menelik, by then Emperor of Ethiopia, which recognized Italian possession of most of eastern Eritrea. In August, Baldissera occupied Asmara, and Italian rule was quickly extended to the Mireb, Belisa, Maimuna line in the highlands, sea borders, national. On January 1, 1890, the Italian government created the colony of Eritrea and set about securing their regime against attacks from Tigrayans, Sudanese Mahdaists, and internal rebellion. A dispute over the Treaty of Ucciali led to a falling out with Menelik, which the Italians countered with an attempt to win Tigrayan support in 1891. For the next 5 years, the Italian government led by Francesco Crispi, pursued a policy of demographic colonization in the highlands, while fighting a series of wars against the Mahdaists to secure the western lowlands. See Agordat, 15 degrees 32 minutes 56 seconds north, 37 degrees 53 minutes 13 seconds east. Crispi hoped to settle thousands of Italian peasants in agricultural colonies that would redirect Italian emigration to Italian-controlled territory. But colonial seizure of Cabeza lands, many of which had been depopulated by famine, combined with the arrest of Highland Bunda leaders, produced Batahagos's revolt in 1895, followed by a Tigrayan invasion and the events leading up to the Battle of Adwa in March 1896, where Italian ambitions to conquer northern Ethiopia were crushed. Many of the colonists who had settled in Eritrea fled, and plans for agricultural colonization of the highlands were largely abandoned. After the Treaty of Addis Ababa ended war with Ethiopia, Italian colonial policy entered a phase of consolidation, which lasted roughly until 1932 and was marked by an emphasis on developing Eritrea as a stable base for the economic exploitation of northern Ethiopian commerce, recruitment of colonial soldiers, askari, and the development of plantation agriculture in the lowlands. See Ali Guider, 15 degrees 06 N, 36 degrees 39 minutes east, Tessani I, 15 degrees 6 minutes 36 seconds north, 36 degrees 39 minutes 25 seconds east. Colonial borders were delimited with neighboring states, and a system of direct rule was imposed in the highlands, replacing local notables with salaried colonial chiefs, Tigrinya, Mislini, while in the lowlands indirect rule was maintained through the retention of the tribal ruling classes, see Sumagul, as salaried chiefs and the subvention of Islamic legal institutions. Several tiers of administrative divisions were created, including provinces, commissariata, and smaller districts, residence. Most of these institutions and policies were implemented during the governorship of Ferdinando Martini, 1897 to 1907, and they continued to be in effect after the fascists came to power in 1922. They produced a dependent colonial economy closely linked to Italy, while Italian colonial expenditures, which generally exceeded Eritrea's revenue, financed administrative and economic infrastructure, including the railroad, road transport, and lowland irrigation, and rudimentary social services. Although this infrastructure was intended to serve Italian settlers and capital, it nonetheless laid the foundations for the integration of the modern Eritrean nation, even though few opportunities were available to Eritreans, with their access to modern education severely restricted, and only the lowest levels of the colonial civil service available to a few former soldiers. Until the 1930s, Italian policy essentially froze in place existing Eritrean social structures, imposing over them a colonial superstructure in which Eritreans participated primarily as soldiers. However, tax burdens were not onerous, the population grew significantly, and a local, almost entirely Muslim, merchant class developed. This situation changed in 1932, when Benito Mussolini's fascist government began to plan the invasion of Ethiopia using Eritrea as its primary base. The resurgence of Italian imperialism harked back to the first phase of Italian colonialism, including Mussolini's call for revenge for the humiliating Adwa debacle of 1896, and a renewed emphasis on demographic colonization of the Eritrean and Ethiopian highlands. Transport and military infrastructure were upgraded, Eritrean military conscription was introduced, new administrative divisions were created to merge smaller ethnic groups in a more rationalized bureaucracy, and Protestant missionaries were expelled because of their supposed Ethiopian sympathies. These projects all accelerated tremendously in January 1935, when the fascist general and minister of colonies, Emilio de Bono, 1866–1944, was appointed High Commissioner of Italian East Africa to oversee whirlwind preparations for the invasion of Ethiopia, including modern motor roads, the creation of the town of Diekmhair, and the world's longest aerial cableway, Teleferica, from Massawa to Asmara. In October, de Bono led the invasion of Ethiopia, but in November, he was replaced by Marshal Pietro Badoglio, who captured Addis Ababa in May 1936. Eritrea's borders were expanded to include Tigray, and the Italian population mushroomed as tens of thousands of nationals poured into the colony. More than 60,000 remained after the war boom ended in 1937, largely in Asmara and Diekmhair, where they created a modern urban economy, heavily subsidized by the Italian state. A new generation of entrepreneurs laid the foundations for Eritrean industry during the late 1930s, first by supplying the Italian community with food, shelter, and transport, and then expanding into export manufacturing and agriculture in the 1940s. Between 1935 and 1941, fascist race laws were imposed, and colonial towns and public facilities were strictly segregated between natives and Europeans. But the massive influx of Italian urban settlers and the development of an urbanized industrial economy had a profound social and cultural impact on Eritrean highland society, particularly Asmara, that has lasted to the present. Italian colonial rule ended in April 1941, when Britain conquered the colony. but the social and economic structures created by Italian colonialism persisted for many years under the ensuing British administration, while the influence of Italian settlers and Italian culture lasted even longer. Italian population. The first Italian settlers came as missionaries in the mid-19th century. From 1885 to 1900, the majority of Italians lived in Masuwa, despite its harsh climate, after which more than two-thirds of the colonists made their homes in Asmara. The growth of the civilian population, including state officials, was slow in the early colonial period, reaching 585 in 1892, 3,949 in 1905, and around 4,700 in 1931. In 1935, it began to increase rapidly, expanding to roughly 65,000 by 1939, as workers, administrators, fascist party operatives, entrepreneurs, and demobilized soldiers poured into the colony or returned to Eritrea from unstable conditions in Ethiopia. During the late 1930s, Asmara's average monthly Italian population rose from roughly 30,000 to more than 50,000. It was estimated at 55,000 in 1941 when the city was occupied by Great Britain. Italian settlers created entirely new, European cities and towns during this period, and though they were officially separated from Eritreans by fascist race policies, there was a great deal of interaction through employment and the social institution of madamato or concubinage, in which many Italian single men, the majority of new immigrants, lived with Eritrean women, producing a mixed-race population who largely associated themselves with Italian culture, see ethnic groups. During 1941 to 1942, the Italian population, including prisoners of war, increased as Italians were removed from Ethiopia, but the repatriation of more than 10,000 civilians and 20,000 prisoners in 1943 to 1944 left a population of some 40,000 by 1945. Many Italians were involved in commerce, industry, and agricultural development, which were encouraged by the British administration, while the numbers in state employment declined from 12,000 in 1947 to only 350 in 1952 as the British prepared for federation with Ethiopia. But fear of anti-Italian violence, see Shifta, Ethiopian rule, and growing unemployment created an Italian exodus that reduced the population to 18,000 by 1952 and 10,000 by 1960. The remaining Italian community consisted of a few large industrialists and agricultural concessionaries, who commanded the heights of the Eritrean economy through personal connections with Haile Selassie, and an aging group of small business owners, some with mixed-race children, who were concentrated in Asmara. By 1970, less than 5,000 remained and, in early 1975, came a final exodus, as the armed struggle intensified and the Derg nationalized all Italian businesses. Fewer than 100 elderly Italian settlers remained in Asmara at the time of independence, but the legacy of Italian settlement for highland urban Eritrea was substantial, exemplified by the Italian vocabulary that laces modern Tigrinya, Italian tastes in food, such as pasta and cappuccino, dress, including the latest Rome fashions, leisure activities, bars, soccer, bicycle racing, and urban architecture. Italy. Italian interest in the Eritrean region dates back to the 14th century, when Catholic Church chroniclers recorded information about the region, partially based on Italian merchants' accounts. Church interest was maintained through the 19th century, when Italian missionaries participated in attempts to establish the Catholic Church in the region, including Giustino de Jacobis, Giuseppe Sapito, and Giovanni Stella, 1821–1869, with the latter two playing leading roles in the Italian acquisition of land and concessions at Assab, 1869, and Karen, respectively. After 1882, Italy's relation with Eritrea was one of direct colonization, which lasted through 1941. Italian government claims to Eritrea were formally relinquished in the peace treaty signed with the four powers on February 10, 1947, after which the Italian government, led by its still extant Ministry of Colonies, attempted to gain a United Nations, UN, trusteeship over the territory. Italian ambitions for Eritrea were pursued by Count Carlo Sforza, who negotiated the Bevin-Sforza plan at the UN, and in Eritrea by subsidizing various local Italian organizations, led by the Casa degli Italiani and CRI, as well as two Eritrean political parties, the Pro-Italy Party, made up of veteran colonial soldiers, Askari, who hoped to regain their pensions, and the Italo-Eritrean Party, composed of the descendants of mixed-race marriages. With the defeat of the Bevin-Sforza plan in May 1949, Italy switched to support for immediate independence for Eritrea, which it hoped to dominate. Italy encouraged the formation of the independence bloc, and the Italian liaison officer in Eritrea, Count de Gropolo, dispensed large subventions to potential supporters. But the Italian strategy backfired, as Unionists were able to play on strong anti-Italian sentiments in the highlands. After the UN decided on federation in 1950, the Italian government tried to repair its relations with Ethiopia by establishing formal relations in 1951 and by paying war reparations. Thereafter, Italian policy was essentially privatized, following the business interests of local Italian capital. Italy failed to raise the issue of Eritrea's annexation at the UN, and Italian businessmen developed close personal relations with Haile Selassie, which benefited the Ethiopian regime in Eritrea. This policy continued during the Derg period, as Italy supplied commercial capital and development aid to Ethiopia, while it refused to accept most Eritrean political refugees. During the 1970s, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, opened an office and information center in Rome, and in 1971, Eritreans in Bologna began organizing annual cultural festivals. However, the Eritrean community in the former colonial metropolis amounted to only 5,000 when the armed struggle ended in 1991. Only in 1988, after the Afabet victory, did Italy move away from support of the Derg and attempt to establish good relations with the EPLF. The opportunism of Italian policy, together with the history of corruption in its aid programs, made the EPLF skeptical of Italian offers of assistance in the post-liberation period, though Italy was among the first to recognize the new country's independence in 1993. Bilateral relations were discussed in Asmara in December 1992, but the Eritrean government rejected a $60 million loan offer for railroad reconstruction and another for rebuilding Asmara's water system because they were tied to Italian contractors. Nonetheless, Italy extended immediate diplomatic recognition after the referendum, and by 1995, Italy was Eritrea's second largest donor of aid, totaling $50 million, after a long-term cooperation agreement was signed in March. By May 1997, when President Isaias Afwerki made a state visit to Italy, Italian capital represented the largest foreign investment in Eritrea. Relations between the two states took a turn for the worse after Eritrea's 2001 crackdown on internal dissent. The government of Eritrea expelled the Italian ambassador, who also represented the European Union in Asmara, after he publicly criticized the Isaias regime for its detention of former government officials and its shutdown of the private press, but Italy sent a new ambassador later that year. Italy also withdrew its military police from the peacekeeping force of the United Nations mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea in 2005 after Eritrea imposed restrictions on the Italian Carabinieri, and in 2009, it expelled an Eritrean diplomat in reprisal for Eritrea's deportation of an Italian diplomat accused of inappropriate intervention on behalf of Italians there who claimed their property had been seized. Despite these incidents, both countries continued to maintain diplomatic and trade relations with one another. A 2014 visit to Rome by Eritrea's foreign minister, Osman Saleh, marked a turning point in their relations, which strengthened from that point on. One factor contributing to this was the growing impact of the flow of Eritrean refugees from across the Mediterranean Sea, which jumped from less than 10,000 in 2013 to 2014 at 34,329 and then rose to nearly 40,000 in 2015. Although most asylum seekers sought onward passage to another European country, many stayed on or were sent back to Italy by other European states that were overwhelmed by the sudden, chaotic arrival of hundreds of thousands of refugees from civil wars in Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. The sheer size of that influx caused a major backlash across the continent and helped fuel the growth of anti-immigrant sentiment within Italy. This coincided with stepped-up efforts by Sudanese and Egyptian authorities to intercept the refugees transiting those countries, some of whom were deported back to Eritrea, as well as reports reaching refugees in Sudan and Ethiopia of a greatly increased risk of capture by human traffickers operating in northwestern Sudan and Libya and swelling numbers of deaths at sea. Though the overall number of refugees reaching Europe that year hit record levels, the figures for Eritreans arriving by sea dropped to 20,000 and continued to decline in 2017. After the anti-immigrant Five-Star Movement came to power in Italy in March 2018, it sponsored a series of harsh measures to further curb the number of new arrivals that included halting rescues at sea by the Italian Navy and then, in June 2018, blocking other rescue ships from landing at Italian ports. See also Foreign Policy. J. Jeopardy, Alt, Jabardi, Jibardi. This name describes Tigrinya-speaking Muslims living in the Kebessa who often call themselves a distinct ethnic community but are not recognized as such by the government of Eritrea. The name comes from a similar usage among Amharic and Tigrinya speakers in Ethiopia and seems to originate in an Arabic term meaning the elect of God, associated with immigrants from Arabia to the Zila area, ancient Adal, sometime before the 14th century. The present Jeopardy population in Eritrea seems to originate from local converts to Islam during the period of Ahmed al-Ghazi, Gran, the descendants of Muslim merchants, and Tigrayan Jeopardy immigrants. Traditionally, most Jeopardy people were engaged in commerce or artisanal occupations, particularly weaving, and in pre-colonial times were largely barred from land ownership. But in the former provinces of Sirte and Akele Goze, there are a number of villages where Jeopardy own farmland. The Jeopardy are often described as being more devout Muslims than their lowland co-religionists and are particularly well represented among religious scholars. Long-simmering Jeopardy dissatisfaction with the regime of Isaias Afwerki led in 2007 to the formation of an opposition organization outside the country, the Eritrean Nada Party, ENP, that eschewed violence but joined the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. In 2007, Nada's leader, Nur Mohammed Idris, was put forward as a candidate for a three-person EDA secretariat aimed at linking the two main blocs then dividing the coalition, as he was seen as a neutral figure in its complex internecine rivalries. However, the formation of a secretariat did not take place, and the EDA remained split into blocs until its reunification in June 2008 with the ENP a member. The ENP also participated in the Eritrean National Commission for Democratic Change in 2010 and the Hawassa Conference in 2011 where the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change was launched. The Jeopardy community within Eritrea erupted in a rare public protest in October 2017 when a venerated community elder was arrested for opposing government moves to take over the Al-Dia Islamic school that had served the Jeopardy community in Asmara since the 1960s. After the protest, hundreds who participated in a march through downtown Asmara, many of them Jeopardy Muslims, were arrested. Jabha. See Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. Jihad/Holy Struggle. See Eritrean Islamic Jihad Movement, EIJM, Eritrean Islamic Reform Movement, ISLA, Islamist movements. Justice, Court System. Eritrea's justice system is founded on a patchwork of laws representing the nation's complex history. At the family and village level many issues are still settled by recourse to customary law. In the Kebessa, traditional laws are based on the customary of laws of various descent groups, Adkem Maliga, Diki Minab, Loggo, which were codified in written documents during the 15th through 17th centuries and enforced by village councils and local judges, Danya. In the lowlands and northern highlands, tribal customary laws were enforced by tribal leaders, and during the 19th century, as Islam spread, Muslim religious law, Sharia, was enforced by religious leaders, sheikhs, and later by appointed judges, qadi, under the rule of Egypt and Italian colonialism, see Diglal, Schmegel. Italian colonialists retained traditional and religious law for family and property disputes among Eritreans, but imposed another level of colonial civil law for capital crimes and disputes between Eritreans and Italians, while the Italian civil code was applied to Italian nationals. This two-tiered legal system was retained by the British administration with some modifications until 1950, when a series of administrative proclamations gave Eritreans numerous civil rights and equal status with Italian nationals, paving the way for the election of Eritrea's first assembly and its first constitution, which remained the foundation of Eritrean law during the federation with Ethiopia. Eritrea's first Chief Justice was a Briton, Sir James Shearer, who attempted to defend Eritrea's autonomous legal system from encroachment under Haile Selassie's Ethiopian government. In 1960, the Ethiopian Criminal Code was adopted, and Shearer resigned. In 1962, Eritrea came under Ethiopian law, although the civil code remained ambiguous. In 1975, the Derg altered Ethiopian law to facilitate radical social and economic restructuring, and many aspects of customary law were in principle abolished where they upheld economic, social, and gender inequality. The Eritrean Liberation Front and Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, instituted similar changes in customary law in the areas they controlled. Under the EPLF in the 1980s, these were developed into a new justice system that combined local customary law with principles of social justice and used to redress women's inequality in matters of property and marriage, as well as to curb the privileges of traditional, landed elites, see land tenure. EPLF administrators dispensed justice until 1991, when a new Eritrean justice system was created, relying on a combination of extant Ethiopian civil codes, customary law, and the principles established in the liberated zones. Local judges were appointed in summer 1991, and in October, a new high court was formed, headed by a woman of Muslim background, Fozia Hashim. In May 1993, a quasi-independent judiciary was established, and Fozia, an EPLF Central Committee member, was appointed Minister of Justice, responsible for revising Eritrea's legal codes and bringing them into conformity with the principles outlined in the EPLF National Charter, for enforcement of laws, see police and internal security, prisons. Since its establishment, however, the judiciary initially divided between civilian and military courts and later complicated by the addition of special courts has suffered from shortages of trained personnel and inadequate funding, as well as frequent executive interference. The civilian courts include village courts, sub-regional courts, regional courts, and the High Court, which serves as an appellate court. Despite its many limitations, the system has functioned effectively in resolving minor disputes, due to Eritrea's low crime rate and the relatively small number of civil cases that come to the courts, and to a culture of informal dispute resolution that prevents many cases from reaching the courts. Although 16 new courthouses were built in 1998, further development was interrupted by the outbreak of the border war, which pulled many competent magistrates and staff into national service, depleting the already spare ranks of skilled personnel. A new civil code drafted in 2001 established community courts staffed by elected magistrates with jurisdiction over cases involving minor infractions. Lacking legal training, these magistrates were expected to base decisions on local customs. Such decisions could be appealed to ZBA, regional courts, which have civil, criminal, and Sharia benches, as well as a 3-judge appellate bench that hears appeals of labor office decisions on employee relations. The Sharia bench hears personal status cases brought by Muslims. All ZBA court decisions may be appealed to the High Court, which has criminal, civil, and Sharia benches and hears all cases involving rape, murder, and other serious felonies. Defendants at each level have a right to legal counsel, usually at their own expense unless they involve serious crimes for which the court may appoint counsel. The military courts, divided into lower and higher levels according to the seriousness of the crime, here cases brought against members of the armed forces and crimes committed by or against the members of the armed forces. The higher level is part of the Eritrean High Court. Military courts do not guarantee the right of defense counsel and do not afford the right of appeal. The special courts, set up by executive decree in the mid-1990s, were intended to reduce a growing backlog in the civilian court system by weeding out the most serious cases of corruption, which President Isaias Afwerki declared was the main obstacle to the country's and much of the continent's development. In practice, however, they became a vehicle for punishing critics and political dissidents and have extended their jurisdiction to cover a wide range of criminal cases, as well as misuse of government funds or embezzlement and all cases involving national security, at the discretion of the Attorney General, who can also ask these courts to retry any case heard by a civilian court if the government is dissatisfied with the outcome. Special court judges, who serve as prosecutors at their own hearings, are appointed by the President. Most are senior military officers with no judicial training. Proceedings are conducted in secret. Defendants are not permitted counsel and have no right to appeal. There is no limitation on punishment. Although the 1997 Constitution vested the National Assembly with the power to make law, the executive branch, operating through either the Ministry of Justice or the President's office, has proffered all significant decrees and amendments to existing law since independence, drafted in Tigrinya but only occasionally translated into Arabic or English, and the President's office has served as a clearinghouse for citizens' petitions, often intervening directly in cases before the civilian courts, particularly on behalf of former fighters. Since the border war, the judiciary has been hampered by personnel shortages, as many former magistrates and staff have remained in national service, though the government refused to issue licenses for attorneys wishing to enter private practice in an effort to retain those employed by the state. Throughout the post-independence period, Eritrea had only one Attorney General, Foja Hashim, the longest-serving EPLF veteran in the same post after President Isaias. See also Team Bayani, 1943. K. Kagnu Station, Asmara. In January 1942, the United States Army Signal Corps took over the Italian naval station, Radio Marina, in Asmara, which covered a small area above the city center. By 1950, the communication facility was serving U.S. forces in the Indian Ocean and providing unobstructed monitoring of radio communication across Africa and the Middle East to the Central Soviet Union. Radio Marina's strategic value was a major issue in the U.S. decision to support Haile Selassie's claim to Eritrea at the United Nations. In 1950, the Emperor reinforced his American support by sending the Ethiopian Kagnu Battalion to join U.S. forces in Korea. In May 1953, the United States secured a 25-year lease on the base, which was expanded to include a large tract of land on the road to Asmara Airport and named Kagnu Station. Many military barracks, officer houses, and recreational facilities were constructed, while increasingly sophisticated electronic equipment was installed. The United States paid rental fees and local contracts of $4 to $6 million per year for the base, much of which went into the Asmara economy. In addition, the substantial U.S. military aid given to Ethiopia between 1953 and 1975 was seen as indirect rental payments for the base. In the mid-1960s, Kagnu housed 1,700 Americans and employed 1,100 Eritreans and Ethiopians. U.S. military and civilian personnel rose to 3,000 in 1971 when radio, television, radar, and radio telescope equipment was operating at the base. But in 1973, the opening of the U.S. base on Diego Garcia Island in the Indian Ocean and improved satellite communication made Kagnu Station obsolete, while the Eritrean armed struggle made it increasingly untenable. Personnel were sharply reduced, and by early 1977, when the base was closed at Ethiopia's request, there were only 35 Americans left. In March 1977, the DERG took over the base and converted it into a headquarters and supply base for Eritrean offensives. Soviet officers were housed there under tight security from early 1978, but on September 22, the main ammunition dump at Kagnew exploded and burned for 5 days. The barracks and other facilities deteriorated under the Derg, and in 1991, they were taken over by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, as housing for families of fighters in Asmara. It was renamed Masker, Camp, Denden and closed to civilian entry, which allowed many aspects of the EPLF's communal fighter culture to continue there into the mid-1990s. Karnashem, Hamaseen. This district just north of Asmara includes the villages of Adi Inafas, Balaza, Mbadurho, its historic center, and Zagar. Karora, Sahel, 17 degrees 42 minutes north, 38 degrees 22 minutes east. Karora developed as a colonial customs post on the road from Al Jadin to Tokar, Sudan, now the northernmost town in the northern Red Sea Zaba administrative region. During the 1960s, it held a military garrison, and on January 5, 1977, it was the first town liberated by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, which held it until January 1979 and retook it in 1988. After independence, it served as a frontier post and a repatriation center for refugees. The inauguration of a 400-kilometer highway linking Karora with Port Sudan in 2014, which reduced the distance vehicles had to travel between the two towns by almost 2/3, turned the sleepy border post into a bustling truck stop until Sudan closed its border with Eritrea in 2018. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Kasahun Chikol, 1947. Kasahun Chikol was born in Asmara and attended Haile Selassie I Secondary School before spending a single year at Haile Selassie I University in Addis Ababa. After dropping out amid the student upheavals of 1968 to 1969, he returned to Eritrea. In 1971, he traveled to the United States where he took a bachelor's degree at the State University of New York at Binghamton. While there, he became involved in publishing newsletters for the Eritrean student movement, as it developed into a militant support base for the Eritrean People's Liberation Front. Drawing on subsequent experience with independent publishing in Mexico, he founded the Africa World Press in 1983 in Trenton, New Jersey, to publish books on the history, culture, and politics of Africa and the African diaspora, including Eritrea. 2 years later, he added a second imprint, the Red Sea Press, focused primarily on the Horn of Africa. By publicizing and distributing his titles in concert with those of other specialized publishers on African and African American issues, he brought numerous books on Eritrea to new audiences in North America, Europe, and East Africa, publishing 25 titles per year by the end of the 1980s and 70 to 100 per year by 2000. Among his best-selling authors on Eritrea were Ababa Tesfaji Orgis, Alamseg Tesfai, Barakit Habd Selassie, Basil Davidson, Dan Connell, and Dawit Wolde Georges. In the early 1990s, he established a joint venture with the People's Front for Democracy and Justice for a modern printing press in Eritrea. However, by the time the facilities were developed and the staff trained, Kasahun ran afoul of the authorities by signing onto an October 2000 letter critical of President Isaias Afwerki that came to be known as the Berlin Manifesto. A month later, he was forced to flee Eritrea, after which his property was seized and he was denounced as a traitor, along with the others who signed the statement, a group that came to be known as the Group of 13. Despite these setbacks, he continued to operate the press from its original New Jersey headquarters, adopting new digital publishing technologies and bringing out an increasing number of titles on an on-demand basis. By 2010, the two imprints had more than 1,500 titles in print, nearly 10% of them on Eritrea. In 2018, the number of titles had risen to more than 2,100 under 4 imprints. Kassala, Sudan, 15 degrees 27 minutes 21 seconds north, 36 degrees 23 minutes 56 seconds east. a large eastern Sudanese town situated close to the Eritrean border at Tessenei, Kassala has had an important place in Eritrean history since it was fortified by Egypt in 1840 and used as a base to raid, tax, and then administer western Eritrea. Kassala became the center of the influential Merghani Sufi order in the mid-19th century and was besieged and captured by Osman Dikna's Beja warriors during the Sudanese Mahdiya, see Hewitt Treaty, 1884. Italian colonial forces occupied Kassala from July 1894 to December 1897 as part of their war against the Mahdiists, and Italy initially claimed the area, including the Gash and Barka River deltas, only relinquishing them in border agreements with Great Britain after the Battle of Adwa. Italy again occupied Kassala from July 1940 to January 1941, and during the 1950s, Kassala became a center for Eritrean Muslims fleeing Ethiopian control over western Eritrea. The town remained a market center for western Barka through the 1960s, when it became a center of Eritrean Liberation Front activities. Many Eritrean refugees settled in Kassala and its surrounding area after 1967, swelling to 150,000 by the mid-1980s, with around 75,000 in Kassala town, where Eritreans continue to comprise around one-third of the population. In 2001, Kassala briefly fell to an invading force from the opposition National Democratic Alliance, NDA, a coalition whose largest armed contingent was a northern branch of the Sudan People's Liberation Army, SPLA, then enmeshed in a long-running civil war with the Khartoum government in the south. The NDA maintained a base along the Eritrean border and received its food, fuel, and other supplies from Eritrea. The capture of Kassala, which was apparently not cleared with the NDA's Eritrean handlers ahead of the attack, nearly caused a rupture in relations between the two countries. However, the situation stabilized, and NDA forces remained in place until the Sudan government and the SPLA agreed to a ceasefire in 2005 that led 6 years later to the separation of the South and the formation of Africa's newest country, South Sudan. During this period, thousands of refugees fleeing post-border war repression in Eritrea and the indefinite extension of national service flooded into Kassala, much as they had done during the armed struggle in the 1970s and 1980s. This time, however, most were young men and women escaping from their military training camp in western Eritrea at Sawa. The sheer numbers led Sudan to open a new complex of camps outside Kassala called Shag Arab, which quickly became one of the largest urban concentrations in eastern Sudan. By 2010, it also became a target for human traffickers who kidnapped refugees from within the camp to sell to Bedouin gangs in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, where they were tortured and ransomed for huge sums of money. This and the increasing presence of Eritrean security forces in Kassala after Eritrea mended relations with Sudan put a damper on refugee flows, as would-be asylum seekers sought to either go straight to Khartoum and crossed into Ethiopia instead. See also repatriation. Kabesa/Highlands. Eritrea's Central Highlands, Kabesa comprises the historic provinces of Akele Goze, Hamasien, and Sire, and it is synonymous with the Tigrinya-speaking Orthodox Christian cultural area. Kekiya. A leading clan of the Balu people of Hirgigo, descended in part from holders of the Turkish military rank of Kekiya. The Kekiyas were already well-established merchants in Masawa's economy when the Italian army hired Mohammed Ahmed Kekiya in 1885 to supply them with livestock. Ahmed's sons prospered under Italian rule, and Saleh Ahmed expanded into Ethiopia during the Italian occupation. In 1944, Saleh founded a 500-student Arabic school at Hirgigo, and in 1946, he obtained an agricultural concession at Zula from the British administration. He was elected vice president of the Unionist Party in December 1946 and Unionist representative for Zula and Hirgigo in 1952. Although Saleh remained close to Haile Selassie's regime, his brother Osman was involved in the Eritrean nationalist movement during the 1950s, and his son Hassan became a leading businessman in Sudan during the 1970s, where he worked for the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, providing banking, supply and transport services for the front. After independence, Hassan's family business dominated Eritrea's import trade, but it was gradually squeezed out of its position by the People's Front for Democracy and Justice's Red Sea Trading Corporation. Another family member, Saleh Idris Kekiya, was Minister of Transport and Communications until 2001 when he was identified with the group of 15 that protested President Isaias Afwerki's undemocratic practices and was imprisoned indefinitely with the others of the group. Karen, 15 degrees 46 minutes 40 seconds north, 38 degrees 27 minutes 29 seconds east. The third largest city of Eritrea in 1991 when the country won its independence, Karen is the urban center for the Sinhit area and the Ansaba administrative region. The town is located in a bowl surrounded by granite mountains at the junction of ancient trade routes connecting the Bilan region with the western lowlands, Cabessa, and the coast. When Italian missionary and agricultural pioneer Giovanni Stella visited the area in 1851, Karen had a Bilan population of around 2,000. Stella returned in 1855 and established a farm nearby, marrying into a Bilan family. Despite Stella's protests, the area suffered from Egyptian and Tigrayan raids until 1872, when Werner Munsinger, who had also lived in Karen during 1854 to 1861, garrisoned it with Egyptian troops and constructed the fort on Sinhit Hill that still dominates the town. Munsinger connected the town to Massawa with a road and telegraph, and he established a tobacco plantation with Greek capital. The Egyptians withdrew in 1885, and the fort came under Tigrayan control until 1888, when it was seized by Kafliasu's Bunda. In June 1889, the Italian army occupied Karen and developed it as an administrative and market center with a growing Bilan Catholic population and important Muslim religious institutions. Italian agricultural concessions were developed around the town, and by the early 1930s, it had a population of almost 3,000, including 200 Italians. During World War II, the mountainous western approaches to the town were fortified, and from February 3 to March 26, 1941, the Italian colonial army tried to stop Great Britain's invasion of Eritrea on these heights. The battle was extremely brutal, with thousands of soldiers killed on both sides, including many Eritrean askari. During the succeeding British administration, Karen acquired a secondary school and became a center for the Muslim League and pro-independence political forces. The agricultural economy prospered through the 1960s, and a hospital was built by an American non-governmental organization, but as the armed struggle intensified, the town witnessed increasingly brutal Ethiopian military actions, with the bodies of fighters often hung on the streets. By 1977, Karen was surrounded by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, which liberated it on July 8 after a 5-day battle. The town became the unofficial capital of EPLF-liberated Eritrea, and it hosted meetings of the front's mass organizations during 1978. However, on November 26 the EPLF evacuated Karen during its strategic withdrawal, and much of the town's population fled as refugees. Karen was then transformed into a garrison and supply center for the Derg's offensives in northern Eritrea, and many Tigrayans and Tigrinya speakers moved in as workers and entrepreneurs. After the Battle of Afabet, Karen became the headquarters of the Ethiopian army in the north, and on April 1, 1988, the EPLF began an offensive from Halhal that pushed to Mount Lalmba on the outskirts of the town. On 10 and May 11, the Eritreans attempted to capture Karen but were stopped by Ethiopian counterattacks, which pushed them back to a new front line encircling Karen from the mountain passes in the west to Meshalat in the north and the Mensa Mountains in the east. In March 1989, the Derg tried to break out but failed. After this, the front stabilized until the war ended. After liberation, many former residents repatriated from Sudan, and the town's population swelled to 54,000. By 2005, with more than 85,000 people, the town's schools, hospital, and water supply had been reconstructed, old hotels had been refurbished and new ones built, and plans were underway for light industrial development, as Karen, the gateway to the western lowlands, flourished as both an important regional market center and a tourist attraction. In 2016, the government announced that the Azel Pharmaceutical Company, which was formed in 2003 as a joint venture between Eritrea and Jordan, was meeting 45% of the country's needs. By that time, Karen's population was estimated at 120,000, making it Eritrea's second largest city. Kirkebet, 16 degrees 18 minutes north, 37 degrees 24 minutes east. A village and administrative post at the confluence of the Barka and Kirkebet rivers, Kirkebet currently is located in the Ansaba administrative region. Originally a Beni Amer seasonal camp, because of its remoteness, the site was often raided by the Eritrean Liberation Front during the 1960s and later used by the Liberation Fronts as a meeting area. The 2016 completion of a concrete dam across the Barka River created a large lake capable of providing a year-round supply of water for irrigated farming in the Kirkebet area and generate power for the surrounding communities. Kadamaya. Simerganiya/Katmiya. Kiata Lama/General Command. The General Command was formed during the reorganization of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, at the Itabaha meeting in 1969 and provided the leadership of the front through its first National Congress in 1971. 10 of the 38 seats on the Kiata Lama were held by members of Zone 1, 10 by Zone 2, and 6 each by the other 3, which were smaller than the first 2. This facilitated its domination by conservative supporters of Idris Mohammed Adam, allowing the military and security committees to persecute reformist and Christian elements, which led to the disintegration of the front in 1970, the reorganization of the ELF under new leadership, and the formation of the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991, Civil Wars, 1972 to 1974, 1980 to 1981, Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, Tigrinya, Hezbollah Gunbar Harnut Ertra. Kunama. Perhaps the oldest ethnic group in Eritrea, the Kunama, along with the smaller Illit, form their own distinct branch, Kunama Illit, of the Nilo-Saharan language family. Together with the Nara, they are descendants of Nilotic people who occupied western Eritrea, and perhaps the highlands, in prehistoric times. Their name means those whom I call people, but the Kunama's neighbors generally have called them Baza. They inhabit the Gash Seti area of the Gash Barka administrative region and practice agriculture and raise livestock, though many were driven out of the territory in the 1940s to settle in neighboring Tigray. Most Kunama maintain their ancient religion centered on a creator god, Anna, as well as a complex of local spirits, shamanistic ritual healers, and rainmakers. The Kunama are distinctive in Eritrea because of their egalitarian village councils and the high social status and property rights of women, which the government often cites as a model for other Eritreans to follow. On the other hand, the Kunama have suffered a long history of prejudice and enslavement at the hands of their Muslim and Christian neighbors. Slave raids on the Kunama are recorded from the 16th century and increased under Egypt in the 19th century. In 1861, Werner Munzinger visited the Kunama area, and in 1866, missionaries from Sweden arrived. Both were welcomed as protectors from raids and exactions, but further Tigrayan raids forced the Swedes to withdraw in 1870. Italian colonialism came during 1894 to 1896, after which missionary activity resumed under the Swedes and Catholic Capuchins. In the 1940s, during the period of British administration, the Kunama came under attack by Eritrean Shifta led by Hamid Idris Awad, the man revered for firing the first shots of the Eritrean Revolution. Numerous Kunama villages were destroyed, forcing many to flee to Tigray where they resettled along the frontier. Colonialism changed Kunama life as the Italians sought to institutionalize the social structure, while imposing village and district chiefs, and as missionaries converted some to Christianity and as others converted to Islam. Market towns developed in Barantu and Toko Mbia, and many men found seasonal work on the plantations around Tessanei or in eastern Sudan. The Italians estimated the Kunama population at only 15,000 in 1900, by 1970, Ethiopian estimates put it at 40,000, though it is unclear how many of those counted were then resident in Tigray. Poor relations with the Beni Amr, carried on from the Awat campaigns, and fresh raids by the Eritrean Liberation Front on their livestock and their communities in the 1960s, led some Kunama to support Ethiopian rule after the start of the armed struggle. In 1965, the Ethiopians recruited a Kunama militia. A decade later, the Derg courted Kunama loyalty, while an already widespread, racist perception among non-Nilotic Eritreans, Muslim and Christian, that the Kunama were somehow not Eritrean further alienated them from the nationalist fronts. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front sought to gain Kunama support through village self-organization programs, social services, and education in the 1980s, and by the close of the decade, some Kunama were participating in the nationalist movement, though most remained apart from it. Much of the most intense combat in the 1998 to 2000 border war took place in Kunama areas, causing widespread destruction and displacement. This, coupled with anger over the conscription of Kunama youth for the war effort and the resettlement of Tigrinya-speaking refugees in former Kunama areas underway since the 1940s but intensifying in the 1990s, fueled resentment in many of these communities and sparking both flight by many Kunama to Ethiopia and support for opposition to the government in Asmara. A new Kunama-based armed resistance movement made its appearance in 1998, the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrean Kunama, DMLEK, and was a founding member of the Alliance of Eritrean National Forces in 1999, as well as its successors, the Eritrean National Alliance in 2002 and the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, in 2005, within which it caucused with other minority movements. In 2009, following a trend toward consolidation among many of the EDA's constituent groups, DMLEK joined the Red CFR Democratic Organization in forming a new coalition, the Democratic Front of Eritrean Nationalities. Meanwhile, thousands of Kunama crossed into Ethiopia to settle in the Shim Elba refugee camp. By 2018, many of the younger refugees had accepted opportunities for resettlement in third countries, but most Kunama elders remained in place, fearing a loss of cultural identity if they left and assimilated into other societies. Kuwait. During the early 1970s, Kuwaiti support for the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, was cultivated by Osman Saleh Sab through the Djibouti financier Al-Amin Sarraj, who maintained close ties with Kuwait's ruling family. In the 1980s, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front was able to tap the same source, and after liberation, Kuwait gave Eritrea significant financial assistance, especially for the development of electrical power. Kuwait and Eritrea have maintained embassies in each other's capitals since 1995. See also Foreign Policy. L. Labor organizations. Eritrean workers organized themselves from the 1940s onward in pursuit of economic improvement and national independence. Although a wage-earning labor force developed during the 1930s, repressive Italian colonial policies and an ethnically divided workforce impeded early workers' organization. Until 1949, the British administration also restricted Eritrean labor organization and upheld racially defined labor codes that gave Italian workers wages and benefits far superior to those of Eritreans. The development of indigenous political parties gave Eritrean workers a forum for their grievances, however, and the issue of equal pay and benefits became a political rallying point as the British moved toward decolonization. Muslim dock workers in Misawa organized in 1948, and in the Highlands, the Unionist Party initially represented workers' demands. In 1949, dock workers struck in Misawa, glass workers struck in Asmara, and in March and April, Eritrean railroad workers won a 6-week strike for equal benefits and Eritreanization of skilled employment. In 1950 to 1951, as the British administration liberalized labor laws and Eritreanized the state sector, many workers organized shop unions, and a series of strikes won them equality of pay and benefits. By the time of federation, Eritrean industrial and commercial workers had won most of their demands, and the British administration's 1952 Labour Proclamation ensured their right to organise and strike. To defend these gains, nationalist leader Wolde Mariam helped organize the Confederation of Free Eritrean Labour Unions in early 1952, and in December, he was elected president, with Mohamed Sarraj Abdu vice president. The Confederation had 4,000 paid members and 6,000 associates, and Woldeb hoped it would form the foundation for a Labour Party dedicated to defending Eritrea's democratic institutions. But the unionist Ethiopian government set out immediately to destroy the Confederation, temporarily closing its offices after Woldeb was wounded during an unsuccessful assassination attempt in early 1953 and then keeping the organization under constant police surveillance. The Ethiopian state took over railroad and port facilities, and when these workers struck in 1954 to 1956, they were brutally repressed. The Confederation's young, nationalistic staff focused on getting the assembly to enact a labor code to secure the rights that had been instituted by the British administration but that were opposed by the unionist government. A battle developed over the issue that led the Confederation to call a general strike in Asmara, Misawa, and Karen on 10–13 March 1958. The strike was an important expression of Eritrean nationalist sentiment and paralyzed the capital until the Confederation's leaders were arrested and public demonstrations broken up with gunfire, reportedly leaving 9 dead and 535 injured. On May 13, a repressive labor code was passed. Next, the Confederation was outlawed and most of its leaders were jailed, where they made connections with nationalist student organizations leading to the formation of the underground Eritrean Liberation Movement. Eritrean labor organizations remained officially deregistered and dormant until 1963, when the Confederation of Ethiopian Labor Unions, CELU, led by an Eritrean resident in Addis Ababa, began to press for their revival. In August 1964, an Eritrean branch of the CELU was established, led by the powerful Kagnu Workers' Union and eventually representing some 10,000 workers in 56 shop unions. The interlocking interests of Italian employers and Haile Selassie's family made industrial actions difficult, and despite the dynamic leadership of Mesfin Abraha, brother of Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, Kader Woldenkeel Abraha, from 1968 to 1972, few advances were made. In the early 1970s, Eritrean nationalism resurfaced in the unions, however, and some opened secret negotiations to affiliate independently with international labor organizations. The Ethiopian Revolution in 1974 transformed all labor organizations, as the Derg nationalized industries and CELU became a battleground for competing revolutionary factions. It was eventually replaced by the Derg's All-Ethiopian Trade Union, to which workers were compelled to belong. Meanwhile, Eritrean workers aided the two liberation fronts in sabotage and intelligence operations as the armed struggle intensified. Ethiopian repression also produced an exodus of workers to the fronts, as the clandestine labor movements of the EPLF and the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, were virtually annihilated by the Derg between 1979 and 1982. Consequently, both the ELF's General Union of Eritrean Workers, which held its first Congress in 1976, and the EPLF's National Union of Eritrean Workers, NUEW, founded in November 1979 in Sahel, were essentially support organizations among workers in the diaspora, whose members solicited contributions and organized activities on behalf of their political sponsors, rather than functioning trade unions. Nonetheless, Ethiopian oppression sparked several strikes in Derg-controlled factories, including that by 3,000 workers at Baratolo Textiles in 1983. As industrial activity declined in the 1980s, the Eritrean workforce diminished, even as it was augmented by Tigrayan migrants. After liberation, the NUEW organized Eritrean workers in shop unions, taking over the existing Ethiopian union structure but operating under a new labor code enacted in December 1991 that protected their right to organize. However, they only did so if given permission from the EPLF or its successor, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, which was itself a major employer in post-independence Eritrea. In 1992, the NUEW organized the main privately held and state-run industries and helped induce the government to decree a 50% salary increase. A founding Congress of Trade Unions was held in November 1993, electing a Central Council, which in turn organized the NUEW's last Congress in September 1994, where the organization was transformed into the National Confederation of Eritrean Workers, NCEW, headed by Tekest Bear. Despite this, the government insisted that workers refrain from actions it considered harmful to economic reconstruction, even with an estimated 50% unemployment rate and low wages in 1995, and there were no strikes by any of the newly formed unions. Like the EPLF's other former mass organizations, the NCEW devoted much of its attention to training programs for its members rather than advocacy, receiving assistance from the International Labour Organization, which it joined in 1993, and from other international donor agencies and European and North American trade unions, but it did not confront employers or the state over economic or other issues. A 2001 labor law, Proclamation No. 118/2001, designated the NUEW as the only entity legally entitled to represent Eritrean workers. Nevertheless, when the trade unions showed signs of taking independent action against private employers in 2005, 3 top union leaders were arrested at NUEW headquarters and then held incommunicado with other political prisoners. See also Human rights, prisons. Labour Party. An eclectic political formation in the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, that drew inspiration from Marxist currents associated with the Soviet Union. The Labour Party arose during the Reform law movement of the late 1960s and dominated the restructured ELF from 1971 to 1982 when it splintered at the end of a civil war with the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. It has been compared to the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party that controlled the EPLF throughout its existence, but the Labour Party, like the ELF, was never as ideologically homogeneous or as internally disciplined as its Maoist counterpart in the EPLF, and its leadership included such disparate political figures as Abdullah Idris Mohammed, Ahmed Nasser, Azian Yassin, Hairui Didla Barrow, Ibrahim Mohammed Ali, Ibrahim Idris Todil, and Saleh Ahmed II. This led to conflict within the Labour Party, just as it did in the ELF. When Hairui was not elected to the Front's Revolutionary Council, RC, at its 1975 Congress, after being chastised for acting on his own to initiate talks with the rival EPLF, he broke with the Labour Party and formed the Eritrean Democratic Movement to challenge its hegemony. This, together with the Labour-dominated RC's decision to enter unity talks with Osman Saleh Sab's Eritrean Liberation Front, Popular Liberation Forces at the expense of its relations with the EPLF, triggered an eruption of dissents labeled Falul, anarchists, by ELF leaders and an exodus of Kbesen fighters. Many joined the EPLF, others became refugees in Sudan. One faction regrouped as the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrea and took sanctuary with the Tigray People's Liberation Front, eventually reconstituting itself as the Eritrean Revolutionary Democratic Front and participating in the various opposition alignments that, in 2005, produced the Eritrean Democratic Alliance. The late 1970s also saw a crackdown within the ELF on Ba'athist elements supported by Iraq, which was one of the Front's arms suppliers. Over the decade that it dominated the ELF drafting its program and constituting most of its top leadership, the Labour Party convened congresses of its own in 1973 in Kassala, in 1977 in Agordat, and in 1980 in rural Barka, all held in secret, though many non-party fighters in the ELF were aware of its existence. It also had its own elected central committee and a party organ, distributed among its members. After the Soviet intervention on behalf of Ethiopia in 1978, the party established contact with the Derg through East German intermediaries to set up a meeting in East Berlin that would include EPLF representatives as well. In the event, the EPLF declined to attend and instead used the incident to publicly accuse the ELF of having capitulated to Eritrea's enemies. When the Labour Party was finally dissolved by 1982, many of its leaders aligned themselves with either the ELF faction identified with Abdullah Idris or the newly formed Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council. Land laws. Eritrea's land laws developed historically out of the traditional land tenure system of specific localities, whose descent-based principles created continual litigation over claims traced back through both parental lines. Overlying these claims to use rights was the theoretical ownership of all land in the pre-colonial Kebesa and Sinhit by the Ethiopian emperor or his, often independent, subordinates, the governor of Tigray or the Bar Negashi. This legal principle, apparently established in the South Arabian period, justified the collection of land taxes or tribute, Gabri, Gultai. In the lowlands, land was held communally by tribal descent groups. Italian colonialism also asserted the state's ultimate authority over all land, and the Italians expropriated large tracts for colonization and development, including 483,000 hectares in the Kebesa in 1891 to 1893. The 1909 Ordinamento Agrario regularized land policy, curtailing further land alienation in the Kebesa, except for military purposes, and focusing on agricultural development in the lowlands, where all land below 350 meters in the east, and 750 meters in the west, was declared state land, Italian, terra demaniale, susceptible to leasing for periods of 25 to 50 years to concessionaires. The Ordinamento was revised in 1926, and further land for military use was confiscated in the mid-1930s. However, the law essentially remained in effect through the British administration, which used it to alienate a further 10,000 hectares in 1942 to 1944. Colonial policy also encouraged the adoption of Disa tenure, a communal system of ownership common in Hamasien and Akele Goze, where it was known as Shihana, in which holdings were traditionally rotated at 7-year intervals in highland communities where it had not previously been practiced. After federation, the Eritrean Land Tenure Act froze existing rural tenures, while Haile Selassie's imposition of Gabri, imperial tribute, for the first time since Johannes IV provoked widespread opposition. In the lowlands, terra demaniale laws remained in place, and further concessions were leased to foreigners and Eritreans. In 1975, both the Derg and the two liberation fronts introduced laws designed to give land titles to those actually farming it, although the legal principle behind this remained overarching state control of land, exercised through politically screened village assemblies. The Derg and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, also encouraged the revitalization and expansion of Disa tenure in the highlands, which had fallen into disuse in many areas for a generation, while lowland concessions were taken over as state farms. During the 1980s, the EPLF experimented with various communal land tenure systems, but after liberation, the Provisional Government of Eritrea decided that traditional tenures were too conflicted and impeded economic development, as thousands of dormant claims were revived and land conflicts erupted into violence. Convinced that the resulting insecurity of tenure discouraged individual improvement of land or its use in capital formation, the government drafted a new land law in 1992 to 1993 to be applied throughout the country, regardless of pre-existing tradition. The main tenets were exclusive state ownership of land, abolishing all traditional rights and tenures, the right of all rural Eritreans to lease farming or grazing land, the right of all village residents to lease plots of land for housing, the granting of lifetime leases on an individual basis, without gender bias, to the above-mentioned people, with priority given to those who already worked the land or lived in proximity to it, priority to descendants of leases, but no direct inheritance of land, the right to rent, mortgage, or otherwise use leased land to raise capital, the right of the state to dispose of all land not claimed and to acquire any land necessary for public projects through compulsory purchase, and the right of the state to revoke leases in case of environmental abuse. These provisions were included in the land law approved by the National Assembly in March 1994 and elaborated in further legal notices and proclamations in 1997, the main tenets of which were drafted in Tigrinya and never officially translated into Arabic or English. Meanwhile, the law was never consistently implemented, apart from peri-urban areas around large cities, as the state lacked the capacity to do so. By the late 1990s, the government's land seizures in western Eritrea and subsequent transfers to highland migrants and returning refugees, many of them Tigrinya-speaking highlanders, were becoming a major source of friction as the indigenous, mostly Muslim agro-pastoralists who had long inhabited this area were up in arms over the loss of traditional pastures and seasonal farmland. This process of resettlement accelerated after the border war, further exacerbating tensions there as resistance to these policies became a major issue for local residents and the externally based Eritrean Democratic Alliance. See also repatriation. Land reform. See land laws. Land tenure. Eritrea's traditional land tenure systems were all communal in nature, based on family, descent group, or tribal rights to land use. In the highlands, the most common communal tenure systems were known as Disa or Shihana, based primarily on residence rather than descent, Risti, based on the Enda descent group, or Gultai, territorial grants or fiefs that included Risti land, and Tizelmi, a form of hereditary usufruct rights. In the lowlands, seasonal farmland land and grazing rights were held communally by tribes until Italian colonialism. In a small number of cases, a fourth type was practiced midri worki that involved the transfer of land for money after decisions were taken by clan or village councils. Land was also sometimes leased for pasture or crop production, with the community holding title collecting a share for the use by another group in a practice sometimes known as sari, and in many lowlands areas, access to pasture land was governed by custom or community control but not delineated in law. A superstructure of land laws reserving tax and tribute rights to the state and its designees overlay these tenure systems and shaped their organization during pre-colonial times. Traditional land tenure systems were officially superseded in 1994 by the land law, though it was not uniformly applied. See also Gabri, tribute. Languages. Each of Eritrea's 9 recognized ethnic groups has a distinct language, but the country has no official language or languages, despite a continuing debate over the issue. Tigrinya and Arabic were the official languages during the United Nations sponsored federation with Ethiopia in the early 1950s, but Ethiopia imposed the Amharic language on the territory in 1956, adding to the discontent that led to open revolt in the 1960s. The 9 indigenous Eritrean languages include 2 Nilotic, Kunama and Nara, 4 Cushitic, Beja Hidareb, Afar, Belan, Saho, and 3 Semitic derived from Geez, Tigrinya, Tigray, and Arabic. Geez is the liturgical language of the Eritrean Orthodox Church. Tigrinya is spoken by almost 50% of the population, Tigray by nearly 40%, Afar and Saho by 4 and 3%, respectively, and the others by less than 2% each, and Arabic is spoken by large numbers as a second language of religion and commerce. English and Italian are also spoken, mainly in the urban areas, and English is the language of instruction in the Eritrean education system, starting in secondary school and continuing at the post-secondary level. The University of Asmara established a Department of Languages and Literature in 2000 to strengthen language development and collect literature from all the country's indigenous cultures. Since 1992, the government has asked each community to choose the language to be used in primary education in its area. Many lowland communities chose Arabic, as it is still considered the language of education by the great majority of Muslims and is the primary language of commerce with Sudan and countries of the Arabian Peninsula. Furthermore, the long residence of many Eritreans, around 700,000, in Arabic-speaking countries during the armed struggle led to a great increase in the use of Arabic, For many returning refugees, Arabic had become their first language. One problem the government faced in terms of Arabic education was a lack of trained teachers, as most of the Arabic-speaking intelligentsia remained abroad, and the majority of teachers trained by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, spoke Tigrinya. Another field in which the issue of the use of Arabic was raised as a political grievance by Muslim critics was the country's civil administration, whose middle levels were staffed disproportionately by Tigrinya speakers drawn from the old EPLF. Some Arabic speakers were assigned to lowland areas, but Tigrinya remains de facto the language of the administration there, and at the higher levels of national government, this monolingualism is even more pronounced, even though most senior officials are to some extent bilingual. Arabic is taught as a subject in the primary schools of the Tigrinya-speaking highlands, and the state-run news media have broadcasts and publications in Arabic parallel to those in Tigrinya. But the use of Tigrinya for most government business and for much of the urban commerce, even in the mostly Muslim lowlands, has led to renewed calls to make Arabic and Tigrinya the country's official languages, a position held by most opposition parties and organizations and widely supported among the citizenry, though it is not permissible to publicly debate it within Eritrea. See also literacy. Law. See justice, court system. Liberal Progressive Party, LPP. Founded on February 18, 1947 in Adı, the LPP was the major Tigrinya/Christian political party supporting independence during the 1940s. It was led by Ras Tesima Asperum and Sium Masio, with a separate branch in Sire. Locally the LPP was known as the Eritrea for Eritreans, Tigrinya, Ertra and Ertraean, party, evincing its roots in the pro-independence movement led by Woldemariam from 1945. The LPP's strongest following was in Ras Tesima's home district of Akale Guze, but the Four Powers Commission of 1947 reported that it represented only 4.4% of the population. This weak showing was probably due to the violent opposition of the Unionist Party, whose Andinet terrorists attacked LPP members throughout the Kabesa. In 1949, the LPP joined the independence bloc, but in 1950, it disintegrated, and Ras Tesima's son, Abraha Tesima, led many of its members into the Pro-Federation Liberal Unionist Party. It was dissolved in December 1950, but its remaining members, along with Woldeb's small independent Eritrea Party and other members of the independence bloc, formed the Eritrean Democratic Front and contested the elections for the First Assembly. Libya. Eritrean askaris under Italian command fought in Libya as early as 1911 in a bloody, protracted campaign to extend Italy's control over its North African colony, and again in the early 1940s against forces led by Great Britain that defeated the Italians there in 1942. The shared experience of Italian colonialism fostered a limited affinity between the two peoples, and Libya provided modest political support to the Eritrean Liberation Front in the 1970s, once Muammar al-Gaddafi seized power in Tripoli. However, like many governments and political movements linked to the Soviet Union, it switched sides back to Ethiopia after the Derg took power in the mid-1970s. Libya failed to support Eritrea's efforts to win recognition from the Organization of African Unity and only developed relations with the Eritrean People's Liberation Front after it presided over Eritrea's independence in the early 1990s. Nevertheless, Libya came to Eritrea's aid after the border war with Ethiopia in 1998 to 2000, as the two countries sought to coordinate their regional interests, particularly in Sudan and Chad. As Eritrea came under increasing international criticism for its human rights practices and its combative regional behavior, Libya was one of the few states to provide it with financial support and the only African state to oppose a United Nations arms embargo and targeted sanctions in 2009. Libya also forcibly repatriated hundreds of Eritrean refugees between 2004 and 2010, during which it signed a pact with Italy in exchange for aid to block Eritreans from migrating there by crossing the central Mediterranean.